I'm just trying to live my life. Okay? I'm just trying to live my life. Puppy. Paste. There it is. Alright. We're good to go. Alright, we got a new video. Dude, literally fueling my life source right now. Literally fueling my life source. I was not anticipating this to happen. Literally with everybody. I feel like this keeps happening. It keeps happening. Like this year has just been so insane. This year has been insane. I'm so sad. So sad. This year has been so insane. Why do things keep happening? Everybody keeps getting got. No one is safe. No one has been safe this year, and it's honestly disappointing. It's honestly so disappointing. Cause even like the Hawk 2 girl, like that was just like, yeah, it's a meme. And then boom, boom, no one is safe. No one's safe. It's just outright disappointing. I need more water. I'm just so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. In everyone. In everyone. Dude, Tom, Turkey Tom, and Nicholas Fioria, literally, they're just it. They're just it for me, you know? And if either one of them goes down, I have nothing to watch. I have nothing to watch. Okay, I do have a June the King video up. Jay Aubrey posted a video. And I haven't watched it, but literally he came out with another freaking video. Another one. Another one. Oh my gosh. I haven't been. And see, there's other people. I'm getting recommended like a whole slew of other content creators. I think it's because my normal feed, like this is an entirely new feed, so I'm like excited by all the different stuff. What is that? What is with the thing at the bottom? Okay. I wonder if they'll recommend me the J Aubrey one. I might have to search it. I might have to search it. I'm starting off it hot and heavy. I'm already I'm getting into it. I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows. Jesus. All right. Where? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm interested in watching. I'm interested in watching it. I just have no clue what happened. I like J Aubrey. J Aubrey. I don't know how to spell. I mean, I think of it, everybody knows. I watched this and I feel like, okay, this is one of those things where I feel like I knew more information than what was. There's so much information. There's so much information. My mom and I have so many conversations when we're in the car together, and this was one of them, and we're literally talking about all this stuff that we heard. And literally, it's crazy. It's crazy. I think it was I do want to watch this. So there were a couple of videos that I've had beefs with recently. That my personal beef. I think it was this one because I feel like there was a frick ton of information that was kind of like not really covered. Like it was just like a couple little details, but yet there was a whole slew of information in here that I didn't even know about. So I was more like talk about this, kind of like the weird thing that I have with the raccoon in the Mr. Beast situation. Like I literally just want somebody to talk about the raccoon. But the last time I feel like I was super peeved was actually a Turkey Tom video. I was just rather disappointed. It was one of his. Which video was it? It was this one. It was this one. The Amberlyn Reed situation. Dude, I have watched. This was only 46 minutes. I have watched so many different commentary videos about this person. And I was just like, dude, I feel like I know more information than he does about this. And I'm like, this is like the whole video seemed like a nothing burger to me. And I was bummed out about how disappointed I was in the video in general. I love Tom. I love Tom. There was just so much information in there, like about like there was a segment. Hold on, I'm gonna go through this. I'm all over the place. I'm always all over the place. I'm sorry. Ad skip. Okay, So there was like a part in here where it showed that she did like the whole weight thing and kept gaining weight, and it kept, so he was literally doing like in chronological order of everything happening. I feel like a huge thing that wasn't covered is the Amber haters, is the amount of haters that she has. You know, the amount of people that she has like arguments with. I feel like Tom did a really good job of covering like the disputes that she's had with her partners over the years and like her series of, you know, but I feel like it didn't cover the other things, like when she like there were a couple of times that she ordered food and claimed that she got the wrong order, and it's actually actually happened a couple of times, and there are a couple of times where she's got into drama with other people in like the sphere. There's like channels dedicated to like commentating about this woman's life. So I was like excited because I was like, oh man, but it seemed just kind of lackluster about going through like her relationship and her weight loss stuff and just how much she just kind of biffed it along the ride. So it was more like it was just, it wasn't as heated as I would have liked it to be. I was kind of peeved. I was kind of peeved. I'm like, brother, I need more. Tom could do an entire video just the same length, just dedicated to the beefs that she had with the creators. And other, not just beefs with the people she's been in a relationship with, but beefs like, you know, I was like, dang, I want more. More! I want more. I want more. Okay, I have a lot of, stop. Okay, I still can't believe the video was taken down. Is this the same thing? Did he just, okay. So he made a couple of different videos. So the curse of the Sonochi medallion claims another victim. No! No! I feel like I'm wondering if this is just gonna be like a recap of all of the information, because it's still showing the stream clips, but I wonder if this is kind of like a speed up of everything. Because now it seems like the same thing that I've already done. Yeah, because then it seems like this, all of this. It just seems like this, and this. Like this is the stream split up. This seems like what the sped up version of all of the key information. What is this? I don't know if we need to watch this. I don't know if we need to watch this. I just want to see. Yeah, see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's 5. Because this was the entire stream. 1, 2, 3, 4. This was the entire stream. These 4. And this seems to maybe be like kind of a thing. I don't know if there's going to be any new information in here. Either way. Ooh. Okay, we got the J. Aubrey video. Mr. Girl. I do want to watch Mr. Girl. The Pegasus one. The TikToker who faked his death. Then we're going to watch J. Aubrey. And then the Brody one, and again the Rooster Teeth one are just pushed back, dude. I can't. Honestly, I really want to watch the Rooster Teeth one. I feel like I know a lot about it. I leave these tabs up. And then one of these days we're gonna get to like everything. I'm so far behind. I've already seen it, okay? I mean on the current stuff. This. And this. I'm far behind. Lyrics though. I do not watch Lyric's videos. I don't actually watch any of his like video. Dude, the fucking George. don't fucking freshly 18 me. Ah. Okay. Alright. Okay. I'm all over the place. I'm just excited. Alright, I gotta file down my nails a little bit. So I'm gonna do that and repaint them black. I got my, I don't know, like the rest of my coffee here. It's getting kind of dark already. I'm shocked that it's getting kind of dark, and it looks fuzzy over here. It looks fuzzy? Why is it fuzzy over here? My top down's just looking a little fuzzy. Why are you looking fuzzy? Stop it. Get some help. Yeah, we're at like a weird little bit of everything's looking a little fuzzy right now. Fuzzy. Why is it so fuzzy? Ew. Ew. Has it always been that fuzzy? Hello? 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 Dude, so my new medication has been kicking in a little bit more every day. You know, we're dwindling down on the side effects, which is great. But I've been waking up earlier and earlier. Before, I was spending like a good 12 hours in bed. And I woke up today and I got out of bed before 11 a.m. Usually that's like before 2 p.m. It's 2:12 p.m. right now, and I've been up for like a hot minute. Usually I like make and I panic and I want to start streaming right now. I'm already in it. All right.
It's a pretty funny video title.
Apology videos should be 4 minutes tops. Anything past that tells me you're either slopping
I needed
for
to
more
crank
ad
this.
breaks or you committed literal terrorism. So me, Mudahar, what's got you
Why are you wearing that? Why are you wearing that?
apologizing today?
So I feel like what's happening here is it feels like Mutahar is like overcorrecting, right? He's like overcorrecting to an extreme, to the point where we've got this kind of what I think is quite an absurd take.
And people were saying it's because he put on the Chris-chan medallion, and if you don't know who that is, honestly, good. I feel like you're
Dude, I cannot believe how many people like put themselves in proximity to a medallion. It doesn't have to be one that Chris-chan touched. People make these on Etsy and they send them to people. The closer you are in proximity to that, the worse it gets. One of your neighbors could have that in their place and you could be like, wow, I seem to be kind of spurging out lately. You're too close. You're too close. Like, it's gonna get you.
better off not knowing. Mudahar quit Twitter and now enjoys living on Reddit.
Oh! Alright. Is this a recap, or is he just gonna be talking while he does this? Like, you know, what info?
Thank you
what is
to
this?
the Copenhagen guys. Beckett, I believe, is the one who edited this. It might have been his co-host. I'm not really sure, but Beckett did send this to me, so I'm giving him the credit. They took the 50-minute video that Nux responded to Mudahar in, and they removed the woman, like the woman who's just eating on the mic the entire time. I had somebody go and edit her out of the VOD, so it's more relevant to what we actually need it for. So this is going to be the only version of this stream that's actually somewhat watchable. I mean, unfortunately, Nux is still in it, but we can get through it.
What? Why am I in dark mode? When was this? Did he go live recently? I don't have... Hold up. Because this seems separate. I feel like he's just watching a different video. Hold on. This is the newest thing, okay? Everything else, like, every time a new thing happens, it just takes pride. Like, I have so many... I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 tabs open. And yet this was the newest thing at one point. And then I'm like, this is the newest thing. And then this is the newest thing. And then I'm going down, and then and it just keeps being pushed back. The newest thing is always like my, it's something, oh my god, it's something new. Something new. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, it's something new. And I have to like gravitate towards it. A moth to a flame. I'm like, it's another one. It's another thing.
Guys, if you haven't seen it, I have now, it's all out. It's all out there. You can see it for yourselves. I published 3 VODs on my YouTube channel. And it's the same stream segment, right? We did a stream segment where we went through the entire point A to point B. You can see it right here. These are all out now. If you're interested in any of the building blocks to how we've gotten to this point today, I welcome you to go watch them. This is the Some Ordinary Gamers Hassan Piker drama. This is the one where we cover like all the Hassan related stuff, how that got everything started.
I think we're progressing
then we
to
covered
more
Mudahar
info.
releasing his video on Nux, deleting it, and all the subsequent stuff that comes along with that. Then we watched Nux Taku's first response, which I'm going to show a little bit more of it. I actually didn't show this on the stream itself, so we pulled this up right here because this is the clip where he initially does respond to the allegations. So it probably is worth starting off right here because I added it in so this video is a little bit better than the stream highlight. Sometimes whenever there's stuff that doesn't occur on the stream, I'll throw it in post to try to like enhance the clip a little bit. We haven't quite watched this one yet. But aside from that, we're all caught up. We're all up to date. Today we're going to be doing Nux Taku's full undisputed response to the allegations. allegations. I'm gonna give you my thoughts on Mutahar. So we have a lot of stuff to do tonight. Let me just quickly show you Nux Taku's first response, and it's the perfect explanation as to why I don't like engaging with any of this drama. This is just Now, when I play this, I just want you to know that I put on like 50 filters to try to remove his music.
I'm so upset about
I figured it would be copyrighted because I feel like that's what these guys do. I don't know. Sometimes Twitch streamers will respond to important allegations and then they'll play like copyrighted music so you can't possibly profit off of their explanation. It's kind of baller and kind of pathetic, but I didn't take my I tried to like gore
if he plays the My Hero thing, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Do that.
I'd be so pissed. Honestly, we should put this at 1.25 speed. I'm gonna have to start. I honestly, I get to start speeding all this stuff up so we can get through everything.
Posted a community post and then called me and apologized. And yeah, anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Basically, the TLDR is people bullied Muta into making a hit piece on me.
But
so
I'm not going to talk about any of the accusations against me.
The narrative that they're trying to build here, I think, is that Hassan Piker and a bunch of Redditors bullied like one of the best investigative YouTubers into. I mean, this just makes no fucking sense.
See, that's the thing. It's best investigative, but he can't investigate no stuff. I don't watch any of his videos. I just feel like people have been talking him up for a really long time about how he's really good at investigating, but he can't look into his friend or even like acknowledge the stuff that people have been criticizing about his friend for like a hot minute. So I don't know.
Rationalization, and we're going through all of Muta's content the last 2 days or whatever and trying to discredit it or talk about how he didn't really do a good job and how everybody else is responsible. But the reality of the situation is if you look at Mama Max, without Mutahar, that situation just doesn't get done. I give credit to Tommy every single time I talk about it. I give credit to I don't know, plenty of people who worked on it, right? But the reality of the situation is I needed Mutahar, and then Mutahar needed to post it. Otherwise, you guys would still be screaming into the void. That's kind of how it works. If you look at the Gerard the Completionist stuff, sure, he worked with Carl Jobst, right? But those videos were fantastic. You have situations where people are like threatening lawsuits and he's pushing back harder. You have the situation with Keffels that gets posted and they're canceling him on like every social media site, and you're supposed to turn around and tell me that this guy is being pressured by Redditors. This guy's being threatened with lawsuits. This guy's being threatened with financial like cancellation. Yeah. This guy is getting bashed and associated with Kiwi Farms. This guy's getting called a transphobe. This guy's getting called a shit fucking flinger every single day. But you're telling me that three Redditor, that one Nick Andros character and 3 Reddit threads have this guy literally like jumping out of his fucking seat to respond to people. That's what we're fucking dealing with here. I'm a little frustrated. I'm going to explain it in more in detail later.
Dude, I'm a lot frustrated about various little details.
Gay. I think that these people are going out of their way to try to like rationalize the situation. Because Mutahar made like a cringe private apology to Nux. I don't think
honestly, I'm always frustrated about the little details. I don't know why.
And he's completely folded. And there's some extreme pressure. The gravity of the situation has just gotten to him. I think that's kind of soy.
It backfired like, super big time, like super mega big time. I mean, sort of backfired. Dude, I got some pretty fucked up DMs because of this situation. People are reaching out, being like, "Nux, are you associated with child?" Wait, what?
No,
I mean,
this guy. It's different.
Cool about that.
Okay, it's okay. I can't even begin with this response. I am so bummed out about this response. I get that it would be like, "Are you associated with child porn?" That's not I get that that's not what they mean. They basically mean lolly, alright? So I get if you're kind of like, what do you mean child porn? But how can you be totally oblivious to what they're talking about? With your type of
He basically tweeted out that he thinks I'm a pedophile or something, which is pretty cool. Classic Keemstar maneuver. Zero, evidence or information or anything. Like they were trying to cancel me for lolly.
By the way, I think he literally said he needs to check your hard drives. That's the quote. Again, I understand the insinuation that comes with that. I've said like you should check this guy's hard drives like 100 fucking times on social media. I don't think that's the worst thing to say possible, especially during the context of this situation.
Lolly porn, which is ironic because I've never supported lolly porn, and also ironic because their definition of lolly porn is hentai in a high school setting. That's right. That's right. Literally every hentai.
This is why this is like an undebatable topic. So let me just get this out of the way. Yes, there is some severity difference when you're talking about like lolicon in the traditional sense, and these are like, what Vosh was into, like the weird short stack, quote unquote, goblin, whatever the fuck, something indistinguishable from a prepubescent fucking child.
Okay,
yes, there is a wild difference between that and a character that could technically be 18 in high school. I understand it, okay? But this is a really weird rationalization of all of the things that are occurring here.
School setting. That's right. their definition of lolly porn is hentai in a high school setting.
That's not.
That's right. That's right.
This is all okay. So
It's not.
there's
No.
like, you know what this reminds me of? Do you guys remember when we were talking about Dr. Disrespect and people would say stuff like, "Well, Nick, what does it matter if the person's 17 or not? It's still bad." And it's like, well,
Whoa.
it absolutely does matter if the person is 17. Because if the person is 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, would you feel the same if
we're
Dr.
talking the
Disrespect
difference
was
between
talking sexually with a
elementary school,
10-year-old?
middle school, and
No,
high
you
school.
wouldn't. You would
This
think
is-
that would be worse. Probably a great levels worse, right? So obviously,
The
yes,
difference
that,
between
those
people
things do
taking
matter.
the school bus and their
Absolutely.
parents
That
picking
is
them
something
up
that
at
is
the bus
something that
stop.
factors
Like, that's
into a
this
discussion.
big deal.
So yeah, when you're talking about lolicon and you're talking about underage weird fucking hentai, there is obviously like a level of severity to talk about here. But to just turn around and be like, dude, all of this hentai is about fucking kids.
It's
just weird. It's just weird. I don't know.
Oh my god, no. No, it's. Like you said, that's all hentai. Well, the thing, like, oh my gosh. I feel like Nux has been kind of obvious about, like, bringing people in to watch hentai, so you're basically just like, yeah, I like showing people hentai of people in high school. I can't avoid that. I have to show people mine. With it, like, there's no problem with it. Like, it's weird. Like, again, if you're gonna be a degenerate, just be a degenerate. Why are you trying to, like, make certain scenarios or kind of, like, split things up or group things together to benefit you in the way that you content? Like, just do it. I don't get this.
No, is there any of you fucking anime freaks in the chat? Is everything you jerk off to, like, fucking...
No, not me.
17, 18-year-old girls in high school outfits? Is
No, I'm an anime freak.
Is that all your goon
No.
material? Japan, do you want to be known as, like, the high school porn? That's just so weird, bro. That's just a weird way to defend yourself.
Porn is
What the fuck's going on in Japan?
hentai in a high school setting. That's right. That's right. Literally every hentai. That's right. Are you a fan of My Hero Academia? You might be a pedophile.
So yeah, that's his response.
I
don't know,
hate
it's
that
just what-
comment. I hate that freaking comment, dude. I literally back over there where I'm pointing, back there, I'm literally gonna turn around and I see 1, 2, 3 My Hero. I say Academia. I used to say Academy. My Hero Funko Pops. I literally have 3 of them. Look, I look right behind me. They're right behind me. I have figurines of minors, and that means I'm a. Well, I just had to touch my head. Make it make sense, sis. Make it make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Do you have Funko Pops of people in high school? You're probably a pedo. I'm just gonna be completely honest. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I just have a lot of anime, specifically anime Funko Pops. Some Sailor Moon. I have Death Note, Black Butler. So it's over for me. It's over. My career is over. It never even started. So I gotta leave. The buns are getting kinda a little sussy-wussy. One of the buns just really wants to be underneath the pea pad. And it's only the one. Like, one of the buns just really needs to be underneath the pea pad. And I don't know why. I think she just wants to be hidden in the universe. You know? Like, hidden in the universe. They're so soft. Alright, I just saw some... I was seeing a lot of movement. I'm not seeing enough movement. Jesus. Yeah, I'm just... Honestly, I'm seething over that comment. I'm having baby rage over that comment. That just pisses me off. It's just... It is one of those... What is it, like, so ignorant to say to kind of, like, avoid the whole situation? As if an anime is totally the same thing as a hentai. What? As if watching My Hero, the show about heroes fighting each other is the same as, and they're in high school, is the same as watching high schoolers have sexual relations. And that, and if you partake in animes like that makes you like, just that joke in general, as if they're even comparable. They're not even comparable. They're not even comparable. It's kind of like comparing. I thought of just the worst comparison. Let me think of a different comparison. I was about to I can't even think of a thing that just makes sense in my head. I'm so taken aback by that comment. I'm so taken aback. Like, that's my issue. Like, this very particular tiny little one-off sentence, I'm like, I'm gonna have an autistic freak out about it. I'm having a spaz attack because of this one freaking comment. You know, it doesn't make sense. It's kind of like accusing somebody of being a murderer if they own a gun. And it's like, well, if you own a gun, you must be a murderer. So, what? What? Wait, what? Like, I can't even form words about how upsetting it is. Of just the comparison about how upsetting it is. And yet, like, as if people are thinking that. Like, that's not the point. That's not the point that people are trying to make at all. But you'd be like, well, I'm so offended because it must mean this.
Whatever. I just, like, this is one of those topics where it's like, no matter what you say, you still sound fucking weird. Dude, I find it weird when people just talk about the shit that they're into when they're just openly on stream. Because again, half of these guys are the people who make arguments about, well, these are kids,
I can't even articulate myself ever.
You got child audiences, man.
I don't respect you.
Oh, you're gonna promote gambling?
Oh no! What am I?
You're gonna promote gambling? Well, oh god, have you seen what Jake Paul does to his child audience? He's trying to sell them products. And then these guys get on stream and they talk about their goon fuel. It's just so weird. It's just such a weird concept to me. I don't know. I think it's weird. I don't want to know what my favorite YouTuber jacks off to, and I don't think that's prude of me. I think that there should be some kind of shame for these people. I think we need to bring back shame, because you guys have gotten
such
way
a little
too brazen.
Can't believe that, Nick.
Dude, I just imagine.
You don't want to.
I'm still shocked over that video I watched on stream the other day. Here, so this is the new response video, and then we'll kind of give you a nice summary.
Gentlemen, we have something of an episode on our hands today.
Okay, but this is kind of what I mean, though, of them, like, backtracking. Like, if you're all gonna get together and then talk about that type of stuff in relation to anime, like, why backtrack at this point? Why backtrack at this point? Like, if you were gonna talk about stuff and be full-on degenerate, like, why are you trying to backtrack now? When it's not like it's a horrible topic. Let me just say, there are a couple people who just talk about that type of stuff. They talk about hentai in relation to anime, you know? There's, who is it? Sid Snap. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Hold on. Sid Snap. Yeah, literally. Okay. Ma'am. Okay. Ma'ams, will watch, like, just, like, the worst stuff. And that's like a series of stuff. Like, I don't think it's our entire thing of content, but it is basically, like, talking about, see, like, this hentai that but literally, like, full on. If you're gonna be a degenerate, just be open about it. Like, she's being open about it. Like, it can't be like, oh wow, this and this and this. It's literally watching it and commentating about it and being like, this is disgusting, or this is weird, or I can't believe this. Like, talking about other manga things, talking about the type of art, talking about the artist who made it. Like, this is deep. This runs deep. She runs deep into it. So when I say only anime MILF lovers are welcome here. So when I say like, oh, blah, 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 like this, you know, so why backtrack? Like, if Nux Taku was gonna do that, why not just be like, yeah, I do this. This is what I do. Why make these comparisons and then like try to box things up or group things together or compare things as one or the other and to have like this type of debate about things? If this is with the content that you want to be creating. If you want to create the content, just create the content. You don't gotta debate people about it. Just be plain and simple. Like this, I just create that content, brother. I create it and I think it's funny. I wonder, there were some people that were comparing thumbnails. I didn't even check. I wonder if I can clock any of them. I don't think I can clock any. I'm gonna be honest, but let me, this was from 7 years ago. When does it pick up? When do we pick up? Maybe I should start it off soon. Well, I want to go deep. It's my problem with the anime community. Devilman Crybaby. Dude, Devilman Crybaby was insane. Dun 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 no 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 dun dun dun, because people were talking about the thumbnails. People were talking about how like they could find and now I'm like, is there anything that I can clock? Is the girl one still up? Because that would make me a little sad. I don't know. 5 years ago. Okay, see, that's Nezuko, and it is... okay, that one's Nezuko, and that one's blurred out. Okay. Demon Slayer. I know that one. Is that Misty? Is that Misty? From Pokemon? No. That's Diva. Okay, hold up. Hold up. I'm cooking. I'm cooking here. Hinata? I'm real. Hold up. I'm locking in. I'm locking in here. Ochako. Ochako. That's literally my hero. That's literally my hero. Wait, the most toxic anime fandom. Meadows. Is there something worse in this though? Like you took the photo of Ochako. Okay, hold on. I'm cooking. The plot thicket. So yeah, like if you're gonna talk about it, just be like, yeah, I talk about that type of thing. I talk about that type of thing. Now it seems like we're trying to backtrack ever so slightly when you feel like when everybody kind of goes in and they're like, it seems like maybe you crossed the line ever so slightly. And it's like, I didn't cross the line. I got right up to the line. What do you mean? That type of attitude. Okay, we've got Megumin. We've got Megumin, who people are saying is a lolly. I don't think Megumin is a lolly. I'm gonna be honest. I've cosplayed Megumin. I don't think Megumin is a lolly. Okay, here we go. Ochako again! Ochako! I don't know if that's saying her name right. Oh my god, there she is again. Doing the face. Can I find any other... talking about that one right there in the thumbnail. That one right, it's literally in the thumbnail. That one right there. Right there. Ochako again. Why does Ochako keep coming up? What? Can I find any others? Okay, it seems all normal. I'm not finding anything that I'm clocking as like, that's lolly. That's Alstafo. I'm not like, boom, that's definitely lolly. It's literally just kids. The same face. The same face. There's Nezuko again. That's definitely, dude, that's another hentai. Siblings. Alright. Hold on. Yeah, again. Okay. But I'm not clocking as anything as being lolly. You know, I'm finding high schoolers. I'm finding high school, middle school, whatever. Whatever. That's definitely hentai, dude. You can tell by the art. You can tell by the... No! Okay, but I'm not finding anything that I would be like, boom, that's definitely lolly. You know? I see other people, I see them generally like reacting to the hentai stuff. You know, because you can see the people and you can see the thing, but I'm not like, boom, boom, you know? Okay. That was a big one. Y'all know that face. That was another one. Kind of like Boku no Pico, like when that happened. What is up with this thumbnail? What is happening? That's an auto. What is happening? Whoa. I'm having trouble keeping up. Yeah, again, I'm not finding like boom, that's definitely. See, that's Hime Hajime. Just spoke about her. No? Yeah, I can't see. And then there's Gura. Yeah, I'm not clocking any specific lolly. I wonder if, because people were talking about that, I wanted to check for myself. So we were like, they're in the thumbnail, they're in the thumbnail. I'm not seeing anything in the thumbnails. I'm seeing hentai, I'm seeing degeneracy all over the place, but I'm not like, boom, I'm not like, oh, that's definitely a character that I know. It's not, So yeah, it seems kind of strange to kind of like backpedal ever so slightly when like this is like your thing. There's Guro with the feet. Yeah, like this is your thing. Like literally the scrolling, the Ahigo face. Oh, that's My Little Pony. That's Rainbow Dash doing the face. So like, what's the point of doing? No, not Twilight Sparkle. What's the point of doing that little bit of backpedaling? Okay, here. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm still not. I'm looking with a vigilance. I have no clue what anybody would be talking about. I honestly have no clue what they're referencing or if the thumbnails got taken down, and I'm scared to look, dude. I'm scared to check. I just be honest. I'm scared to like look it up to find it. Oh no. Why Bambi? No, I don't see anything. I'm gonna look it up on my phone. I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm just gonna look it up on my phone so I can see if I can figure out what people are talking about. I'm sorry. Isn't that a Pokemon character? Hold on. Not Pecora. Why am I'm trying. Megumin. No. I'm hunting. Okay. Her is the closest that I found in the other photo. I've only seen her twice, but that's like the closest I've found. I have no clue who that is. I don't know who that is. Just like no! The girl one still exists. No, I'm literally grabbing my own throat in a panic. It's that one is meant. That one should be replaced. That's the one I'm like, no. I don't know. Maybe she's okay with it now and I just don't know about it. Yeah, it seems kind of strange to be. I can't. I'm just not comprehending this stuff. I'm just not comprehending it. Yeah, I'm not. Think for. Yo, that's Ben 10. That's Ben 10 and Raven. Are they? What? Ben 10. Dude, I know what that's from. I've seen that anime. Monster, is it Monster Musume? I've seen that one. I know what that, because I wanted to cosplay the horse. I wanted to be the horse girl. Yeah, I don't see anything else. I know people were talking about what, but I haven't found anything. Why is Gura all over the place? Is Gura here a lot? I haven't even found the Jaden Animations ones. Is this one of them? Jaden has gone too far, but where is the one like Jaden Animations? I don't know. I'm not sure. This was so long ago. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this crap. Oh, that's too damn. Alright. Okay, Arya, play this while I see if somebody actually like.
So they've cut out the co-host and they've censored her. Not that she needed to be censored, but.
Sure, the unhinged talk show.
And I have a question for you guys while we're getting started. Do you think this counts as like touching the medallion For a VTuber, is this the same? Are his days numbered now too? I feel like that has to be the way that it goes.
So anyway, I don't know how this happens, but every day that we are set to like record an episode of the podcast, something big happens right.
I found
By
a
the way,
Reddit post.
They
I'm
are
still,
eating chips during this entire fucking podcast.
Oh my god.
The girl is just fucking like eating.
Okay, so they found this. This is the Shadman one. So this is the one that got removed. So okay, that's the one. I mean, like people were. I could have swore people were claiming that certain were being used throughout multiple thumbnails. I'm not trying to find the one thumbnail. I'm trying to see if they still exist in time and space. If they've been snatched.
As a local fat guy, I don't think I've ever eaten on stream before. And if I have, I've muted my mic and you probably didn't know it. I think that that's like one of the most insulting things you can do to your audience, especially on a pre-recorded podcast.
Last time, I set up to record.
Okay. I have been eating. I've got to be honest. I have been eating on stream. I'm so sorry. I feel so called out. I have been eating when I was eating the cashews. The thing is, like, I gotta keep streaming, so I'm eating, but like, if you're like recording a video, like, you shouldn't be eating. Like, in this sense, you know? Okay. I would try to be better about this because, like, streamers, you know, when you're streaming for a really long time, they go and they start eating, you know, because, like, you can't just not be eating. You can't just, like, not eat for, you know, 6 hours and just be like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna skip all of my meals just to play, like, this game and stuff. So I get eating. I get that in the sense of, like, eating a meal or eating. But if I'm recording something, I'm not gonna be eating. Why is it that so many people, when they're like even recording stuff for other people's channels, they're eating? They're eating. I can't do the eating. I'm glad that they took it out, because,
Record with Hermes, and Mr. Beast calls me. I don't know. And this time, we're set to record, and, you know, the faded Mutahar post-Nux clarity video drop.
By the way, another fantastic phone call from Mr. Beast. Can I just get over? Every single time I hear Mr. Beast just called somebody else, I just shake my fucking head.
I can't find any of the original thumbnails.
Another fan-fucking-tastic decision by Mr. Beast to put in another real useful phone call.
And, you know, the faded Mutahar post-Nux clarity video drops. It has nothing to do with gender, all right? If a female friend of mine made a hit piece on me, I would probably deal with that first, too. Don't. This isn't a...
So I guess with their whole back thing is like, well, I was wondering if I...
Yeah, okay, so we did see a couple of the girl ones. I guess that seems to be the main claim, is Gura. And we saw the face one, I saw the other one that they're pointing out, it's the girl ones. Why do they keep talking about Gura? Yeah, it seems to be all of the girl ones. Is Gura okay with that? Do they know each other? Like, I don't even know. Hollow Live Gura on Not Safe for Work. Thoughts on there? Okay, on Gura, she's never really expressed preference one way or other, but if you look at her Twitter likes, okay, hold up. Look at her Twitter likes, you'll see where she stands. Some people asked for it. There's a huge thing. See where she stands. I never heard her say anything on stream, and I don't follow her Twitter, but it doesn't surprise me that she should be higher after the... Whoa, higher on the... Okay, hold up. It's not like she likes her Not Safe for Work all the time. Looking at her feed right now, it's pretty standard art. Okay, this is under speculation. This is under speculation with, like, a bunch of the HoloLive people. There's a chart. I'm looking at the chart, dog. I'm looking at the chart. Dude, somebody posted on Reddit, like, of, like, who... Oh, my goodness. And some people said, I don't know. I guess she likes it in some of her Twitter things. So is she... okay. It's not... Nobody knows whether or not she's okay with it or not. I guess okay, I understand now. Everybody's not okay with it being used in the thumbnails because she is technically a lolly character. Whether or not she did that doesn't seem to be under speculation. It's just that they're being used and people are like, well, you're using lolly. Okay, I think I'm okay. I think I'm back on track. Brother.
Random woman co-host is going to cancel me. And then she said yes, because she is based, and therefore I died in Fortnite. Fuck! Okay.
Oh.
Shit, it's not fun for one of us. So anyway, I'm gonna try to do my best to do a TLDR here of the story. So I did speak to Mutahar just now for like 2 hours.
Dude, you can
and
still hear her
basically we
eating.
talked things out to
2-hour phone call with Mutahar.
You can
Bro,
still hear her eating a little bit
how
in the
did
back.
she go?
You're
From
in like you're
fucking-
you're addressing allegations. You're addressing allegations. You can't be eating. You can't be eating. And this is the difference between a casual setting and like this is not a casual setting. This was a casual setting and you guys were talking about stuff and you were eating. Like, okay, whatever. But like you're
posting a video calling this guy like a fucking false pedo accuser and saying that he watches fucking Lolicon to being the only guy whose phone he fucking picks up, bro. Can somebody make this make sense? The
I don't
only guy who
understand.
can get a fucking phone call in with this Mutahar guy is the guy he exposed for this shit 3 days ago? It's ridiculous, dude. How am I not supposed to be kind of annoyed about this?
a large degree. But I'm gonna do like the TLDR whole story here.
Was this guy on fucking Epstein's Island? Is that how Nuts can get into... Nuts has photos of this guy on fucking... What is the anime equivalent of Jeffrey Epstein? Master Roshi? Was this guy on Master Roshi's Island?
Who?
First and foremost, if you're here just for like
Who
the
is
Cliff
Master
Notes answer,
Roshi?
Muda apologized. We are still friends. That's the Cliff Notes answer. It was a pretty sucky moment there.
They're
I got
still
a lot of
friends?
DMs. Can I-
So you were like, I can't condone his behavior. You went back and you're still friends? I feel like it would have been fine if you weren't gonna say anything. Like, if you weren't gonna say anything, you just need to be, like, large and in charge and be like, yeah, I'm a degenerate. Yeah, this is the content. Yeah, you didn't just be like, yep, I done did that. Instead of, like, doing this odd backpedaling. By backpedaling, now you've opened yourself up that you're bothered by that type of criticism. When I guess it didn't matter right up until now. And now it seems kind of strange. But I don't like... The thing that I find issue with Nux is that it's mostly... It seems like this attitude of... I don't care about the criticism, but also I'm undeserving of criticism. That type of attitude of like, well, I don't understand why I'm getting criticism because I shouldn't be getting it. Which I'm like, okay. Alright then. I was gonna hit play again, but I'm really like... Ooh, yeah.
Let me put some perspective on this whole thing, okay? Because the last thing I want is this video to send Muda any hate.
I was about to blow on
I
my
don't want it coming from here
nail.
at all. Listen, I love me some chaos now and again, but it was a pretty rough moment there for a minute. You know, Muda's one of my best friends, so that's pretty fucking crazy. Shut
By
up!
the way, I can't get over this. Every single time Mutahar explains any friendship he has with somebody, it's like they're kind of friends. They're somewhat acquaintances. They don't watch
Dude,
every
the
single
sound
thing
of
they
them-
do. And then like you'll hear the guy talk about it, and he's like, "This is one of my best friends on planet Earth." I don't even know. Does anyone know what the relationship is between these two people? Suddenly now they're best friends?
There for a minute. You know, Muda's one of my best friends.
Muda is one of my best
Dude.
friends. Fucking since when, dude? I didn't know
I
this
hate
lore.
that. The sound of her eating in the back, the sound of the crunchies in the background.
Mutahar has been getting incredible amount of hate as of late.
I hate
for
that.
associating with me. Now, I used
The
to do these things back in the day where
rustling.
we'd all get, like,
Why
we'd
is
all
she
get, like,
rustling?
4 years ago. And we'd all get literally
Stop!
Apparently these guys have been like best friends for years. and it's
Who's
our fault for not
wrestling?
knowing
Who's
them.
wrestling?
Like, we would
Who's
make fun of
wrestling
hentai
a
and stuff like that.
package? Who's wrestling a package? I freaking hate that. I feel like I'm hearing the sound of this. My mic stopped picking it up. Dude, just mute yourself. If you're gonna be eating, just mute yourself while your friend is talking. Is it picking up now? Is it picking up now that I feel like I'm listening to this. This. Damn. I'm already annoyed and they edited most of it out. I'm already annoyed. I'm already pissed. I hate that. I'm getting so triggered. I'm out of control today.
And this clear. Before
Damn.
videos, there was something of fate and myth. You may have even heard of it, Hermes. It was Boku no Pico. Are you familiar? So Boku
Oh,
no
God.
Pico.
By the way,
Yep.
none of these words are in the Bible, and I don't
Some of
recommend you
fate
Google literally
and
anything he
myth.
posts. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows?
Dog, it is
All of it
not a
sounds horrendous.
myth.
It was
Or-
trending everywhere because everyone. PewDiePie fucking reacted to Boku no Pico. His video's still up and has 14
Yes,
million views.
we
Like,
discussed
people,
this.
Everyone and their mother reacted to Boku no Pico. It's literally a whole family affair because it's a whole family that's having sex with children. And it's fucking. It is a night.
Okay, can I just... Oh my god, I hate this guy. Alright, time out. I don't care what they were doing 5 fucking years ago on YouTube, okay? If PewDiePie fucking watched a fucking movie where the aristocrats fuck their entire fucking family, okay? It's weird. That's some weird shit. It's still weird. It was weird before. It's weird right now, okay? But dude, I'm so sorry. This is the guy who's defending himself from the fucking Shadman allegations, who's saying like, The whole list is bullshit when people were pointing out how a bunch of YouTubers used to defend fucking lolly porn of real children, okay? And used to like work with this guy and engage with this guy on social media, right? When his website was getting taken down for drawing fucking porn of X-23 getting raped by Logan, okay? Like a fucking 12-year-old girl. Okay, that's why his website was getting shut down. Okay,
so
that was
freaking
normal
pissed.
too. It was normal to defend a guy who drew a young girl getting fucking raped by Wolverine for fucking freedom of my freedom of speech. Okay, that was normal. Is it justified? Because that was normal. That was the way that the
He's
weird
so
fucking
upset.
commentary community, half the fucking commentary got exposed for something. Half the guys that existed 5 years ago don't exist anymore.
I'm sorry.
You wonder why.
Did I not ask you nice enough?
Mayor. Like, but the thing is, everyone reacted to it. I never reacted to it. Like, somehow, that was too weird for me. Okay?
Okay, it's okay. Now that Nick is done, I do want to make a point about Boku no Pico. I do want to make a point. It's kind of like, you know how people say like, oh, the N-word, like, oh yeah, it was so used back then. It didn't make it okay. It didn't make it okay. The fact that it was viewed and the fact that people were trolling other people, it didn't make it okay. It just explains why it was going around. It doesn't make it like, okay, like, oh, like, even PewDiePie watched Boku no Pico. It doesn't make Boku no Pico is any less horrible. It's a horrible thing. It's a horrible piece of media. It's horrible. Like, I didn't want to see it. Other people didn't want to see it. Like, you didn't want to see it. You didn't want to see it. It was one of those things that you searched up to see when people were like, okay, here's the thing. If you knew what was in it, you didn't seek it out. If you sought it out after knowing what it is, then you're friggin' freak, right? But people are like, you should watch Boku no Pico. Like, it's insane. You should watch it, or it's so weird. It's so creepy. Like, you have to see it. It's knowing that creepypasta. It's confirming the information for yourself. Back in that time where those internet things were going around. So when people were saying, oh, you should watch it, and you watched it, you were like, oh, ew. Ew. Like, it's that shock factor of being ew. It is that, but it's still ew. It's still ew. It's still disgusting. It's still gross. Like, it's still ew. It's still ew. It's still gross. It's still gross. Just like Two Girls, One Cup, when everybody's like, you should see Two Girls, One Cup. And it's like, what's it about? It's like, man, you just have to see it. That's still ew. It's gross.
Looking back, I don't know how that happened.
I don't get this, like, well, PewDiePie watched it, so it's okay. Like, what?
Anymore.
Pretty wild content back then, but first everyone reacted to Boku no Pico, right? PewDiePie, everyone. Now Boku no Pico, that's long.
Okay, that was the thing. It was just kind of like a thing of it was the anime effect of Two Girls, One Cup, where people would get together and they would be like, we're finally gonna react to this. But the thing that makes it different from Two Girls, One Cup is what Boku no Pico actually is, which is Shotokan. You know, and I explained this last stream. I explained this before. And that's what makes it so much more difficult to pass off. Because yeah, I can be like, yes, within the anime community, it was like Two Girls, One Cup for everybody else, you know, for everybody else online. But for anime people, it was Boku no Pico. And that was the thing that was circulating around. Like, you have to see, it was like that. But I'm pretty sure Two Girls, One Cup was two porn stars, two women who were porn stars, who were of age, adult women, were not little boys.
Shota stuff like to the extreme.
Dude, stop the rustling.
Anything in a high school setting is.
Why are you here?
Just
Why are you here?
wrong.
Why are you here?
If
I'm
the
so
character
angry.
looks either like a petite
I
woman
don't
or like
even
a
know who
child.
this
In my
is.
opinion, petite
She could
women,
be the
lolly
nicest
stuff, whatever.
person ever, but I'm so aggravated by the background noise she's creating.
I don't really care. The child stuff rubs me the wrong way for sure.
By the way, and people are trashing this part right here. They're going, this is the 1,000-year-old dragon defense. Okay, if the character looks like an adult and it's placed in high school, it's reasonable that the character is probably 18. All right, I still think they're baiting. I still think it's weird. I still think it's an odd thing to ever admit to publicly looking at. But it's obviously not the same as looking at like a minor character that looks like it's fucking 12 years old. There are 12-year-old characters in anime that people claim are 3,000 years old. That is infinitely worse than a character that looks like it's of age that's at like a weird, like a high school character or something. Like, these are obviously two vastly different things, but it's extremely weird to just like act like it's a completely normal activity.
But adult-looking women in a high school being lolly, bro, is the whole fucking My Hero Academia community pedophiles now because someone uploaded, I don't know, Ochako hentai to Rule 34 or something, you know? Like,
but you keep using them in your thumbnails. How many Ochagos did we clock? He keeps using them in the thumbnails. So how are you any different? You took it. You took the photo. You took the photo and you're like, yeah, they're weird. Wow, they're pedos. You took the photo. It's not like you made the art, but still. Okay, I gotta be honest. I know it's weird. I know it's weird. You have to believe me because I'm right and I'm the main character of the universe. Honestly, I know it's weird. Okay, I know it's weird that I'm talking about how I know the backstory of all of this information. I'm gonna be completely honest. I think I feel comfortable in saying what I have relation and how I know this knowledge of various things because I was in high school. I was in middle school. This was when I was first started to get into anime. And you know, when you start, literally like puberty hit, and me and all my friends were looking up all of this type of stuff and we were like, wow, what's that? And it was fascinating. It was fascinating, you know? Sorry, somebody's walking by my window and I'm very threatened by that. Either way, that's that. I'm just gonna be totally clear on that. That's why. From middle school to high school. I'm literally talking like, what age gap? This was like before I turned 18. I remember I was so shook when I turned 18 because I was like, it's over. It's over. Like I turned 18 and I was like, it's over. It's over. For so, like, you know, like viewing that type of content, I'm like, I can't do that because I'm 18 now. I'm 18 now. But like while I'm in high school, I'm like, yeah, I know about that hentai from in high school because I was in high school. You know? I'm like, this is the same as where I am in life. This is the same as where I am in life, you know? And at the same time, seeing other things, like friggin' Boku no Pico. Like, how old was I when Boku no Pico became popular? How old was I? How old was I? Oh my gosh, I was a freshman in high school. How old was I? When did I turn? How old was I? I think it was 17? 16? I was 16 or 17, I believe. Was I 15? I don't know my own age. How old am I? I just want to be immortal. I'm afraid of dying. But yeah, honestly, I think that's why. I'm gonna claim it as that's why. I feel a lot more comfortable talking about that stuff because I'm talking about a time when I was a minor and I viewed the content. I'm talking about a specific time in my life when I was a minor and I was seeing content of mine. Like, does that, you know what I mean? Like, for some reason, I'm connecting it. And that's why it's strange to me because we're talking about adults viewing contents with minors. So that's the thing is if you want to make exception, then make the exception. Don't like not make an exception for this and then make an exception for that and be like, well, this is okay and this is okay. You know what I mean? Then just make the general exception and to be like, I'm an adult and I make content about this. And I understand that the hentai is of people in high school. I feel crazy right now. I'm literally sitting in silence. There's no background music. I'm insane. I'm an insane person right now. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. And somebody's gonna view this like 5 years down the line and be like, what a freaking degenerate pedo. And I'm gonna be like, no, I'm not. I was so offended. When it comes to all of my main channel stuff, like, you could not catch me talking about any of this type of stuff because I would be like, this is so stupid to talk about. But now I'm like, in reference to this, I'm offended. Dude, the bunnies are really just picking up the pee pad with every force in their bodies. They're just picking up the freaking pee pad. I put the pee pad there for a reason. And they're just like, and they're picking it up and moving it everywhere. And the thing is, I wouldn't mind them moving the pee pad, but they're interfering with the area that they're actually peeing on. And I don't want them to pee on the plastic bit underneath, because then I basically need to wipe up pee. The pee pad helps me track how much they're peeing. They're sleeping now. They just one of those buns, okay, the one of them is definitely, they're both sassy little ladies, but one is just very chaotic and really likes to like ruin the entire setup that I've created, and the other one is like, hey, you know your cat that keeps looking at me? Fuck that cat. Specifically. And I'm like, ma'am, please do not, ma'am, please, ma'am, please stop. Ma'am, if you could stop what you're doing, please. Are my nails dry yet? I don't know if I was about to start touching stuff and my nails are dry. But yeah, I just want to clarify that I think I talked about this last stream too, that like a lot of my memories come from the time when I was talking to people most. I am the expert about this situation and I am the expert about the content. This is so weird. I feel like I have so much to talk about. Other things don't really happen where I can be like talk about real world experiences where I collided with the things that they're talking about. I'm like, ooh, I'm a little giddy. Like, whoa, wow. I collided with Boku no Pico, and I can tell you for sure it's disgusting. So stupid to be so giddy about it. And it's so dumb. I just, it's nice to know what other people are talking about, So it's so lame the way that I said it. It's nice. It's nice to feel like I'm a smarty pants. Ooh, it's so nice. Dude, honestly, when it comes to the whole, I was talking about that, like, skill regression and, like, the memory issues that I've had. It's just not to be able to talk about a topic where I actually, like, know various things about the internet culture and to be like, yeah, I get what they're saying. I get that tiny little level of miscommunication, and I'm able to compare it, so it just feels nice. I feel so smart. All right, are they dry yet? This is a fast drying. What was the last one I did? Was it this one? Oh yeah, they're dry. Oh my lord, they're dry. All right, let me get my paint out. Let me get my paint out. Hello? Dog, if somebody's dog is barking outside. Stop that. Shut up. Shut up. I need to be the loudest person in this apartment complex. Shut up. Dude, I feel like this black completely dried out. I fricked myself. Dude, the paint is slowly drying. It's slowly drying, and that's why I feel like this is why I've been focusing on the other one specifically, because I'm trying to get all of these colors before, like, we completely lose everything I've ever worked for. The black, I'm so sure is just almost completely dry. Yeah, I am gonna have to figure. I literally talked about last stream how I was like, F having music, and now I'm gonna have to figure it out. I don't like sitting here in silence while I talk to myself. It sucks. I need to talk to that's why I need to be talking to myself while Sabrina Carpenter plays in the background on top of My Chemical Romance.
Obviously, if the character looks like an adult, like, it's not Lolly. That's just a fact. That's not an opinion. But anyway, Muda was getting flamed for associating with me. People were calling him a pedophile, and that's awful. By the way, that's really fucking bad, and it put him in a really bad.
She's still rustling.
Really bad headspace. My favorite part of that, like,
she's still rustling in the back.
Thing is it's like the exact same.
Why are you?
It's the exact same thing as the defense he made for Zero, which is super funny. It's like, dude, I mean, he's in like a bad headspace, and usually when people say that they're in a bad headspace, it means like, well, I mean, I don't really take that as for consideration, but in this case, man, I mean, it's not bullshit, dude. It just ain't. It's just weird. You want to talk about sweeping? That guy swept. And by the way, just for context with that, I'll tell you what happened, because I mentioned it last stream, but I wasn't explicit. While Muda was creating his video,
shout out.
Sorry, I'm just gonna cut him off. I have a weird, like, thing to talk about. I know when people say, like, oh, I was in a bad headspace, and that's why I engaged with child porn. You know what's strange is how often people say that, and how often, like, when people isolate themselves and have issues obtaining a partner, that, like, people go down the road of, like, younger and younger. It's so strange where I've seen that of, like, people on the internet where they like DM others and they just seek out younger and younger partners. I feel like that's such a strange phenomenon that I just wanted to point out. So when people are like, well, I was in a bad headspace, of like the drasticness of trying to excuse your behavior to be like, you're having an issue. You need help. Those people need help. You need help. You need help. You can't excuse it. It's still like disgusting disgusting behavior. There's no excusing it. There's no excusing it. You can explain why all you want, but like it doesn't excuse it that it's disgusting. It's in a bad headspace. So I talked about children. Is this the same dude? Is this a dude that he was talking about recently that people were like, what the fuck? I'm not even...
To Nicholas Dior.
I'll just be honest with you. He sent me a review copy and he posted it before I could finish the video. So I don't know why you're sending review copies for this stuff and I'm posting it ahead of time, but whatever. During that process, I had sent him the what's it called? The zero video, right? The zero video that Nux had posted publicly, and the next day it was just deleted. Like, Nux didn't say anything about it, but it's very obvious what happened, is that Muda probably said, hey dude, what the fuck is this? And then Nux silently deleted his defense to zero with no public address at all whatsoever, because he knew people were digging and were probably going to talk about it, because he's a spineless little pathetic rodent.
People were calling him a pedophile, and that's awful, by the way. That's really fucking bad, and it put him in a really bad headspace, and I hated that it was coming from me, to the point that before this video or anything came out, I messaged Muda, and I told the guy, bro, I totally get you. If you want to stop associating with me publicly, and you want to completely cut me off publicly, I hate that you're getting hate because you're associated with someone who's controversial.
If you're gonna do that, why just be like, I'm no longer gonna be a degenerate.
You put me through the ringer whenever I do something altruistic. It's not fair. It's not fair.
But then be like, I think that's why, because people were calling him out.
Because I hate that other people get hate for me, like associating with me. And the thing is, and this is what's the craziest thing in the world. Like, I'll make videos criticizing DEI in video games or whatever, and I'm literally called a Nazi. That word. And from some
people are saying that
are Holocaust survivors.
I see people in chat. They're saying like, I guess Muda forgot that he has a clips channel. So that Mudahar clips channel that people keep posting, like anybody who's posting the Mudahar, like some ordinary clips, and like they're showing the tags that were used on that video.
Oh
no! What am I gonna do? I mean, I have no reason to believe this is fake, but I think that people are completely wrong. So this channel does not appear to be owned by Mudahar. I don't know where. Like, this is the clip that we watched last stream. I don't know.
Yeah, we
we
talked about that last time. That's just not his actual
but we watched
channel.
one of these videos from a couple of years ago, going over
that was
Mudahar's like, porn
snatched
history.
though. Snatched
This channel
so fast.
Blatantly says
that's the craziest thing. Nothing, like everything that you say, it's snatched so quickly. It's snatched so fast. You don't have a chance to. You could not delete anything. It's already taken. It's already been snatched from the universe. Somebody was recording. Dude, I had beef with that. So I used to stream on this VTubing app called Reality. Dude, it got to the point where I had like, oh my goodness, like thousands upon thousands of followers on this app, right? And I went off on a spiel about, I've gone off on a lot of spiels about how like the app was overrun by children. I've popped off about this app for a while because it pissed me off. Either way, I banned somebody from my chat because they were like, yeah, sometimes I just record your streams. And I'm like, my streams? The live I'm like, the VODs are never saved on this app. For some reason, the VODs on Reality are never saved, right? As soon as you end, the video doesn't exist. And they were like, oh yeah, for like when people tell funny jokes, and they were like, so they came in to my chat to tell me that somebody had said something like degenerate, depraved, like pedo, and they were like, isn't that crazy? And I'm like, yeah. And I was like, so you have the recorded? They were like, yeah, I recorded it. And I go, why were you recording in the first place? Which led me down a rabbit hole of talking to this person about how they record random things and they record even my streams when and I'm like, why do you record? And they're like, yeah, I just record like random things. Some people, like, if they're fans of people, some people record, you know, your content, whether or not they're fans, whether or not they're haters, like they record the content in general. But it's insane how quickly, like, you're just being recorded. You're just being recorded. Like, everything that you say online is immediately, it's gone. It's gone. It's already gone. It's already gone. Dude, I'm so lucky. I could delete everything right now. I could delete everything right now and then start over again. I never talked about Boku no Pico. I could just delete it all and start over. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And now it's getting dark and I can't see one of the bunnies. Oh no, she's eating. She's eating. She's eating. She's eating. Hold up. Okay. Before I start painting, I'm gonna turn the light. I've barely done anything. This top down is for nothing. We'll be right back. I'm just gonna go check on them and give them some lettuce. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm gonna be productive, I swear. I'm gonna be productive. I swear. I'm gonna shut up. I will. God. I'm gonna be productive. I'm not, dude. I'm not. I'm really cooking with this. I am really cooking with this freaking painting. I'm trying so hard. I'm trying so hard, dude. Alright. I feel like, honestly, my only worry is that I constantly contradict myself with my, like, thought process as the information hits me. I feel like that's my only worry, is that I contradict myself. It's literally like try to understand an autistic woman's rants. Just so confusing.
It's a by fan for fan channel, so I don't think he intentionally chimped that one segment to post. Now, he did make a main channel video on it, but people are citing the tags like he personally picked them. Here it is. Like, the tags for this video were personally picked by Mutahar himself, but it blatantly like says right on the channel that it's a fan channel. So
that was 4
it's
years
not
ago.
uncommon for bigger YouTubers to have these. I'm not really sure if that's
4
the case, but I think it's worth
years
pointing
ago.
out because I haven't seen anybody else talk about it.
On Holocaust stories, to be called the Nazi is pretty fucked up. It's pretty crazy. But I have gotten to the point that I can definitely see people shitting on me and just not caring. I make content out of it at this point. Like, I don't care that a couple of brainlets on Reddit or Twitter are gonna fucking make fun of me, call me a Nazi or whatever.
Then don't
Are you
talk
gonna make
about
content
it.
as to why you took down your Zero video? Are you gonna like?
Then don't
clarify
talk
your
about it,
current
because you
position
do
on it,
care.
whether
If you
it's, like, good or
constantly
not?
talk about it,
I'm
okay.
just wondering.
This is one of the reasons why I stopped watching Nux's content. Like, I could be like, yeah, I didn't watch any of the video, like, whatever. I literally told y'all I got the YouTube's plushie. Because there were a couple videos that I was like, wow, this is great. And then, like, that was just it. And then I just kind of dropped off the earth, you know? But, like, constantly, like, he'll point out stuff all the time and be like, well, I'm not bothered by it. Well, I'm not bothered by it. Well, I'm not bothered by it. And I don't really care. But he'll constantly point it out and then to be like, well, I make content out of it. So you do care. I just spit on the painting. I feel like he does care if he's going to constantly talk about it. And I was like, dude, I'm just tired of this.
Family knows who I am.
Because that's not like about anime. That's like about real people, right? And I have all your stupid weird fans spamming my chat.
Stop
like,
talking
who
about
cares?
it then.
It's a fictional character. I could jerk off to whatever I want. They could sound off like Mr. Girl, right?
Dude,
but then, like,
that's the argument I haven't heard yet at all yet. Why has nobody, I have not heard a single person yet make that argument that he just said. What's a fictional character? They're not a real kid. They're not a real minor. They're not real. Like, nobody has said that yet. No one said that yet. That is like the biggest argument people use all the time, and nobody's like, well, they're not real, so.
Real kids, then, like, I don't know. Or request weird stuff from real kids. Then it
Can't
becomes
believe
a
I
little bit
haven't
more
heard that
difficult
yet.
to defend.
Give a shit if some random people want to cancel you for that. You are literally
I don't give a shit if people try to cancel me, but I'm gonna point it out and talk about it constantly.
Things got really bad. What were you saying? Yeah, I don't know why you're here. But anyway, so because Hassan Piker, everyone's favorite socialist millionaire, made a.
I like this part where, like, it's very obvious that they need Hassan Piker to be the fall guy here, but it's actually super cringe because it gives Hassan this massive W. Like, Hassan just woke up one day and then literally destroyed the entire community, made all the commentary channels turn on Mutahar, made Mutahar go fucking crazy, boosted Nux Taku to, like, to make him look better. Like, this is just like some massive Hassan psyop or whatever, instead of Muta just making a really fucking insane decision.
Insinuated that Mutahar was a pedophile for associating with me. Now that's not random.
What is her point? Like, is she commentating off to the side here and they just mute? Because I know it says be less annoying, and they were trying to clip her out. But why is she here this entire time eating?
The thing that pushed Muta over the edge.
Why even be there if you're gonna be eating? Why even be here?
Content creators now to Mutahar in a call just now.
If he's gonna be talking about this,
I still can't get over
which
the
is
fact
like
this
a
guy
big
can get
deal
the phone call
at the
with Mutahar
moment.
and just chat it up. Meanwhile, he's just ghosting everybody else. It's just so fucking stupid.
Timeline. It's been a pretty stressful day. Yeah, I just opened up YouTube to a 40-minute hit piece on me from one of my friends, specifics, because like I do want to clear my name on a couple of things, and I know people are going to be upset. That
Dude,
I'm
I
calling it a hit
still
piece,
hear
but
the
fact that all these
crunchy
old dramas,
stuff.
like
I'm
the Tiger
losing my
drama and
mind.
the Shadman drama, like these were brought up and have really nothing to do with anything. Like
Can't
this,
listen
all this
to
is
sound
brought
of
up.
people eating,
Someone just said,
dude.
like, you're mad you're not on speed dial. Well, I'm sorry, bro. I'm reporting on the story. If you're not going to give me any information and you're going to run and tell this guy a bunch of stuff and he's going to be
I'm
your
gonna be
voice,
honest, one
I
of
can
the things
basically
I
only go with what he
appreciate-
says. And I don't need to hear from you. That's perfectly fine. Look, we're not that close. That's cool. But Keemstar and you, like, hang out in person. Why aren't you answering his phone calls? I mean, that's a pretty reasonable.
I do appreciate Tom's
Seems
streams
like
because he doesn't eat very loudly.
It's pretty fucking weird.
He
to
still
just drop
eats,
off the face of the earth right
but he
now.
doesn't eat like
Like,
into
it
the
makes it look like
mic.
some sort of hit piece, and comparing me to,
Sometimes
like,
it's a
Mama
joke,
Max,
but like not like I'm gonna eat in the
I
mic.
don't send any hate to Muda. I'm just trying to get the headspace here correct. I'm trying to fucking tell the story because people are gonna be asking me nonstop. People are already asking me nonstop. When am I responding? What am I saying? What's the story? So I'm just in a way that does address the situation because people will never stop bothering me and Muda. So I'm just doing this to do my best after a very stressful day. So anyway.
So you're upset that people are bothering you, but you're not gonna let the drama get to you, and you don't care.
Statement insinuating that Muda is a pedophile by being in these collabs with me in the past, which is being awful and brutal
make it
and
make
despicable.
sense.
of
Make it
Hassan.
make
And
sense to me,
told
dude.
Muda
I just
when
don't get it.
When we talked about it, I said, "You're gonna take Hassan's word calling you a pedophile with this much weight? Hassan, the guy that supports terrorists on Twitch, that
Dude, this is just so crazy, bro. I can't, like, I hate Hassan as much as the next guy, but like, bro, there's some weird shit going on in your fucking sector, dude. Yeah, I understand, dude. Hassan platformed a terrorist. Yup, I get it, dude. Hassan's really bad at research. Yup, he runs from debates and stuff like that. But it's so obvious that you're just sitting here trying to get out of the situation because you don't want to deal with it either. You're acting so composed, but you're just lobbing 50 Hassan things so people might talk about that instead.
advocates murder of Israeli babies because he calls them settler babies.
Oh, no!
Denies
The
rapes
babies.
that happened in October 7th when the UN confirmed that there were rapes that happened in Israel. He's
Man, half your community probably gets off the drawn rapes anyway.
Why
I
are
don't
we
know.
talking about this?
Do they get off?
Why are we
like,
talking about
Hassan
this?
gets off the real ones. You get off the
Oh
like your
my
friends get off
God.
the drawn ones, bro.
deny that shit. Now, this isn't me coming here
Why
to
are we
start talking
talking about
politics. I think
this?
everyone with two brain cells can agree that innocent people dying is bad. I think that's a pretty based opinion and so. But you're really gonna take that guy, that slimy motherfucker that I have videos on that if you want you can watch those videos to get my opinion on that. But that guy,
Yeah, I mean, dude, I don't understand. I understand, like,
I
people
swear,
are
if
making
I hear another
criticisms of
crunch,
me
I
or
haven't
whatever,
heard one
talking
in
shit
a
about me,
while,
but
but I'm
you're
on
gonna
high
side
alert.
with
If
that
I hear
guy
another
who did
crunchy
X
sound,
bad
I'm
thing
gonna be
instead
like,
of critically thinking about literally anything that's happening right now. It's just such an obvious dodge.
guy is the guy that you're gonna say, oh, he called me a pedophile, so now I have to defend myself. Like that's the guy. And
Yeah, that's what happens when fucking thousands of people are spamming you at once. Absolutely. Unfortunately, that guy has an audience. That's why big YouTubers slandering people is bad.
whatever. Obviously, I don't want to start some sort of Muda Hassan beef, even though that's already kind of going on. And Hassan could beef with me if he wants. I don't really care. But Hassan's big tactic, whenever someone criticizes him, the first thing he does is basically slander them to completely misrepresent who they are to his audience, so that he attacks them. He's already slandered them. Like there's this guy Nicholas Diorio.
Bro, there's just no fucking way. There's no fucking way I'm part of the PSYOP, dude.
He's part
I'm
of
so
it.
sick
Look,
and tired of
you just
being
got brought
included
in.
Every Hassan fucking related thing.
This
It's
just in,
so
you've been roped
Dude, can I
into
just
the
point this out
drama.
really fast before we listen to this. I just need to stop the fucking stream. All right, because I need to pull this. Jesus, fuck me, dude.
You've been
Holy
brought
shit.
in.
I'm actually so frustrated.
Is he gonna be all right?
Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
I don't even care if I get killed in this fucking game. There's so many Chud Logic Mudahar things.
There we go.
Here.
All right. Nobody's seen to have peed in the
Watch
corner
this
that
really
they're
fast.
laying.
I really
in.
need to show you this.
So that's
all right.
good news.
So this is a VOD where we all talk and we're all quote unquote debating. We're hashing it out amongst men. We're discussing the situation, right? And this is what Mudahar's explanation was at the very end. This is what he said he wanted to do.
Site where I know it's censored.
I've said it all.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get Nux to talk about this video on stream at some point, but
Again, my
I
biggest
personally-
issue with Nux is his video defending Zero. I thought that was out of pocket, and I think that's still up. So I don't know. Couldn't this clip just be like from today? Now keep in mind, right? This is me talking to Mudahar about it and mentioning it directly to whatever. Fuck it, whatever. Keep going.
people can do what they want to do, but I personally don't really want to do anything with Nux Taku anymore. So yeah,
Who is
there you
one
go.
kicking?
Is that what you wanted, Chud? The disavowal?
Well, no, dude, that's so gay. I never. I was happy to move on from this and never care again.
But yeah.
But I appreciate it nonetheless. Okay.
Like, if you're a current viewer who's really not in the loop on all of this stuff that's been happening for like the last couple of months, this might just sound like this was recorded yesterday. You'd have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
He seems very, very.
I'm saying there's a lot of pictures running around, but so where is Muda's statement? It's like at the very this is it.
I know what else to say. Is that it? Are we done? Is there anything else to add? God, this feels so awkward now. I had all this energy, and now it just feels awkward.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's a good fucking confrontation. I sent the fucking stuff over to Nux. I think it's...
So there was things that were brought up, like thumbnails and stuff, to Nux Taku, right? Some of the weird little baiting shit that he was doing on his account, some pretty concerning stuff, was brought up to Nux Taku, and Nux Taku was prompted with the option to go talk to Chud Logic about it on stream, right? This is the reason why they were thrown off the podcast, and then the podcast conversation went back and forth between, well, it was a business thing with Nano Zebra, or if it had something to do with Nux and Shadman and all this other shit.
Like, he should have a good explanation for it. If he doesn't, then we shouldn't be working together. I think that.
So Mutahar thinks that like if he doesn't get on this fucking stream and talk about this with Chud
So,
and hash this out and have really good
did he have a good explanation
for why
for
he's
it in
doing
the
X, Y, and
DMs?
Z, that he's going to drop him and he's not going to work with him anymore.
I think like he should have a good explanation for it.
Did he have a good explanation for it in the DMs though?
Perspective is good. It's like I'm gonna watch this video, and I like to believe that me and Tom have a pretty similar.
So now he's going to watch an exposed video on Nux Taku, and he's going to use the information he gets there to make a judgment call about the future of them working together.
Worldview going forward and how we perceive things. And if Tom says that, then fucking there's a 99% chance that I'll probably walk away from this video thinking maybe it's just going to be me and Caleb on that show.
To be clear, the video doesn't show that Noxtaku is a pedophile, but it basically just shows that he's like very unprincipled, wishy-washy. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Could you imagine if Shadman? Okay, so big reveal. If you don't know, this fucking video is from August. August, months ago. Yes, this is current drama of December. Bro, all of these positions that he had were way before Hassan Piker said fucking anything, dude.
August. Oh my god, when did I mention that? Dude, I feel like this entire thing is just... Dude, I literally created this channel and it's literally like dedicated to... What is it? Is it glazing? Dick riding Turkey Tom and Nicholas Diorio. Because they're my top dogs right now. They're my top dogs. You know? They better not forsake me. Me with my parasocial, you know, relationship. I need them to tell me who to hate. Obviously. No. No. Honestly, in my opinion, I wanted to give Nuxtaku the benefit of the doubt because I was like, even though I stopped viewing his content, I was like, I don't think he's a horrible person. I just think like that's the type of content he's creating and I'm not really interested in that. You know, and I'm not really interested about, like, the complaining about, like, oh, well, I was in drama, or, oh, where people are calling me out about this, and I was like, all right, well, you know, I'm not degenerate enough for all of this content. Like, this doesn't really interest me. You know, some of this stuff, like, there were certain topics that I was like, oh, wow, I like hearing him talk about this, but, like, other stuff, like, the main content, like, we're talking one-off videos. So, I just kind of, and I wanted to give him more benefit of the doubt to be like, oh, well, things are gonna be okay, and, like, he's gonna... Dude, I just feel like it was just, he was saying the wrong things, and that does really bum me out, you know? Do you ever feel like you lost a brother? That doesn't make any sense. Kind of like with VTubers, like when I see a VTuber go down or a VTuber graduate or somebody, like, gets into controversy, I'm like, it's because I like anime. I like, you know, I like seeing VTubers. I like seeing their pretty outfits. I like, you know, seeing people talk about anime and even, like, people have their own niches of content, you know, that makes me happy. So I was just kind of like, dude, he's going down really bad, and this is just, it made me more upset. That My Hero thing really sent me. I can't believe that was my catalyst moment of being like, well, Nux is kind of meh, and then that was the moment where I'm like, what the fuck? Where I was like, well, what the fuck? Because, like, I can go off and be like, yeah, whatever, like, yeah, it's scummy, yeah, it's grimy to, like, use all that clickbait and stuff like that. But just, like, the attitude. I don't like the attitude. That seems to be my biggest thing with people, is just, like, when they seem to reveal the content of their character. I don't know why. I say that a lot, dude. I have a couple of phrases that I keep on repeating. I only know a certain amount of words in my vocabulary. I only know a certain handful of words. Yeah, just a couple of moments where you see people kind of reveal the content of their character or what they're willing to do or what they're willing to kind of, like, hide. It's just so disappointing. That's the disappointing thing. And honestly, I'll compare Oompaville as an example. Like, yeah, I had so much beef with that. There's a little hair on my paintbrush. Like, at least he was honest about it. Like, yeah, I don't watch his videos, but I'm not, like super as peeved out as I am by this. Or as, like, yeah, I was disappointed, but at least he was honest and was like, yeah, this is the person that I am. And I did a shit job. But, you know... I still can't believe he didn't do the research. I can't think about it too much. I wish he had done more research, brother. I wish he had done more research. But to kind of be like, to kind of have that type of... That's the hard part, okay? Like, Oompaville. I can only compare the most recent thing that I have on the forefront of my mind. I would be honest, like they're not even applicable. But like he has the content to back it up and to be like, yes, I am this type of person. Like, yeah, I just, it's just the type of person I have. I have other things going on, obviously. I said that, right? But for Nux to be like, I'm not this type of person, but yet his content says otherwise. So that's what's so strange about it, to be like, well, yeah, of course I find this weird and I'm outright spoken and I'm this and I'm that. But then to let all of that stuff get to you and then to be, that's just what pisses me off. That's what pisses me off. Because I get making that, it's so hard. The line is so blurry now. I feel like I used to see it. I feel like I used to see it of being like, hey, we're all, like, everybody's getting together and we're all gonna make fun of this thing. And it's gonna be really funny, but like, now it's like, well, do you take some enjoyment out of the thing? Like, how much level of research are you doing into the thing? Like, now everything's all muddy. And I'm just confused. I just don't understand. We coming out of it. Oh, God. I don't understand.
They're trying to make this whole thing about Hassan Piker destroyed the community. Muddy. Hassan Piker scared Mutahar. Hassan Piker buck broke Mutahar and made him backstab his friend. Bitch, he was gonna drop you in August.
I can't
Why
even
are you
form
guys
like
lying
an
about
honest,
this?
my
Why
own
is this
singular
rat
opinion. It's
bastard
just all
telling
gets
me Mutahar
confused.
is calling him in
The more
private
the
to let him
more
know
I
that
talk out loud and the more I try to understand it, the more confusing it gets. Cause like I'm trying so hard to understand like each person's particular lives, where I'm like, well, let me think about the content that they're creating. Like, yeah, he used it in his thumbnails, but does that mean he's endorsing that type of thing? It doesn't mean he's endorsing that type of thing, but he's fueling it by spreading it around. So like that, it just keeps getting more and more confusing of like, you can condemn that type of stuff, but yet you keep talking about it and you keep using it in your thumbnail, which keeps spreading it even more and more and more, and then being like, well, I don't like that type of stuff. Well, I don't like that type of stuff. I don't like it. But you're going to continually use it in your thumbnails to then talk about it. Why continue to talk about it? If people shouldn't be viewing that type of content, like, why talk about that? Why then use that and then blur it out? I'm thinking deep here. I'm having deep thoughts.
Hassan Piker has jolted him. He was going to drop this guy 3 months ago.
Cell is trying to comprehend life.
Add up. And it's really fucking frustrating to be me because everybody's asking me questions about it and the guy just stopped responding.
That's really sad. But he's not getting responses anymore.
So why are you not telling the truth? Why are you not... Dude, just say, I didn't want to drop him in August. I still didn't want to drop him now or something. And blame us for it if you want to. Blame Chud Logic if that's the way you really feel. Apparently unfollowed him on Twitter. You left all your group chats with me. Why don't you just fucking tell us what you actually think?
He left? No.
Instead of fucking run some weird gay fucking narrative about how you were scared of Hassan Piker. Who's scared of Hassan Piker? Oh, the last I heard, it's only the advertisers. Apparently Coca-Cola is the only guy on planet Earth who's scared of Hassan Piker.
I can't believe that. I was not...
so that he attacks them. He's already...
Especially him. Like, I can't even remember what stream it was. This was a hot minute ago where, like, Nick was talking about other people and it was like, who's gonna be the next person that I'm gonna have to, like, condemn their behavior. Like, Nick... And it's literally like all of his friends or all of the people that he's associated with are just dropping so far. And he the more it happens, the more pissed off he gets that he keeps like being in these situations where he is associated with the person who's like heckin' biffing it out in the streets, dude. Straight up biffing it out in the street. Dude, it's just the area that they want to lay down in just keeps getting larger and larger. And yet they won't lay down on the blankets that I put. They're ripping up the pee pad and the blankets to lay on the on the bottom, which is the plastic. It's like and the bun keeps getting closer and closer to the pee area. So where are you peeing? Has anybody peed yet today? I haven't seen any pee. I'm concerned about not seeing pee. I'm gonna look up how often rabbits pee. Just because I know that they peed last night, okay? There's a lot of pee in the other one, but, like, how often should they be peeing? Let me just stop. Let me just... Oh.
Like, there's this guy, Nicholas Diorio, who said something negative about Hassan, and Hassan's like, isn't he the guy that makes alt-right content? Which is like, no, he doesn't. But, like, you know, once you already put someone into perspective to be that guy.
Keep in mind, now, this is Nux Taku talking about, like, the Hassan Piker. Well, isn't this the guy that...
A healthy rabbit typically urinates 2 to 8 times a day. How did 2 to 8? That's a huge difference. 2 to 8. However, there are few things to consider. Okay, how much is normal for a rabbit to pee a day? Pees a lot and drinks a lot of water. Okay, all right. It's not time to panic. All right, it's been a short amount of time. Oh, hold on. Oh no. Okay. No, they're okay. I panicked. I'm like, they have issues and they need to go to the vet right now. I need to calm down. Yeah, 2 to 8 times a day. 2 days. I have to scroll down. I hate the AI overview, and I'm not really sure how to, like, get rid of that. How do I get rid of the... Stop. Okay. About the source. I want to scroll down, and then I find the source that it's in. You know, people also ask that. I want it to come up with the article that people associate with first. I don't want it to come up with the AI review first. And Google. All right, they're fine. They're okay. They're okay. They're okay.
And we talked about this. He does this all the time. It's a very fair critique. Except one thing. Except there's one small problem with this bulletproof commentary critique of the Hassan Piker. Isn't this the guy that meme?
Even maybe not neo-Nazis, but
he almost called me a neo-Nazi there, by the way. He got close. He got close. He can't call another Jewish guy a neo-Nazi. That would have gone too far.
Some YouTubers even sit around and do reviews.
So now this is him reacting to the original Hassan Piker video. I want you to watch this. I want you to see what he does right here.
Of child porn, drawn child porn, hentai, lolicon. That's how little YouTube gives a shit about their own terms of service.
Ha.
You know, Mudhar should know that. Seemingly, he participated in a review of lolicon himself.
Yeah, so it wasn't a review of lolicon. That's obviously bad faith. Probably one of the most...
By the way, there's something fucking hilarious about hearing lolicon and bad faith in the same calendar year as Vouch. Isn't that so fucking funny? Like, dude, if you want to sound not suspect, maybe don't rip off Vouch's one talking point from the drama he lost.
Bad faith ways to twist what actually happened.
By the way, this is a bad faith way to twist what actually happened. Anywho,
ways to twist what actually happened I've ever heard. Now, I have said in the past, and I'll say it again, I do regret making a lot of those old videos.
Why do you regret it? What was wrong with it?
I've literally always...
If there was nothing wrong with it, and all of hentai is just jacking off to fucking 18-year-old high schoolers,
so
what's
stupid.
wrong with it?
It's so stupid. It's giving me
I
this,
made old
the
videos where
giggles.
I found, like, fucking crazy hentai, and I showed them to people for shock value. These hentai videos...
What was so crazy about the hentai? If it's just normal. This is, like, so weird. Guys,
wait,
this is
I
the same
found...
hentai that
So
everything
you
is.
found
Every
it?
hentai is
Or did
jacking off to high school.
How'd you find
anyway,
it?
I found a crazy hentai to show my... Like, it doesn't add up. It's either normal or it's
How
not.
did you find
what was
it?
the point of the video? What was the thing that people were getting worried about? Or getting nervous about? What was your pull?
Are on YouTube, also. This reply is awesome. Didn't this guy rape underage German girls that were sex trafficked at...
Hey, Nux. Remember all that stuff with the "isn't this the guy that" thing that you just talked about in the last clip, and you talked about here too? Is this you reading a random 50-like comment saying that he raped a bunch of children?
Girls that were sex trafficked at the Artemis brothel. This guy raped underage German girls that were sex trafficked at the Artemis brothel.
It's just so much.
I don't know what
I'm having, like, I'm muddied. I'm so muddied. I'm having information overload. It's so much. There's so much being said. There's so much being thrown about that it's so, like, oh my god. So many people are, like, throwing stones and getting stones thrown right back at them. Literally playing catch. Side.
Obviously, I don't know if he raped any children, but what I do know is the police came there later. Bro, this is literally his fucking playbook. You are no better. You're doing it right now.
But he did go to the Artemis brothel, which was closed down for sex trafficking.
This is comparable to the clip.
Why is he
made about
okay?
Mudhar.
This is another reason why I just freaking bailed. Like, dude, bring me my anime content. I'm not here for this. I'm not here for this. I'm here to get an escape. I'm here to get a haha funny, like, you know, when like certain people just shift out of their like content sphere and they're like, yeah, I've been getting into talk, but it feels so awkward. Like, dude, no, go back to the go back to... This is not what I'm here for.
Started off by reading it and
This
said,
is
no,
not
it's
what I'm here
probably
for.
not.
Like, okay, like if I feel like if I tuned in to a Nicholas Diorio stream and he's literally like doing Mariah Elizabeth and he's like painting squishies and he's like, we're doing this now, and I'd be like, no bitch, no. Like, I'm leaving. Like, I'm not here for this.
Bad for Mutahar. I don't think that he watches fucking Lolicon at all. Like, if you watch the full clip, he goes through this whole fucking arc. The exact same one we're watching this little fucking freak watch right here.
Videos are on YouTube. All this guy raped underage German girls that were sex trafficked at the Artemis brothel. Obviously, I don't know what happened, but he did go to the Artemis brothel, which was closed down for sex trafficking, or raided by 900 police officers or something for sex trafficking. So it is kind of ironic for him to make this obvious leap when it comes to Muta than when he actually did this, which I would argue.
When he actually did that, like, bro, it's just bad faith versus bad faith. Two of the worst people I know are fighting again. Like, cool, great. What a useless fucking person.
Doesn't make
much easier to tear them down.
I
So,
just
like,
need it dumbed
Muta
down
criticizes
for me,
him for
'cause
promoting
I can't get it.
terrorism
My silly
propaganda
little
on
mind
Twitch,
doesn't
and his response
understand
is,
anything
isn't that the
anymore.
pedophile? Like,
Isn't
It's
that the
all
guy who
just-
raped a bunch of children in a bra? Oh, that was you.
It
My
just keeps
bad.
getting
I'm so
worse
sorry.
and worse, and it's just
Oh, fuck
muddying up
me,
my
dude.
tiny little brain.
say it in those words, but isn't that the guy that watched lolly porn and the Discord calls? You know, that like that insinuation, obviously.
Imagine taking my talking points from social media and then still looking like a massive hypocrite. That's crazy, dude.
All that shit
At least he credited me.
down, and people criticizing Muta for his association with me. People basically, I don't know, I'm not trying to stir the pot here or anything, but a lot of people stop criticizing me for these things because they see it's like, it's not working. I'm gonna make content
I'm not
out of
trying
it. Like,
to
yes,
stir
there's
the
shit posted
pot. I'm
online.
not trying
yes,
to.
I addressed
Then
all
like
this.
stop
If
talking
you
about
wanna go
drama
watch it,
stuff.
I made a 10 years on YouTube video. It is
Stop
up.
talking
I addressed
about
my
it.
mindset,
Just-
why I've changed my
just
Now he
talk
sounds like
about it.
Bo Black. Dude, I already addressed it. It's in my 10 years on YouTube video. I had a whole section on why I showed my friends really weird porn for like financial benefit a couple of years ago, guys. It's in this random video called like 10 years of Nux Taku.
style of content, why I don't do those thumbnails anymore, why I don't do those type of videos anymore, why I don't.
This guy is like every worst trait of every person.
So
I
if you
can't
have an
stand.
issue with those thumbnails, why not just remove them and
apology.
replace the
It's not an
thumbnail if you
apology.
think it's so
not
weird?
lolly. Like,
and all that. But that said, it was shit posting on the internet. Let's not
If
get it
you
twisted.
were
It was
like,
not anything
yeah,
that wasn't that. Like,
okay.
Bokuno was worse than anything I've ever done.
It's kind of like when people go back and they're like, oh yeah, that video when I did blackface. Like, dude, take it down. Like, and those people, they remove it. Like, if you were like, yeah, that's why I don't do those thumbnails anymore. If you have an issue with that, then why leave it up? Then why leave it up and then be like, well, that was just the time on the internet. Like, what? If you're ashamed of it, then take it down. If you're going to leave it up, then it insinuates that you're not ashamed of it and you don't have a problem with it. Why leave up the thumbnail? Why leave up the content if you've such an issue with it now? If you think that it's like deplorable now, why leave it up? I don't understand.
Eating people and hiding evidence and deleting shit when in actuality I've addressed everything. You can't say that I'm
So you
manipulating
think
people into
I don't
fucking
think
doing
it's
this shit when the
hiding
videos are all
evidence.
public. I've changed some past.
By the way, guys, if you're new to the chat or if you haven't been here before, thank you so much to Hellbent for the BPD Bo Blacks emote. If you want to, you pull out your BPD medicine or your Tommy C pills. We have new emotes in chat. You can try them out.
Thumbnails that I no longer stand by or want on my channel, obviously. Yeah, I see it. There's definitely there's a tier list when it comes to flaws. Like, a lot of things are more important.
Hell yeah, Hellbent.
I don't want to do a tier list on who's a bigger criminal, EDP 445 or Mr. Beast. Okay, that's not the point. But the point is, as far as like the criticisms about me, like I've messed up. Like, he brought up the Taiga thing in his video, which I apologize. He showed the wrong apology.
Dude, the biggest thing that I'm looking back on the Mutahar video, and I think is way
Bigger
worse than when I initially
criminal.
covered it, is it's so obvious he knows nothing about the Taiga guy. Okay, because I know nothing about the Taiga guy, and I didn't learn anything from his video. It's like he had like 6 hours to make this video and make it as quickly as possible, and he googled like Nux Taku controversy. I have no problem including the Shadman stuff because it's at least relevant to the discussion. But I mean, dude, you're gonna report like false pedo allegations you haven't even investigated? No wonder he took it down. I thought it was slop content.
He showed me talking about a tangent, not the actual apologies that I made about it, and not the
It's
clip
just-
of
it's
Taiga
just the,
accepting
like, the
apology
bad
from his stream
research
either,
on
which, again,
things.
yes, it was very nice of him.
Muta literally said, I don't know anything about.
research
Yeah, I mean,
on
it's true. It's just such a fucking crazy thing to say.
Such a
He actually
shit
did do
job.
that. The irony also of Muta.
I'm trying to get
defending
this
Taiga
orange
against
because the
evil
pencil
me.
marks
Muta
are still
thinks that
showing
people
through.
that like lolly stuff are pedophiles, and Taiga is a known commissioner of lolly stuff. So like, it's just it's like you gotta really wrap your head around the purpose of.
Hey, thank you so much, Musty.
All of this.
Thank you.
And really, I think it's because Buddha felt fucking awful seeing the word pedophile next to his name. And honestly, I get it. It's
This is like the most fucking Freudian clip moment I've ever seen. Is this Mutahar felt really awful seeing pedophile next to his name, and like
I forgot is that what Taiga did? I literally thought I talked about this on one of the streams where I was like, I think it had something to do with this, but I feel like the allegations were disproved and didn't have anything to do with. Dude, I take it back. I don't know anymore. It's all getting muddied up. Everything's getting muddied up. People like the backpedaling. I can't keep up with this. I can't keep up with the info.
I understand that.
They're throwing out like all of these, like throwing all these other controversies. Like there's so much to cover with these people.
Why?
Pretty awful. Sucks that I like even was some sort
just
of
with
catalyst
nuts.
for
Like
this
there's
sort
so
of
much to
criticism.
cover about the things that he's done.
Why would you be okay with this? I'm okay if he distanced himself because he gets called a pedo for hanging out with me. Is not a sentence that would come out of my mouth.
Oh wait, we can't really criticize Nux for this because it doesn't really affect him, so we're just gonna criticize his friends. And I firmly believe this. Mudar is a really great guy. He's a great guy, and he's a much more ethic person than I am in general. And I think he takes things more to heart because he genuinely wants to be a good person and a beacon that other people can. Well, I don't want to say a beacon for people to emulate, but he definitely wants to be a force of good in the world.
Look, and I believe wholeheartedly that Mutahar just wants everyone to leave him alone. Okay, initially when he deleted his Twitter account, I really did think it had something to do with like all of those people making poo in the loo jokes and stuff like that, phrases that are banned from my channel that I don't even you can't even type them in the video comments, right? I totally think that was part of the reason as to why he was leaving. But I'm starting to think a bigger reason is if you look at the timeline, it's like right after the Nux stuff started with the Nick Andros guy and harmful opinions. And people would be like, well, Nick, does this have something to do with it? I'm like, no, there's no way big time fucking YouTuber Mutahar is like shuddering and crying and doesn't want to see the tweets about Nux Taku on his feed. Now I'm starting to believe that I was probably wrong about that. He probably has been shuddering in fear about this for like the last 4 months.
And
it's almost opaque, dog. We're getting more and more opaque.
And you'd say, anyway, I just wanted to
almost
say,
there.
Luda did take the video down. All right, so it really, I guess, whatever. I don't want to say top. Well, he was a word spiral. It was he's in a, I think, pretty bad headspace right now, and it's appreciate the entertainment of a nice bad.
Dude, listen.
So who is
if I
the
ever get
girl
into
and
drama,
why is she
can
there?
my friends not say that I'm in a bad headspace? I don't care if I literally fucking shoot myself through the skull, survive, and end up in the hospital. Please just don't say that I'm like in a bad headspace. It does not help me. It doesn't help anybody. You just sound more guilty.
Backstabbing now and again. Sometimes it gets it's a little too close to home, you know. Listen, I'll make videos on other people's downfalls. I guess I should make videos on my own at some point, right? I mean, that's what we're literally doing right now. Well, the first thing I thought was, holy shit, baby.
But my point is, so she is like giving her opinion on the situation.
Thank you so much for the $10.
But how is she
Nick's
involved
okay
in the
as long
situation?
as it's someone he's cool with. I mean, that's fine if you just haven't watched any of the
Why
content
talk about
at
it
all
with somebody
whatsoever.
else?
I do think that there's a percentage of the audience who wanted me desperately to defend Mutahar and all of his actions just so that they could come after me, because that seems like the kind of bloodthirsty people that I deal with on a daily basis, and they're just throwing a temper tantrum because I didn't do that. And I also didn't make fucking 8,000 streams about it and farm it for as much revenue as humanly possible. I just responded like a normal person. A normal person would when they're frustrated with what's going on. I know that's probably upsetting for you because you really wanted to farm this and talk a whole bunch of shit, and I've robbed you of the ability to do that, but I do appreciate your money. Thank you so much for sending it to me.
I thought it was like 38 minutes long. That was the second thing that I thought. And I was like, wait, this isn't distancing. This is more. Third thing that I thought was, fuck, he wore the Sonichu medallion. Oh, it's over. It's over. Okay, no, you're not missing out. Moving on. Obviously, he should have, and he regrets it. And
so this was what they were just hanging out during stream, and somebody just like took it out of it.
Because obviously I am.
So he's just talking about. So he is talking about it casually. I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't have been.
Opens Reddit for some god knows reason that they felt the need to do such a thing in this hypothetical scenario, and someone on Reddit.
I just don't like the way that
Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, I don't believe this.
Who
I'm
is
sorry.
she?
It doesn't make sense. He was
I'm
going to
gonna
drop
look
you in
up who
August.
she is or
He
why
literally
she's
put up with the
here. Why
entire
is she
internet
here?
calling him a Kiwi Farms Nazi over Keffels and didn't back down. He had fucking legal shit threatened to him by Gerard the Completionist. Still didn't fold. But yeah, dude, that's what it was. He was just nervous because of a couple of posts by Nick Andros and harmful opinions as videos getting reposted on subreddits. Yeah, that makes a lot of fucking sense, dude. That makes a real ton of sense, dude. Thank you for such intelligent fucking narratives we're pushing here.
Partner in right? When you see that, it hurts. You want to talk to the Jeffrey Epstein in this analogy, which is slanderously despicable. Dog, I shit posted online. The funniest thing is, like, people are there's this one clip of Turkey Tom saying he was uncomfortable that I showed him a dog hentai. That was not a hentai that I showed Turkey Tom. That was something that everyone was talking about because it was an anime that aired on national television. That was fucking disturbing, and everyone talked about it. this isn't in my videos, obviously, but in almost every single one of my videos, even when I spring shit on people on purpose, I always ask them, are you comfortable with me including this in the video? Are you comfortable with being in this video? Are you comfortable with this topic? I know the topics are surprises in the videos. The way I used to record these collabs are,
this clarifies something of him being like,
yep.
And like you could have decided not to.
Like the topic is crazy. I sprung it on them, and then almost every single time I would ask people, "Are you comfortable with this? If not, I'll change the topic. I have a safer one in reserve just in case."
So that bit is so stupid then of being like, "Oh yeah, he just kind of showed me it." If he could have decided, like, if you're such good friends, why not be like, "Hey, don't put that in the video. I don't really like that. I'm upset by it." Like, you could have avoided it. If he's saying right here, if what he's saying is true, that he asked people before it goes up that like, hey, are you okay with this? Are you okay if I, keep this in? Like, it's crazy. Then why not take up that opportunity and be like, yeah, I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that. Feels like he didn't really have a problem with it until people pointed it out, and then now it's like, oh yeah, that's a problem. I agree, that's a problem.
But almost every single time, I would actually ask people if they're comfortable with it. And I remember there was one time that I actually did have to use the reserve because one of the people was not comfortable with the topic, and I therefore did change it. I can tell you who and when after the podcast. I don't want to. It did happen.
So this is a podcast? It's
didn't he imply Tom was lying on the dog thing? I forgot what clip that was from, but yeah, he did call Tom a liar.
Obfuscated and hid shit and manipulated and...
And again, Mudahar's research for that was just posting a clip of Tom saying it happened. I mean... Go watch one Carl Jobs video. Go watch Carl Jobs' video talking about the lawyer Moody or whatever. He's talking about it. I think the quote was like, "This guy says he knows all about my research. I can't possibly know how he knows this. His research was just watching my YouTube videos. My YouTube videos are not research. I can't possibly put the thousands of hours of research that I have done for this into a 20-minute YouTube video," or whatever. Like, again, this guy's taking Tom at face value and throwing it in his fucking big expose. And I wonder, no wonder the video's deleted, dude.
And I think the reason...
But you're not making a second video to, like, explain the actual problems with Noxtaku. You're calling him in private and apologizing and ghosting everybody. So what are we supposed to think here? It's not about it being slop content. I can't believe he started ghosting everybody. That's kind of sad. You're lying to us.
That's really sad.
At every facet of the situation, you have just continuously lied about it for no reason.
Can I say something?
Why is getting so much
Things are getting sad. Things are getting sad again. Friendships are breaking up, and I'm like, oh no.
I don't think most people would be able to understand what it's like, and I don't want to say this from like a high horse position. But people don't know what it's like to get shit on by thousands of people online. I don't think
Dude, Nux literally has fucking pictures of Mudahar at the Kame house in fucking Master Roshi's bed. That's the only way. There's no other... I can't possibly think of another reason why this is going down the way it is.
Human brain is designed for that, and I don't think evolution reached that point yet, that people are ready for that. And I agree. Oh, you're thin-skinned. Look, I have been getting hate for a very, very long time. Literally as long as the internet.
Why point it out then? Why point it out?
Okay, obviously that is the case.
Why point it out?
And look, I'm not. Obviously, he shouldn't have made the video. I'm not defending him choices. I'm just saying that mentally, it's with you. You're describing is very relatable and cool, but unlike
I would rather have that than the
crunchy
noise.
Backstabbed, and therefore they are arch nemesis.
I love that.
I completely forgive Mudahar.
I love that. I love that.
Of course you do. To be sent his way. It's my friend, and obviously don't want any of that. It's a fucking awful situation. And for Muda. True.
All right, so they've patched things up. This could have literally been handled offline. Like he came out with that video. This could have literally just been like through the DMs. Like, dude, what the fuck?
I've invited Aiden on to debate in 20 minutes.
But the example I gave Muda about like random comments online, I was like, all right. If you're gonna take every comment online seriously, like some guy calls you a pedophile, and then you start thinking you're a pedophile, like
it's hilarious how she cuts out. This is only watchable because they've removed her from the VOD.
You know, people use crazy shit online, so I use the Nazi analogy first in regards to myself. Like people calling me a Nazi has got to be the most ironic shit in the universe. Like here I am talking to my grandfather, Holocaust survivor, and people are calling me a Nazi when I grew up on Holocaust stories. Like that's the fucking do shit to me.
Just, dude, guys, listen. I know you're exposing me for being a lolicon. All right, to be clear, I don't even know if he's a lolicon, but he uses lolicon stuff to bait people for videos. He uses weird bestiality shit. He uses stuff that's like disgusting to bait people for fucking videos. Okay, that's what he does. I know you're calling me out for all this stuff and this weird reaction and this weird video that I did defending Zero.
I feel like there just
But did you know that I'm Jewish and I grew up with the Holocaust?
I feel like there just wasn't enough clarification on it.
I talked to my grandfather about being Jewish with the Holocaust, and Hassan Piker is anti-Semitic. Did you know that I'm Jewish? And then the guy who's talking about me is an anti-Semitic person who's targeting Jews, and I'm actually Jewish. What a great response. I now understand your position perfectly.
I guess I just don't get it how you can be like, yeah, that was weird, and I no longer like support making that type of content, but then to leave it up. Like, I want more clarification on that.
Trump voters Nazis.
Oh my god, dude, I can't.
That's what I want.
We're gonna go to fucking 125.
That's over 50% of the American population. If you're gonna take every insult online and labeling online seriously, then
you don't even live in this country. This guy's not even in America. What the fuck is he talking about?
Fuck, you're surrounded by Nazis. Pretty bad. It's a pretty bad thing. All right, it's a pretty bad thing.
We got a fucking Turkish guy and a guy from where the fuck country he's from arguing over American politics so they can fucking move off the actual arguments.
All said, it's a pretty bad thing. This should have been an email. That was the comment on this video. The irony is, and I'm comfortable to say this because I know it's true, but the irony is, unlike a lot of other people, I'm not like sitting here terrified that some shit's gonna leak. I literally have never sexted anyone online ever in my life.
Then why'd you delete the Zero video? You're not terrified that something's gonna leak, then why'd you cover your tracks?
That's such a weird thing to be like, I've never sexted anyone. I don't know why that's the response.
Anyway,
I'm not terrified of something to leak. I don't sex people.
Dude, you're such a spineless little freak. I guarantee you still support that guy. You're just afraid of people knowing you support him. Because it's not worth the hit to your fucking credibility. That's why you deleted it. I know you better than you know yourself. It's pathetic. Because you can't even stand on business.
Nope.
Okay, moving on. The irony is the entire internet, when this shit broke, I think everyone kind of understood this to be the same thing.
The rustling.
Well,
stop rustling the package.
But, you know.
Just get away from the mic. Just eat away from the mic. If you're gonna eat, just again mute yourself. Eat away from the mic. Like there's so many ways that you could have done this.
We're so separated from any of the real reasons why this is happening. I'll run you through it one more time. Okay. This has nothing to do with Hassan Piker. And instead of talking about what Hassan Piker said, he's like, I'm Jewish, I know all about the Holocaust, I'm an Israeli citizen, and he's an anti-Semite.
Topic
We're like
after
17
topic
degrees
after
of
topic,
separation away from why Mudahar acted like a pussy and deleted his video.
It's not affiliated
and claimed
with
it had something to do with Hassan Piker.
And that's why I keep getting confused. It's so
That's what I want to talk about here. Okay, I don't care about any of these weird games. It's very clear they're trying to paint a narrative because they don't want to address why any of this actually happened. They don't want to actually engage with what actually happened, so that they're creating 15 degrees of separation and sub-conversations that'll drown out everything else. That's the problem.
It is drowning everything else, dude. It's draining me. It's draining me of my heart and soul.
Now we're talking about Keemstar. We're talking about literally everything other than the actual allegation.
For hours. Hours!
Honestly.
Maybe I was fuming and debating what kind of video I should make to retaliate. Debating whether I should just completely debunk every point or only take the high road.
God.
Maybe I shouldn't do anything. And honestly,
like we're literally pulling cards here just to avoid talking about the actual allegations, and it's pathetic.
Talk about the
Luda deleted the video and called me for I don't know.
Please.
Different ending to the story.
Whoa, what would you have done?
Dude, her eating!
Whoa,
her eating!
Hold on.
Stop! Can't do this! Stop eating!
High road and
Stop eating! He's only halfway through this! He's only halfway through this! I can't survive. I cannot survive on this, dude. I can't survive. It hadn't happened for such a long time, but I hate it so much. I hate this.
Deleted the video and called me for I don't know. Maybe we'd have a different.
The rustling.
What the fuck does that mean? Am I reading into that too much? Thank God Muda came to his senses and apologized, or maybe this drama would have ended really differently. What the fuck does that mean?
That's so threatening.
What did I answer? You said like a whole fucking wall of text.
What the fuck does
what
that
do you
mean,
have?
dude?
What do you have in your back pocket, ready to go?
Moment. Not the first time I've had a similar situation, but I am grateful Mudahar is, I think, a much better person than the people who have backstabbed me in the past.
Nux said in the past that he's a contact at YouTube and he can get people banned. Okay. Can I just... Nux is a smaller YouTuber than Mudahar. No one on YouTube that he could be friends with can just kill some ordinary gamers. That is not a possibility. That is stupid.
So one thing that I do want to say, like, also to be clear, I know Muda definitely didn't say this in the video. The video's impression is...
That's like Keemstar being like, I have a contact at YouTube. I can ban T-Series anytime I want.
Saying Nux is a pedophile, right? If he's saying I'm not a pedophile because I didn't know what Nux was doing, what does that imply?
He's saying check your hard drives because you interacted with Shadman and you're into weird shit. And I don't necessarily know if that's a wrong question to ask. Sorry.
And like I got some good pedo comments already.
Yeah, his whole thing is like, oh, I wanted to collab with Shadman just to troll, and I had no idea that the guy who basically exclusively drawn sexual depictions of children drew sexual depictions of children. Again, that's his defense for it.
Okay, the way that he says it like that makes it a lot worse. Makes it a lot worse.
Chat? Are you sold?
Rolling in, so only up for what, like 7-8 hours.
It makes it so much worse the way that he said it.
Nice try, Super Diddy.
People are going.
I've always wanted to say that. It's completely not relevant here, but nice try, Super Diddy.
Pragmatic individual, okay? The way I see this shit is, okay, it's done, it's in the past, now what? So from the perspective of someone that has already dropped...
We're gonna just start calling people Super Diddy. I found that on IG Reels. Every time someone tries to post an advertisement, all the comments are like, nice try, Super Diddy. We're gonna call everybody Super Diddy.
The Mudahar Nux hit piece video, whatever. He took it down, he apologized, what else is he supposed to do? Uploaded the video, I downloaded it because I thought he would delete it. Let me try to put this into another perspective, okay? Again, I do think that definitely that would be very cool and pog and appreciated and all.
That would be very pog, and this guy wants us to
I
believe
feel
that
like
he's on
this
the up
seems
and
so nothing if you're
Really?
not gonna actually.
As an outside perspective,
I guess they're friends. It seems like there's nothing more to say if you're gonna avoid like certain topics or avoid kind of clarifying certain. Stop the rustling!
I personally am not demanding that, so I don't necessarily need that. If I apologize to someone privately and they accept my apology, I don't know if I need to do a public flagellation if they don't want me to or expect me to. This is going to be
Then why
whatever.
talk
The more it's
about
dragged out, the
this?
worse it'll be for Muda, and that's sucks. Again, I moved away from a lot of collabs because I personally don't like when my friends get hate.
It's just like he has a clear idea why these people are getting hate. He claims he didn't do nothing wrong, but he's like at the point where he's so defeated, he totally understands why nobody wants to work with him anymore. I'm so confused here.
That's
Dude, if
sad.
I genuinely thought that I had done nothing wrong,
No
I would
one
be
wants to
infuriated
work
at the
with
thought of
me.
people saying like, well, this is why no one wants to work with you, Nick. It's like, I've done fucking nothing wrong. What do you mean? Fuck you. Why don't you stand by your friends? Holy shit. If you're in the right, why are you so like subservient? You're literally getting domed right now, bro.
It sucks, really annoying.
I didn't
don't
even
like
realize
bullshit
that.
Like, the Jaden animation stuff is hilarious. That, oh god, he reacted to a Jaden animation video? He's parasocial. Dude, that shit
I
awesome.
honestly,
Okay?
I didn't
That's
even
hilarious.
realize that. He pointed out, he made a good point. That it doesn't line up, because I thought, like, I used to be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, you know, you don't want somebody getting hate on your behalf, but like, you're just kind of okay with losing all of your friends, like, that's okay. That's okay. If you didn't do anything wrong, then why wouldn't you be more justified in defending yourself and being like, no, I shouldn't be getting criticism on this, and it's weird that they don't want to be my friend anymore because I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, so I did do this analogy. I'll say this too. Like where my headspace was at with like this kind of thing.
Bro, this guy's headspace. I can't
That's
get
me.
over my headspace when that happens.
That's me
100%
commentating on
video,
this.
but-
Yeah.
But this was very fun.
Yes.
So I was in Israel,
Yeah.
and
Thank you. Great.
I opened my phone and I'm looking at like
And
Jaden
then
animations,
eating in the
cancellation tweets.
background.
So I was in Israel, right? And then I started looking at Jaden animation tweets.
Reacted to a Jaden animation video. He's parasocial and probably a stalker, right? Like 100,000 likes. And I'm like, oh shit. And then a siren goes off that a missile is coming, and I have 60 seconds.
I don't care at all, bro.
What?
Holy shit, dude. Can we play the fucking... Holy shit, dude. I was
What?
watching a Jaden animations video and a siren went off, dude.
Hello.
You're right. You're right.
Wait, that was not the
You're
right sound
totally
effect. That was
bro.
not the right one. I hit the wrong one. Oh, God. Jesus,
A
that was
siren
not...
went off?
Oh, fuck. I meant to hit this one.
Who cares? Who cares?
To get the bomb.
Okay.
Oh shit. And then a siren goes off.
Who
That is
cares?
And I have 60 seconds to get the bomb shelter.
All right.
Who is Bunty King?
Bombs.
And while in there, I opened my phone and my phone was on the Jaden post. I was like, this does not matter. I was like, wow, this is the most irrelevant shit.
Yeah, you know, it's just
What
so funny. It's
Jaden
like,
stuff?
Listen, man,
It
I
could be
understand
so
you're
many
exposing me for all
different
this weird
things.
shit. Like, what if instead of Nuxtaku, my name was Freak Taku, and instead of making comments on VTubers, I defended somebody who fucking messaged a minor? You know, you can't criticize me for that. You know why? I'm in Israel and there's bombs going off, and nothing I did is wrong.
In the universe. It really puts things into perspective. And I
Yeah, I was gonna address those allegations, but then they started fucking shelling me.
not to get into too many details.
I'm sorry, I'm in a war zone. I can't be fucking held accountable.
We'll do
that.
Who cares?
That's what I'm like. You couldn't have just said something later. Like that's what I'm thinking. You couldn't have just said something later.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Mudar is a friend of mine.
Thank you so
It
much,
puts
Monty.
things
My
into
chance.
perspective.
And I know he felt really pressured into
Like,
publicly writing
okay,
his
but
he's a friend of mine, and
but
I don't want to add burden onto my friend's shoulders. Well, that doesn't mean two wrongs don't make a right. I do expect justice to exist in this world.
I expect justice to exist in this world, bro. This is the win you've had, this little freak.
I love me some chaos and I love me some justice. I love me some good karma now and again. But
why is she still eating?
work out so that it makes it right for
Are
them.
you
But if I am wrong,
serious?
if
It's
I
been like
am
20
satisfied, I don't
minutes.
need any flagellation going on anywhere else.
20 minutes. You still need to be
If someone wrongs
eating.
me and I don't
You
feel-
still need to
and
be
I don't
eating
want
during
to
while
I'm
he's
gonna laugh,
talking
man.
about all of
Someone wrongs
this.
me, and they
Someone just wrote, is that Ico Rules going, Bro, this fucking garbage consumer wishes she looked like Ico Rules, bro.
So upset by how much she's eating.
She's been just shoveling down fucking the crunchiest pretzels on the planet.
Seriously? Why is she still? If she's hungry, mute yourself. If she's so hungry, like it's okay if you're hungry, just mute yourself. Stop.
She was chewing for like the first 30 seconds. We're 21 minutes in into the edited version. She's been chewing pretzels for 30 minutes, bro. That's not Ico.
than it ever could to me.
Did it?
Yes, it did. Yeah, 100% did.
Why did you need to eat the
Because
whole time?
people looking at the situation, they're gonna be like, "Why did you make this video? What was the point of this video?"
Mute
And
yourself.
So that said,
Just
I do
mute
think that it definitely
yourself.
did more damage to him than it did to me. So why should I sit here and expect more retribution and shit? I really do. I swear, I agree with you. And this is the logic I would use as an outside commentator. But when I was the one that was in this position, and I am someone that's wronged, I feel like it's fair for me to decide how it should be made right. I don't need a big public ukulele apology. I recognize that not everyone is as cynical and stoic as me when it comes to random bullshit online. I'm
What
much more
is
into the
that?
bullshit than the online shit. Okay. You
If I did something wrong, it's my decision of how to make it right. I'm sorry, my head keeps going. I keep getting really close into this. I feel like my head keeps coming onto the camera. I feel like that's kind of such a weird statement. I don't know why that rubs me such the wrong way. Like, if I did something wrong and I'm like, yeah, it is your choice how you choose to handle it and how you choose to make it right. But, like, how is that, like, you decide that this is the proper retribution for what you did? Like, if I wrong somebody and I'm like, yep, that's enough. Like, that's enough. Like, an apology is enough. Like, what? Like, in that situation? What is it? It just rubs me the wrong way. It just rubs me the wrong way of like, yeah, you can decide that. It just, the reception of it is a completely different thing about whether or not you actually, you know, did enough. You think you can done enough. Whether the world thinks you've done enough is totally different.
You don't have any massive behind-the-scenes dramas for the most part, brewing and shit like that. Which I hate in a couple years. In the back. Yeah, and look, decisions that I am not proud of.
Of course.
We do our best to move forward. We can keep digging up 3-year-old dramas, or we could have fun on the internet, make fun of other idiots instead of ourselves.
Well, they're digging up 3-year-old drama, but like you still have it up. So
I like how he's saying to win this debate with you, and her whole contribution to this podcast was like crunching sounds. He's literally debating your way out of a plastic bag. Holy shit!
From a perspective of a friend of somebody in a really bad headspace right now, and that is moving bad headspace for a good couple hours. I was just sending an email. Another podcast
in the bag.
Some Ordinary podcast, and I've been silent about this for unironically months. The Some Ordinary podcast ended because of a ownership dispute between Muna.
Yeah, and they called Chud a liar over this. I know we've beaten this to death, but like, it's an ownership dispute. Okay, but then why did everybody say it also had something to do with you and the Shadman stuff at the same time? Like, oh god, why is everybody lying? This is not that big of a fucking deal. At least it wasn't before. Why can't anybody just tell the fucking truth?
And a management company.
So confusing now.
It's
like new things keep brought up so many different topics.
First exit.
It's overlapping.
Lied about him or something to some random
It's overlapping.
kid. And instead of just tell the fucking truth, he made up a story where he interviewed Boblax to find out how retards learn, so he could explain how his retarded nephew fucking took over his account and contacted Dream. Mutahar, just explain what happened. You don't have to make 500 lies to get out of the previous lie. It's fucking frustrating, dude.
I never said it.
Just fucking tell us what happened.
I didn't want to smear Muda. I didn't want to smear the fucking company they worked with. I didn't want to smear anybody. I was literally not talking about it. But the result of that was people thinking that the podcast was shut down purely because I had a connection with Shadman.
Yeah.
I was so thrown under the bus for that as well.
I had a connection with Shadman? Did you have a connection with him?
So,
God, you're such a martyr, dude.
Why is it that I...
Oh,
man.
One thing that he said,
if during a presidential debate one candidate just loudly chomped on Doritos, I'd vote for them. That's kind of based.
He did come out to say that that's not true, but like again, I feel
he should replace the Doritos with the flute that we use in the background.
Outside tweets of like DMs and stuff like that. Like,
dude,
it should be because I associated with Shadman.
On one end, it's really scary because I thought my career might have been over. I saw the video drop. I thought I might not have
publicly. I would have been like, yeah,
you know, But so when that happened, that was crazy. But also, Luda's much bigger than me. He gets a lot more hate than I do. That's just, I mean, or at least proportionally speaking. That would be true. I do think I
don't
get a very
understand.
disproportionate amount of hate for my size. Like, I think
never understand anything. I'm so confused now.
Why, dude? This guy knows he has more people.
I don't understand anything anymore ever.
He understands why people want to disassociate and stop talking to him, but he also thinks he does nothing wrong. It's just such a weird.
No.
He's just so
yes.
I guess
that's why I'm confused. That's why it's so confusing because I'm trying to understand both at the same time. I'm trying to understand both at the same time of like, he doesn't think that he did anything wrong, so did he actually do anything wrong? And I'm like, I don't know.
They roll with the punches. Like when I get canceled for that Jaden thing, like he reacted to Jaden Animations video. He's a stalker. Like my community just started making memes about it, just being like, very excited for the next
he reacted to a Jaden. That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. It's not that he reacted to a Jaden Animations video. It's that he made the thumbnail and he made the title make it seem like he was doing a collab with Jaden Animations. That wasn't the issue. It wasn't about him reacting to the videos. It was about the fact that it seemed like it was hinting that they were doing a collab when that's not what it is. That's not what it is at all. They weren't doing a collab, and the videos are like Jaden Animations and I talk about that, or Jaden Animations and I, or I do featuring Jaden Animations, but Jaden Animation, he was just reacting to the videos. This is a different. It's not about you reacting to the video.
No, fucking. Those are the jokes that they start making.
Yeah,
like,
but then he throws out this other thing. Like you're throwing out, like controversy after controversy after controversy after controversy, and then being like, I'm gonna like I don't let the hate get to me, or I don't let this. Like, why keep bringing it up? Why keep bringing it up from the depths after it's been months and months and months, just to keep talking about it, to keep this to keep it relevant? If you don't care about it, like, and you think you didn't did anything wrong, then why do you keep talking about it? Why do you have to keep justifying Why do you have to keep justifying it and being like, I'm getting the haters and they're what's the word? They're criticizing me for this, and that's so stupid and crazy, right? Like, why keep bringing it up? Why do you have to keep saying it out loud? Like, you're trying to justify it to yourself, like you're trying to believe it and trying to prove that you didn't do anything wrong. Why not just drop it? Why not just drop it then? If you don't think that you did anything wrong, why do you keep needing to bring up every single, like, again and again and again of all of these different things?
Weird fans who like his weird behavior.
Just want to stay on the topic. Okay, it is summed up of like an entire podcast, but like, dude.
I love this. People do reach out to me every once in a while. Like my mods, they'll say that we noticed that like this we don't agree necessarily, and I'm like, I hear, this is my point. And they're like, okay, I see where you're coming from. Like I literally had this conversation with someone yesterday. Where, yeah. But whatever. So I'm very. I think I really am grateful for my community, and I think Mood is a great community as well. Because if they were just a hive mind, they would have all just come for me instead of actually bashing me. And I think that is a community that will support Moodhar in the future if he decides to, come back to make content and doing.
I'm empty.
A lot of the comment section calling him a
I'm so.
Right?
Yeah,
they literally. You could. Like it was very, I think, rational criticism in general. The thing is, like, I know that we're discussing this. Basically, we're scheduled to record this like right after this all happened. I'm sure that all commentary channels are gonna go like make their rounds with this shit. Probably gonna flame both of us, to be honest, because that's.
No, I'm gonna cut you entirely out of the video, woman. I'm not gonna flame you. I'm gonna skip
woman.
you entirely.
Par for the course, I suppose.
Oh God, a woman is speaking.
Like, it's sad because I'm not making this whole big debunking video for different claims. I know people are things about.
God, I gotta edit her out. There's a woman speaking.
You're welcome to watch it though. It's on the original video, or you can watch it from the mall.exe channel, the comin channel with Beckett. I just kind of want to do a little. This is where I am with Moodhar. This is where I stand on the entire issue. I'm very appreciative of Moodhar because he did help me out at a time this year that I desperately kind of needed a little push. He gave me a Mama Max interview and was willing to do that with me, which ultimately helped us take out Max, which was probably one of the better things that I've done with my career. But also, that was like a big video I hadn't posted since like, it had to be like 2021, or was it 2022? I don't remember. It was at least 2 years, potentially 3. And that interview gave me what I needed to rejuvenate my channel. And it's no doubt that like a large percentage of what I've been able to do here, even on streaming, was kickstarted by that video. I'm not going to pretend I didn't do the legwork and make that video to the best of my ability and push that story and do all that other stuff. I'm not going to act like super fucking humble here. I did do a lot. But without that push from Moodhar, I don't know if I've had those opportunities.
Dude,
so full disclosure, it's not super cool.
I fucking hate that shit. Okay, there was, I'm sorry, I'm going to go extremely off topic. There's like this big and like smaller communities where it was like when I was first getting into Twitch streaming where you would kind of like be talking to somebody and it would be like, yeah, like I discovered this person or I push started their career. They owe this to me or they owe this to that. And I was like, dude, I don't owe you shit. I do not owe you shit. I don't owe you shit. Just because you rated me with 10 viewers doesn't take away all the hours I spent editing videos and all the hours I spent actually streaming. Like, fuck you. You know? Like, yeah, it's great to credit people and it's great to acknowledge when people kind of help push you, but it does not take away all of that effort that you put into something. And I hate when people like insinuate that, like, oh, like this person gave you your career or this person did this, as if somebody hadn't been, just because somebody, you know, shined a flashlight onto somebody and is like, this person existed, doesn't take away all of the effort and years and all of the time that they spent and dedicated into like trying to make it, you know? I feel like a lot of people really, like, they're just so seething. They're so jealous and they just try to take that away. They're so jealous. Jealous little haters.
That the situation is happening right now. I'm not super stoked about it. This is my favorite drama of the year. We already kind of executed Bo Blacks 3 months ago, so whenever the next fucking internet friend jumps up to look like a retard in front of everybody, it's a huge pain in the ass.
Dude,
as
please
usual,
don't be Nick or Tom.
Claiming the life of a commentary YouTuber every single year, so not necessarily surprised, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass, right? Just leveling it out. Not my favorite thing to deal with right now.
If everybody could just take a break.
I've had people ask me if I want to go do conversations where I do an ad hoc panel to discuss where on the doll Moodhar touched me. I haven't personally wronged by Moodhar. I don't care in that regard. I'm not going out of my way to sweep for him, so there's no use for me to subject myself to panels like that. I think I've been pretty fair. I've published four VODs, including this one that you're probably watching right now, or you're watching them live with me. I think I've been more than fair, dissecting every single thing that happened. I've been vocal about every single party here. I've watched all the relevant information, all the videos. I subjected myself to 10 minutes of listening to Moodhar's history. I think I've done everything I have to do. I think I've upset a lot of people who wanted me to defend him and wanted to, I guess, shit on me a little bit because you gotta knock me down a peg every once in a while. But I didn't do that, and I robbed them of the satisfaction of crying about it and getting any ears listening to them about it.
The bunnies
I think I handled the situation to the best of my abilities. My interactions with Moodhar here, it's like he sends me this video early to review. He posts it before I'm able to finish it. And then by the time
oh my thirsty buns.
There's one sitting right in front of the water thing, but I think they stopped because I noticed them.
Thirsty buns.
I didn't move the other water thing over because I couldn't detach it from the other thing. So I have a setup in one room and I have a setup in this room. But they did go over to the water thing, so... Wow. It just looks like a freaking mess, dude. When I tell you, I tried really hard to make it nice and it's just an absolute mess. It's a train wreck in there.
You alright, sweetie? Looks like you got something in your eye. Do you have something in your eyeball? Is that... Do you have hay in your eye?
Like the tiniest little piece of hay. Do you have that in your eye? Hold on.
Hello, 21. I love your eye. I know, I know. I know, Bobon.
Well, at least nobody peed on the nice little blanket, so.
I know.
Got it. I got it. It just, the bunny got a little crusty. A little crusty stuck. I wanted to snatch that up. Okay. Disappointment.
And it's up.
Measurable.
I go and I get ready to watch it the next day. I text Smaggle, I go, big stream tomorrow. And then I look at my computer and it's been taken down.
Oh.
I don't know why he thought it was a good idea to do a response video to allegations from August and spend like no time at all researching it, putting it together, throwing it up. I thought the video in and of itself was,
yeah,
I guess, fine the first time I saw it. It wasn't great. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't the worst thing I ever saw either. But it's obvious that he didn't do like research for some of that shit. It doesn't really make sense. Oh no! But my problem is with the lying. You were super down to distance yourself. You said that like it would be dependent on the debate that Nux Taku had with Chud Logic that he ran from and refused to do. And then when he didn't want to do the debate, I guess you just assumed that, and this is just me assuming, so I apologize.
I want the
wrong,
debate.
That like, well, he didn't do the debate, and these guys are just going to stop talking about it eventually, so you could just, you know, not do anything with it. But then Hassan Piker stepped in, and he mentioned the drama.
Honestly,
So
I think, the biggest noise, I'm going to call myself out right now for my own crunch. For my own crunch. It's literally the sound of me hitting the canvas up against the desk. That's the thing. That's the issue. I know it too. I know it to be true. I am hitting the canvas up against the desk every couple of seconds. Every couple of seconds, I'm literally like smashing it. Whether or not it... Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's loud as frick. Oh god. I'm just as bad. I'm a horrible person. I'm literally the worst person that's ever been born. Okay. Alright. My cat needs my attention. Hold on. I'm gonna go get like that makes any sense. I'm gonna go replace my water. And I'm gonna go get just like a tiny little towel. I'm gonna get a little bit of a towel. Tiny little towel. Brother, I'm back, and I'm here to talk about the allegations that I smashed my canvas all over this top part, and let me just say it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. And I don't get why people are saying that it's bad, then that I'm peeking my mic, which I'm definitely not doing. I'm definitely not doing that. And I've decided that I'm gonna do this. and put these little little cloths right here. And that this is enough. And that everybody needs to accept that this is enough. And I decide the way that I can further this, and this is enough, and I can no longer be criticized. Actually. Oh, wow. Oh, that's actually really good. No, it's not really any better. All right. Why does it say that I have a suggestion? Suggestion? Open studio? Wait, what? I have a suggestion? The stream's audio bitrate is low. Oh, no! No, please. The audio stream's current bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that you use an audio stream bitrate of something kbs, of 100 and something kbs. Bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended. What does that mean? Open Studio? Oh! Creator Studio. What happened? Is there something wrong? Hello? Let me listen to my own stream, dude. I have yet to listen to my own freaking stream, and I'm sure it is just absolutely atrocious. I'm sure it's absolutely atrocious. Ah, frick. How do I get your channel? I have yet to actually like go back and see whether or not my audio is like super disgusting or not. I have yet to listen to my own freaking stream, and I'm sure it is just absolutely atrocious. Can I go back? Go back.
Like it's a completely normal activity.
But adult-looking women in a high school being lolly, bro, is the whole fucking My Hero Academia community pedophiles now because someone uploaded?
Oh yeah, I am kind of quiet, aren't I? But you keep using them in your thumbnails. How many Uchagos did we clock? He keeps using them in the thumbnails. Wow, I am kind of quiet. OBS says I'm in the... Dude, I'm constantly peeking my mic into the red zone. Into the red zone. I'm honestly kind of quiet. For my Twitch streams, this is like hella loud too. For my Twitch streams, I'm like at the perfect like height of audio, and I peak people and I ruin people's headphones with my screeching. So how are you any different? You took it. You took the photo. Jesus, I sound so incoherent and stupid. I sound so incoherent and stupid. All right. Well, now it's gone. So now that thing is gone. Okay. All right, well, I'm going to close my blinds since it's nighttime and I don't want my neighbors seeing me and my cat live our lives. Live our lives. Close my blinds. Now we're gonna keep... That's such a weird thing to be so sad about. I remember when everything was going on with the lunch club, like that made me sad. You know? It's like, it's what I get from like, or what people get out of family vlogging. And my seat was taken by Bruce. He took my chair. He took my pink chair. Hi, Muffins. Say hi. He needs kisses. My cat needs kisses. Don't even come at me. My cat needs kisses. Hi, baby. My cat needs kisses. He needs them. You don't even understand. He can't survive without kisses. Kisses. Yeah. I was talking about that just makes me kind of sad in such a strange way. Because it's nice to be like, wow, these people are friends and I like that niceness. I just like that. I like the nicey niceness. Makes me happy. So it's just sad when people are like, yeah, I'm no longer friends with this person or this person ghosted me or I'm not talking to them. It was just kind of like this sad, emptying feeling like, oh no, they're not friends anymore. Oh no, they were never friends. Oh no, Bruce just got in the bunny pen. He wants to, don't eat the hay. It's gonna get aggressive. Bruce and the bunnies are at a war, at a back and forth. Because he likes to jump in their pen and try to eat their hay. And they don't like that. Which then results in a fight breaking out. Get out. Get out. Alright. It's time to watch Riverdale.
we were kind of forced to respond to it. It doesn't really bode well for this I like to take accountability gimmick. And can I just say that it's extremely hard to watch a guy say, I want to take accountability. My biggest thing that I want to do is accountability.
That's the hard thing. People, you want to take accountability when it's pointed out that people don't like the behavior. So if it wasn't pointed out, you weren't going to take accountability for anything. See, I hate that. Like, I need to take accountability. If you were going to take accountability, you wouldn't have caused people to, like, point it out and, like, push it for you to want to take accountability for it. You know? And at the same time, if you wanted to take accountability for it, you could have done that back in August.
I like to be open with my audience and own up to my mistakes. In a video called Mutahar Reupload, God, that is just so unsettling to hear you sit there and talk for 20 minutes about how you're such a virtuous man who apologizes and makes sure that his audience knows where he really stands on stuff in a video that you deleted in 6 hours and privately apologized to the guy for. Again, you're sending real mixed signals here. I'm not going to leak any DMs. I'm not doing that here, but you're sending me real mixed signals about Nux Taku. I'm going to be honest with you. My jaw hit the floor when I read your follow-up message about how you went a little too far. Because even in the stuff that you publicly said, the guy was like a false accuser or something based off of your minimal research. He was into really weird thumbnails and stuff that he was posting on his platform. All right,
I went too far with the base information.
Like, you don't apologize to a person like that. That's a really weird thing. Like, I don't know,
I went too far by just stating the base info.
Right? I'm just personally frustrated. Instead of like responding to anybody or trying to hash this out with us, he just ghosted everybody and ran to the guy he wanted to drop in August. This just seems really snaky to me. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. I'm probably done talking about it after today, but it doesn't really sit well with me how this whole situation went. And I hope I articulated that somewhat well.
It's sad.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything nuclear or anything when I say like leaks or whatever. But I mean, I did send him the zero stuff, so it's not like that wasn't. And I apparently mentioned it on that live stream, so I think it's pretty reasonable that when he apologized to Nux Taku, he knew about that. So I'm a little I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned about that part. I don't know what you guys think.
It gives me the. What is the name of the stream? I said I'm escaping the big sad. I'm not escaping it. I'm not.
Champion. That's pretty fucking weird. So
I'm not escaping it. I'm just being brought back to the big sad.
I think that he's been lying for a real long while about this. I just don't know why. It doesn't add up. I get literally like it's crazy when a situation is so pathetic that I think the most reasonable explanation is blackmail. Like surely it's not blackmail. That's a little outrageous. But like, what if it is? What if the easiest explanation is that like this guy was in the in fucking the Kame house with Master Roshi? It's just so stupid.
If it's like I'm gonna take accountability, it would be so strange if it ended up being blackmail. That would be so effed up.
This is a whole shitty situation.
To be like, yeah, I'm gonna take accountability. Dude, just drown your career then. If you want to take accountability for being a bad person, just be like, it's blackmail.
Unless he shows up and actually explains himself. That's
so. If it was, that would be wild to me.
I mean, you can't just sit.
It would be wild to me.
You're like you're one of the biggest YouTubers on the
to be like he's got dirt.
At least you're one of the biggest YouTubers in the commentary community. If you haven't quit that yet. It's like a mini Charlie.
Dude, somebody outside really needs to like blast their car music and shake all the apartments.
It's all easy money till it's not.
Like a dickhead. Total dickhead. Why is this happening now? I feel like I wasn't ready for this, you know? Not that I even watch any of Mutahar's content, but just certain people. Like, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready. I didn't want this to happen. I wanted other people to go down. Not other people to go down. I wanted other people to be talked about. Like, I thought, like, oh, we were going to talk about this person. Like, when drama happens, it's so disheartening when it's somebody within the community that makes that type of content. Like, it's just so disheartening to be like, come on. Does nobody have any integrity? Come on. Why? There we go. There we go. We're cooking. We're really cooking now, guys. We're really cooking now. It's coming together. It's coming together ever so slowly. The pace of a fairy's kiss. Ever so slowly. God. Alright, what's next? Mr. Girl. I have been hearing about Mr. Girl. Oh, and I just put the bottom of my thing in here. I have been hearing about Mr. Girl for a hot minute now. I have never sought out any information about Mr. Girl, but yet, like, I hear this person being name dropped constantly. Constantly. Like, people are just referencing this person, and yet I do not understand why. Why people are talking about Mr. Girl? And I don't even know I don't even know if I know what they look like, is the thing. So we're watching Mr. Girl, YouTube's creepiest intellectual? Turkey Tom. I'm so drained from the Mutahar stuff and the Nuxtaku stuff. I guess I'm just offended. I guess I'm just personally offended by the Nuxtaku stuff because I was hoping that he wouldn't turn out like that. You know? I was hoping that, like, he wouldn't turn out, or it wouldn't go down this path, really. And it did. Now I'm like, ugh, well, okay. Well, alright. Like, well, okay. You know, just so disappointing, really.
Cuties was a Netflix production that
No, don't immediately start off talking about Cuties. Immediately he's clarifying, he's like giving context to what Cuties is. Please, no. Escalated so quickly, and now I'm hungry. Cuties, dude, Cuties. I remember that just rustled so many people. I was so offended because I looked it up, right? I looked up because I was seeing a bunch of people talking about it. They're like, Cuties. I looked because I wanted to know what the plot was. So I looked it up, and I read an article about what it was about because nobody was giving like the full kind of like, well, Cuties this, or if you see Cuties, you're the, like, no one was giving what the actual plot or what was going on was. And once I read the plot, not saw the plot, I don't even know if it's still on Netflix. But I know there was like that whole Sneeko thing of him like defending the plot of the movie and being like, it's about what people are criticizing it for, and it's about like opening your eye to that type of like environment for children. And I was like, what? But then I was like, okay, now I know what people are talking about. Now I know what's going on. Like, that doesn't, like, wait, what? Like, what? What? Nothing makes sense anymore. It gets to this point of like people trying to create media or like impact on certain situations, or to be like, oh, well, this, and like on a huge worldly issue. But the fact that like people are creating it is just a different thing of like, you're trying to bring attention that this exists, but you're creating it. So you're bringing it, so you're executing it as you're trying to explain that there's a problem with people doing this. But like, you're profiting off of it? So what? You know? That seems so stupid. I will say though, I did see the Cuties poster. I did see the poster when it was going around. And the memes, like on the Twitter, and I was like, that's fucked up. Straight in. I'm starting to get hungry. I'm gonna eat, and I'm not gonna mute.
It was widely criticized for its inappropriate depictions of underage actors, to put it mildly. Amidst all of the backlash, however, one man disagreed.
This film does try to make you sexually aroused by...
Is that Mr. Girl? I thought he was going to talk about Sneeko.
Max Carson, or Mr. Girl as he's known online, was attacked by the internet at large for his review. But what they didn't know was that his opinion on Cuties was just the tip of the iceberg. It's a story that involves sex dolls, school shooters, domestic abuse, diss tracks, and psychological warfare. All from a man that fully believes, deep down, we're all exactly the same. Long before Max's disturbing opinions became known online, he was already a certifiably disturbed person, to say the least.
I can't stop
he
myself from being a turkey
books on how to pleasure women when he was just 7 or 8 years old,
I need to control myself.
as well as
I'm
teaching
sorry.
all of his friends how to crank it in middle school. For this kind of behavior to manifest that early, you'd think there was some kind of dysfunctional parenting involved in his upbringing. And sure enough, there's information pointing to that. His father, a psychologist who was, at some point, hired as an expert witness on child mistreatment, directly told Max that he wanted to strangle him. Due to his father hating him, he ended up living with his mother, which led to another set of issues entirely. He's claimed multiple times that his mom was attracted to him.
and it felt like she was constantly making little comments or jokes.
No.
Or insisting on having sexual conversations with me, touching me in ways that I was uncomfortable with.
God.
I wanted to
This is just so upsetting.
Like being in the car, pressed against the door.
Why did I title the stream, I'm escaping the big sad?
I would feel like I would
I literally was like, yeah, my medication, it's getting better. And I'm not spending 12 hours in bed anymore. Like, I'm not escaping it. I'm not escaping the big sad.
She looked at me.
I'm escaping depression, not the other big sad. This is big sad.
When he was 10 years old, his mother was married to another woman, and that they both teamed up against him, constantly nitpicking everything he did and accusing him of being a sexist. According to him, this happened anytime he displayed slightly aggressive behavior, which she eventually started doing on purpose just to get a rise out of him. When his father told him his mother might just not like him, Max decided to confront his mom about it, and she responded by telling him he needed to leave the house and go live with his dad. Following that situation, the family went to see two different therapists, one of whom took her side, and another who met with Max in private, and told him that he was probably right and his mom disliked him. As a result, Max stopped talking to his mom for a year and a half until they happened to see each other on the street and developed a polite but distant relationship. When he was 14, his mother told him that when people have intercourse, women get hurt, which gave him a strong sense of guilt. As a result, whenever he would spank the monkey while thinking about someone, he felt that he had to tell them afterwards to make it right.
No!
When he did it to people he couldn't talk to, like women in adult movies, he resorted to kissing the screen as a way to show affection toward them. This also made it so that he couldn't have a relationship for a very long time. Eventually, when Max was in college, he started having questions about himself. He suspected that his inability to have healthy relationships with women was a result of his unresolved trauma with his mother, so he decided to send her an email explaining how he felt about her since she kicked him out. She responded, saying that part of the reason she kicked him out was that she was attracted to him and afraid that she was going to act on it. When he told the rest of the family about what she'd said in an email, none of them believed it, and they all excused it as her misspeaking or simply trying to be provocative, which strongly contributed to him cutting ties with his entire family. In order to appropriately cover his college years and the things he got up to, we have to contextualize by delving deeper into his high school years. Max describes the city he lived in as extremely progressive, to the point that his parents were divorced, his mother came out as lesbian, his mom's wife picked him up from school, and no one ever made fun of him for it. To put it simply, he grew up in a very tolerant and progressive environment, with his school shutting down plays that contained Latin American stereotypes, but having no issue with another play being put on at the school called The Vagina Monologues. Because of this, Max felt that he could and should express himself, and so he asked the editor-in-chief of the school's newspaper if he could write for it. The editor refused outright, but told him that he should start his own paper, which he eventually did. In 2001, Max began a newsletter titled The Crux, but he wasn't allowed to distribute it the regular way by simply placing it next to the rest of the newsletters and school papers. You see, the school staff didn't really like what he had to say, so they threw stacks of it into the trash whenever they caught it lying around, prompting Max to begin handing it out during lunch. And even then, they continued trying to stem its distribution by whatever means they had. But this might lead you to wonder, what was so bad about his newsletter that the entire school was adamantly trying to stop other students from even reading it? Well, within the first 3 issues, the topics he covered were more mundane, with topics like fluorescent lights making him hate himself and everyone else, and his support of the normalization of adult films, which was par for the course for the school. But he also covered more inflammatory things like his review of a Cambodian New Year celebration, where an Asian woman gave a speech denouncing the objectification of Asian women. In his newsletter, he wrote, "When I got to listen to the Asian woman's speech, I wished I were on a different planet. People seem to have this crazy idea that if you tell someone not to be racist, sexist, or whateverist, they'll see the light you've directed them to, and you'll have cleansed their souls. Secondly, was it necessary to wear such a short skirt? I don't want to listen to a speech about objectifying Asian women who don't want to be objectified by someone who has just objectified herself. Also, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't one of the stereotypes that was listed in the speech that Asian women like to have intercourse? Perhaps I misunderstood this my whole life, but don't most people like it? And if Asian women really don't like it, then how come there are so many Asians? However innocuous this ultimately is for a teenage guy to write, you can see how a school teacher could take issue with it. But this little blurb pales in comparison to the future issues.
How did they get this?
Max writes about how people who talk too much about how important it is to fight against prejudice and other issues are simply interested in themselves, saying, usually these people will change the topic to something upsetting, and then they'll overflow with empathy for whomever you're talking about. You'll see that they're so sophisticated that the very mention of racism makes them want to cry, for all the lynch victims they used to know. It's at times like this I wish that empathy were a liquid so that these people could choke on it. He closed this issue off with one question. If you could eliminate any race, what race would you eliminate? Well, this was enough to get him in hot water. It was issue 5 that earned him a week-long suspension due to sexual harassment and racism, according to the school. Now, as much as Max became a condemned person later on, he was actually kind of right in this instance, since what he actually wrote was a satire about his principal, Mr. Myers, an admitted child molester who was accused by 28 different people over the course of 50 years. According to Max, there was an outpouring of support from students and school staff to let Mr. Myers keep his job. For context, he hadn't suffered any legal repercussions for his crimes due to the statute of limitations. He did eventually get arrested and convicted in 2023, not for molesting kids, but instead for insurance fraud and theft. Although he was sentenced to 2 years of probation and is currently free.
I'm sorry?
In his newsletter, Max wrote, "My response to Mr. Myers' controversial hobby of children, I'm going to break up with him. And had I known he was a child molester,
when did that
school
happen?
Staff to let Mr. Right in this instance, since what he actually wrote was a satire about his principal, Mr. Myers, an admitted child molester who was accused by 28 different people over the course of 50 years. According to Max, there was an outpouring of support from students and school staff to let Mr. Myers keep his job. For context, he hadn't suffered any legal repercussions for his crimes due to the statute of limitations. He did eventually get arrested and convicted in 2023, not for molesting kids, but instead for insurance fraud and theft. Although he was sentenced to 2 years of probation and is currently free. In his newsletter, Max wrote, "My response to Mr. Myers' controversial hobby of children, I'm going to break up with him. And had I known he was a child molester, I never would have gone out with him in the first place." He then went on to attack the people who supported him and those who were unwilling to press charges or contact social services over the allegations they'd received. For reasons beyond my understanding, he immediately segues into race relations, saying, "Black people have an unfair advantage over the other non-white races. They have a well-respected representative. The closest thing that Latin American people have to Martin Luther King
The shift
Jr.
up in this
is the
is
Taco
too
Bell
great.
Chihuahua."
No.
However funny that is as a statement, it was actually just a setup for him to go on another rant about the Cambodian New Year celebration, which he punctuated by saying that Cambodian
These
elementary
setups are
schools
not
sell hand
setups.
grenades for $1.50, and by complaining that his school's attempts to teach about diversity were useless. Max said the superintendent told him that his paper was an act of sexual harassment against the principal, again, the confessed predator, and then referred him to the dean of students, a very light-skinned black woman who proceeded to tell Max he couldn't know anything about racism
I am a
because he was
light-skinned black
white.
woman.
Additionally, Max's father was informed by the
because I don't
guidance
go
counselor
outside and
that
I
some
don't let
Puerto
the
Rican
sun
students were
touch my
planning
skin.
to kill him when he was going home, and even
It
after
just
the
got-
issue
it
was
just keeps getting
clarified
worse
and Max was exonerated
over
of
the
being
years, dude.
racist,
I just keep
he
getting
became
lighter.
so scared and paranoid
I'm
that he
becoming a white
refused to
woman.
use public urinals for fear of an attack. This was permanent, by the way. He claims he's still unable to use urinals to this day. The ACLU was then contacted, and once they claimed that the school was suppressing Max's freedom of speech, his suspension was lifted, and his newsletter was allowed to be properly distributed, at least for a while. A few issues later, it got him in trouble once again, this time for obscenity. And this one is more understandable since he gave a detailed description of an adult video and wrote half a page about how he was gay for his friend and suggested he wanted his friend to treat him like Mr. Myers treated underage boys. Not exactly in great taste, but still, it did fall under the umbrella of freedom of speech, and Max's suspension was once again lifted. But not before they contacted his dad and brought him into the school. The school expected he would be pretty mad at Max, but instead his father staged a protest, called the teacher a Nazi, and refused to leave the school until the police arrived. Despite how little they had in the way of success when trying to shut Max up, they continued trying, as he was suspended 2 more times in the same year, once for writing about how he whacked it, which included
somebody
a tutorial
stop
for
this
girls,
man?
by the way,
Please,
and another
can
time
anybody
for
stop
writing
this
F you mom at the end of the issue. Like the other
Can
ones,
anybody
these
stop
suspensions
this
were also
man,
lifted, and he
please?
continued to write new
Please.
issues of The Crux until he graduated, now more invested than ever in his writings. With high school done, it was time for Max to go to big boy school, and he would start off at Colorado State, during which he was able to get a position as a columnist on one of the school's papers. However, his second article there got him in a little bit of trouble because he suggested that the school have a female football team that wore bikinis while they played
Brother,
so that he
stop.
could ogle at them.
I was gonna
which
say
got him
shut
fired.
up, brother.
A couple of
Somebody
years
needs to
later,
stop
long
him.
after he left the CSU,
Somebody stop
he
this
enrolled at the
man.
University of Colorado at Boulder.
He's
where,
literally a
after
kid
he was
at this
rejected
point in
by every
time.
school
Like, just
paper,
stop
he
him.
decided
He's
to once
literally
again
a
start
kid,
publishing
dude.
his own newsletter. the Yeti. The very first
He's
issue
in
of which
school,
began
brother.
with
Somebody
the
just
following
stop him.
passage. I have a new theory about why girls don't like me. It's a bit more sophisticated than my previous attempts at explaining this phenomenon, which ran along the lines of girls don't like me because they're stupid, or girls don't like me because they can't understand that leg humping is just my way of saying hi.
Nope.
While these remain valid points
Nope.
to
Nope.
consider,
Nope.
I think
Nope.
my new theory really
Nope.
hits the nail on the head.
No.
Girls don't like me because I make them think. This is immediately followed by Max recounting an experience he had where two girls he was friends with became entranced with a guy who didn't engage with them intellectually and instead talked about himself. He explained this phenomenon, saying, "In a world where women are powerless objects, it's hard to talk to me, a smart, attractive, funny, sensitive, attentive, honest guy
That's
who pushes
so
girls to think
stupid.
and
This is a
asks them
nice
questions
guy.
that are hard
He's
to answer."
literally-
The second
Dude,
issue was mostly about how he
He
was
could
scared
have
of
been
black
saved.
people because
Somebody could have saved him and have read this and been like, dude, he's turning into one of those, like, stop him. Stop him from aging into this thought process. Somebody should have just stopped him by now. Please. Please, somebody. Like, how? Like, the freedom of speech. Dude. I can't. The explicitness of the content of, like, you're in school. I hate that. Like, girls don't understand that I just need to hump them and they need to be okay with that. Oh, like... No, I make girls think, and that's why they don't like me. Dude, I'm gonna say one of my biggest beef with men. Honestly, my biggest beef with all people, but mostly with men who are like, I'm gonna rizz you up, dude. Men who are terrible texters. They're terrible at texting. I can't do that. If you want to have a conversation with me, have a conversation with me. Have a conversation with me. Don't say, hey, and when I go, hey, what's up? Not say anything, and then like a couple hours later go, hey. Like, dude, F right off. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. I hate being like, hey, how was your day? And they don't say anything, or they say good. I'm like, yeah? Okay. Like, I'm not there to entertain you and hold your hand of how to converse with another human being. Like, if you don't want to converse, just don't converse with me. Why even start the conversation? See, that's the issue. Why even start the conversation? Why even message me, hey, if you don't actually want to converse with me? And that's the thing that I hate, because then it goes from that to like, I can only talk about sexual stuff. I need to be talking about sexual stuff. So it's like, dude, so I'm not willing to entertain the sexual stuff, and then you just can't have like a normal conversation? Like, you literally have no personality. I hate that. When people have no personality, when you have nothing to talk about. Like, if you don't want to talk about anything, we don't got to talk about anything. But it's so strange to not even like answer like, hey, how was your day? And then it's just the nothing. Like, the no reply. And I don't mean like being left on red. I mean straight up no reply, not even read, and then a day later going, hey. I have freaked out at one of my friends before. I freaked out at him. I had full on spurg out at him because like this happened, and he would not answer my question. He was like, I'm in pain, or I'm sad, or I'm not feeling good. And I'd be like, what's wrong? Like, what's going on? And he refused to tell me. And I freaked out. I freaked out at him twice for this behavior. And I'm like, dude, tell me. Like, how do I really have to pry information out of you? Because you're saying it like you want to talk about it. But if you're not going to tell me what's going on, then what's the point? Why are you here? Why are you even telling me this? If you're just going to like leave it off like that. So stupid. Stupid. This is real.
Because he instinctively imagined they'd all be constantly angry over racism, and he also stated he couldn't talk to them because he couldn't understand Ebonics. He juxtaposed this to make a larger point about how indoctrinating kids into identifying themselves with either slaves or the slave masters due to their race was bad. But still, this was very much the same format and concept as The Crux, which is to say that it got under people's skin a lot. And the third issue was also pretty interesting. It's written as a satire about women being unable to orgasm, which got him called into the vice chancellor's office, and also earned him a piece in the Colorado Daily covering his supposed sexism. Once again, the ACLU intervened, and nothing happened to Max. However, from that point forward, the college staff hated him and were just waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. For a while, he continued to publish his newsletters unbothered, which gave way to multiple bangers, like a tutorial on how to be a good white ally, which included the phrase, "Every time a white person laughs, a black person cries." Another highlight is his diatribe against fat girls, pushing it to the extreme and actively promoting
Is this why I have
anorexia
issues
to make
because I'm white and I'm black, so every time I laugh, I start crying? This is why I've... No, not because I'm a woman. Not because of hormonal issues. Not because of autism. It's because
point about appearance standards. However offensive on the surface level, the actual beliefs that Max expressed through his writing were very much in line with feminism, racial equality, and other beliefs that permeate college campuses. The only difference is that Max did his best to espouse his beliefs in the most sarcastic, insane way possible to get people mad at him. In an interview conducted with him at the time, he made this perfectly clear.
I think there's a lot of social issues out there, important things that people aren't talking about, like racism and sexism and
Is he still in high school at this time, or is he an adult yet?
I feel like
what is happening
would be better addressed in a humorous manner than by preachy, finger shakers.
Well, don't you feel sometimes that people will take that satirical manner in a negative light instead of doing something positive for the cause?
Yeah, I mean, it's a concern of mine. I don't know. I don't think that reading my newsletter is going to convert someone who wasn't a racist to being a racist, or is going to make someone who has no prejudice whatsoever to suddenly being like, wow, I do hate women.
He made it clear time and time again that he was quite left-leaning politically, but just loved being provocative, which deeply irritated the college staff. But it all came to a head in April of 2007.
I thought we were talking
when the
about
Virginia
high
Tech
school.
shooting happened.
It is
Dude,
an
kick him
incredibly
out.
busy time here in this
Kick him out,
newsroom
just
as
kick him
we are
out.
all pulling together to cover.
All
what is
right,
turning out to
now
be
I know.
the
Now,
deadliest
okay, now I'm
campus
understanding. That's
shooting
horrifying.
in U.S. history. At this afternoon,
I was
On the
thinking he was
16th
like
of
a little
April,
kid. We're past
undergraduate
that. We're
Sung
past
Hui
little
Cho
kid.
went on a shooting rampage, killing 32 people and injuring 17 others. The very next day, Max attended a women's studies class that focused on the issues of black women, during which, while everyone else lamented what happened in Virginia, someone said, "I can't imagine shooting 32 people," which prompted Max to respond, "Anyone who says they've never thought about shooting 32 people is lying." He then went on to explain his statement, supposedly specifying that given how generally obsessed people are with violence, especially when they're kids and teenagers, and given how terrible the conditions are in public schools, it made sense for that to come up as a thought. But he clarified he did not intend it as a threat. Despite the clarification, he was summoned to the chancellor's office and had to rehash his explanation once again. But as soon as he was about to walk out, he was met by 2 police officers. Max claims that at that moment, he realized that the administration was exacting its revenge, and they reported him to the police as if he'd made a genuine threat. He was then questioned by the cops, excerpts of which he eventually
They've been
uploaded
trying to
YouTube.
get his ass
So just to start
for
off
so
with,
long.
why do you
They've been
think
trying to get his ass forever. They're like,
think I'm
fucking,
here
finally,
because
let's call the
some of
police
my
on this man.
classmates and my
They're
professor
like, they're
became
literally
uncomfortable during a
foaming at the
conversation we
mouth
had
to
in
get him
class
out
today.
of there.
In his recounting of this whole process, he says he spent a night in jail, during which they had the TV on, which allowed him to watch CNN report on his arrest live on TV, as if he were a Virginia Tech copycat shooter who was caught early. It's pretty easy to find news reports about Max from this time, some of them focusing exclusively on his unfortunate quote and painting him as a potential shooter, others including information about his newsletter and the crazy things he wrote in his issues. Later on, he found that, unlike what the news report said, it wasn't his teachers or students who felt threatened by him that called the cops. It was the head of the women's studies department, who, upon hearing of his arrest, cheered, saying, "We got his ass." As soon as his case hit the news, 4 ACLU-affiliated lawyers jumped on the opportunity to represent him for free due to how much attention the situation got from national news, which is not surprising considering how soon it was after Virginia Tech. His dad bailed him out, Max refused to plead guilty, and ultimately, he was offered deferred prosecution, meaning the charges against him would get dropped if he simply committed no other crimes for a year, which he gladly agreed to. While Max claims that all of this was done with the intent of permanently stifling his ambitions with expressing his unorthodox perspective, it did quite the opposite. Now, the faculty advisor for another school paper became a fan of his work and offered him the position of opinion editor, which he happily accepted, partly because he genuinely wanted the job, and partly because he wanted to do a little trolling. The first instance of his shenanigans was to, as he put it, publish a moderately racist essay about how Latin Americans should speak better English. Surprisingly, he got away with this, so he proceeded to up the ante. He submitted one of his own articles titled, "If it's war the Asians want, it's war they'll get." I don't know why he has so much smoke with the Asians, honestly. I don't get it. His article was actually covered by the local news.
Texting
The
my
article,
mom.
written by student Max Carson,
details his hate for Asians and poses that they be subjected to phases of absurd tasks. For example, Phase 1 suggested catching Asians with large butterfly nets and dragging them into apartments for further phases, which include forced binge
it's
drinking,
obviously sad, but
useless
like
games,
it's so
and house
stupid.
redecorating.
This article essentially parodied the concept of immigrants integrating into another culture, but regardless, it instantly became the most read article in the paper of all time. And all of his social media platforms and email accounts were flooded with death threats from people who thought he was serious about wanting war with Asian people. The paper was shut down, and the Asian students held a protest against anti-Asian prejudice, which Max actually attended, and he took a picture with them, much to their surprise. Another writing project from this period is a blog titled Shame Lane, which is no longer accessible. However, we know from articles written about it that it mostly focused on topics around intercourse, as well as more candid diary entry-like windows into Max's personal life at the time. He recounts temporarily working as a barista, but having to quit because he stared at women too much.
I can't believe
Then
I
he
know
got a
now
job at a
what
YMCA in
who this
San
man is.
Francisco and found
Like I
himself
didn't
a
know before,
girlfriend,
but now I
although
know.
they
Like
broke
I was
up
like, I've
shortly
been
after
hearing
they
about
moved in
this dude.
together. And the breakup was so bad that the police were called on them by the neighbors. Although he doesn't specify here what exactly he meant by so bad. However, he has made a video talking about an instance where the police came during one of his breakups, which I assume is this one, unless it's happened multiple times, which is even worse.
I grabbed her wrist. She screamed for me to stop.
What?
And then
Who are you touching? Who are you
after
touching?
that first time, a few weeks later, I grabbed her arms because she wasn't listening to me or something. And I grabbed them really hard, and afterwards she showed me bruises on her arms.
Oh!
A little bit after
That's
that,
not funny.
I just said, okay, that was so loud that the neighbors are going to call the cops. And before they get here, I need you to put on a long sleeve shirt so they don't see the bruises on your arm.
No!
Because if they do, I'm going to spend the night in jail. 100%.
What?
At one point, Max wrote a blog entry celebrating the number of teenage girls who friended him on Facebook, saying, "The fact that teenage girls read this doesn't turn me on. However, it does make me feel happy. I like the idea that after a long, boring day of teachers narrowing their eyes at the slightest hint of your sexuality, of teenage boys not caring, thinking about how you turn on, and of your fathers cringing at the idea of you ever having intercourse, you can come to Shame Lane and be in the company of people who accept and even encourage your sickest thoughts." That preface where he says it doesn't turn him on is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Up until this point, Max was troubled and controversial for sure, but not to the point where he became genuinely evil. Every potentially despicable thing he wrote in his papers always had a twist to it so that it redeemed his true intentions. And Max always managed to find an audience, and based on the things he said in his newsletter, he seemingly always had friends and even girlfriends. However, during the time between his college years and the creation of his YouTube channel, something changed.
How do some people have more riz than I do? This dude has more riz than I do, which is unbelievable. He should have negative riz. He should have negative riz, and yet compared to this dude, I have negative riz. How do I have negative riz compared to these fucking people? I have to rub my face. I have to rub my face. These fucking
as inappropriate to actually engaging in things that don't really bode well to the average person, to say the least. For example, in 2014, he posed nude at actress Olivia Wilde's baby shower. This, in and of itself, was just weird, but he clarified in a Reddit post from a few years later that the purpose of him being naked was for the people attending the baby shower to do an anatomical drawing of him. However, in other posts in the same thread, he admits to being an exhibitionist and pervert who was, at least at the time, doing this kind of gig as a job. Worse yet is the fact that he told a story about doing it in a classroom where the female teacher started flirting with him to the point that he got an erection. He specified that this happened in front of high school kids and that he regularly posed naked for teenagers between 15 and 18 years old. In 2016, court records showed that a woman named Hannah was married to Max and filed for divorce, though she seems to have made an effort to stay out of the spotlight insofar as Max's story, and given she's not that pivotal as a part of it, I won't go in depth here. In 2017, he started a gaming channel called Mr. Girl Gaming, which, as far as I know, is the first instance of that alias being used. However, that only lasted for a while, as he eventually returned to his true passion: controversial political commentary. As the anti-SJW community and BreadTube content started peaking in popularity, Max saw it as an opportunity to once again resurge as a cultural analyst. But this time around, he was less interested in being provocative in an intellectual sense, and more so in hamming it up for shock value. One of his supposedly brilliant think pieces was a half-hour-long video of him naked and cranking it, which is still up on the hub to this day. Another low light of this period was a Reddit post he made to the unpopular opinion subreddit with the title, "PDF-philia is a spectrum, and we are all on it." With a title like that, it leaves very little to the imagination regarding what kind of things he'll be saying. Just a few lines in, he drops this gem. Everyone is from time to time attracted to minors, Britney Spears, etc. Their popularity is a testament to that. I guess the glaring missing piece in his rationale here is that those people were primarily popular
I watch My Hero.
Teenagers, but regardless, I don't think he cared too much about the details. Another thing he failed to account for here is the fact that he spent over a decade of his life knowing his mother was attracted to him, going as far as to say he felt violated by her, even if she didn't act on it. Additionally, he attended a school where the principal was a certified molester. With these things in mind, it's not surprising that he thought about this stuff more than the average person, but going from that to confidently claiming every person is on the spectrum seems like he's attempting to make himself feel more normal by accusing everyone else of being like him. At one point, he said, "I also think everyone is attracted to prepubescent children from time to time."
Excuse me?
Though he reinforced multiple times that he thought acting on those urges should always be illegal, he simultaneously reminded everyone that fantasizing about it was legal.
It's still
The thing about this is fantasizing about these things.
It is drying out a fair amount. You can literally see it right there, but it still exists. The paint still exists. Okay, I will mix in entirely new colors for the other one, but I just want to get this one the same colors, and then we're gonna shift over to the background of the other one. Dude, we're gonna do this. Okay, it's gonna be fine. We're gonna be okay. And I'm so disturbed and unhappy. I am in misery.
Contributes to eventually doing them, hence people's hang-ups about it. Instead of acknowledging people's objections to his thread, he simply focused on what was legal or not, ignoring anything that undercut his point. This was just one in the unfortunately extensive list of things that heavily suggested Max was a creep. Within a year of this thread, he went from a relatively
suggesting like, oh wow, he might be a creep. Man, this is a creep.
When he released a review of the movie Cuties.
I'll say it's not bad at it.
For context, Cuties is a Netflix-produced movie that featured extremely inappropriate scenes of multiple 11-year-olds dancing in short shorts. Once it was released, it was instantly met with extreme disapproval from everyone since it essentially contained the exploitation of children. They tried to salvage the movie's PR in a dozen different ways, often by saying that the movie was mismarketed by Netflix and that it was actually against the exploitation. This point was also attached to the claim that the
but you exploited them in your demonstration of the exploitation.
Chauvinistic to get it, since the movie was made by a Muslim woman. However, none of these copes remotely do justice to the fact that the movie explicitly depicts the exploitation of minors and frames it as something liberating by juxtaposing it
like it's supposed to be like
values.
This is crazy and this happens to children, but you just did that to children.
Some YouTube pseudo-intellectuals decided to make it their hill to die on. One of them was Nico, who covered in another video.
This one of the movies that's gonna age well.
Oh no! You see, the child, it was just a goof. It was just for laughs, you know. Just why aren't you laughing?
And once he saw this commotion taking place, Max decided it was a prime opportunity for him to give his 2 cents. In his video about it, he made a series of statements that sounded seriously incriminating.
But yeah, as far as like sexy music videos go, it's not bad. They're pretty hot. And you know, you can say whatever you want about me. It's not my fault. I didn't make them do that. They did that.
Okay.
That's the point. Yeah. That's the whole point.
I can't even tell like what the whole point of him like
thinking.
Like, is it satire? But at the same time,
you're supposed to be sitting there, holding these 2 thoughts in your head, and one that these are kids, and the other that they're hot.
In another video of his from the same time, he planned to record himself cranking it to the movie, but didn't because his editor wouldn't edit it. As you can probably imagine, this really did not go well whatsoever. In September 2020, Moist Critical covered the controversy surrounding the movie. After having thoroughly denounced it, he addressed Mr. Girl's video on it, highlighting how downright creepy his take on it was.
That's the message that people are walking away from the movie with. Pedophiles with the biggest smile on their face, pumping their fists in the air. Thanks, Netflix. Just easily accessible and softcore child. It's believable. You can't defend this movie, and if you're defending this movie, you haven't seen it, and if you have seen it and are defending it, you might be a pedophile. It's as simple as that.
You might be. This is one of those things where I'm actually, yeah, you watch My Hero, you might be. No, if you watch Cuties and you're defending it, you might be, brother.
Hatred overnight. And like any lol cow worth his salt, he instantly got an invitation from Ethan Ralph to the kill stream to reiterate and clarify his thoughts on the movie. Surprisingly, this actually got him to slightly walk back his stance, as it appears Andy Worski informed him that 5,000 girls auditioned for the kids' parts, meaning whoever did the movie's casting watched 5,000 kids dance in order to pick who would be in it. This was shocking enough that Max decided that Netflix should probably take down the movie. However, dozens of posts of his solidified that he still thought it was a good movie, and there was nothing wrong with him having enjoyed watching it or even feeling arousal from it. Soon after, he got his own thread on Kiwi Farms, prompting him to state that neo-Nazis were doxing him, which eventually progressed to him saying that the 5,000 people who negatively commented on his video were also all Nazis. Ultimately, he never fully retracted his statements about the movie or
you can't call me a pedo, that makes you a Nazi.
Instead, he capitalized on his infamy as much as he could by trying his best to get the attention of pundits like Steven Crowder.
And after seeing what's happening with Vox getting Steven Crowder's channel demonetized, I decided to repost this video with a new introduction to stand in solidarity with Steven. Censorship is an increasingly huge problem, and huge corporations like YouTube or the government or whoever should not be reaching into my channels.
You don't need to be shirtless
without my consent.
You don't need to
pulling
do
videos
this.
out. You can call me anything you want if it makes you feel better.
You nasty motherfucker.
You can spit on me. You can spit in my mouth. You can pull my hair.
Ew.
You know, whatever you need to do.
No.
I'll have to cover a lot of this up with editing, but if you didn't realize what he did there, he took all of his clothes off between the shots, I guess to make fun of Steven Crowder for being homophobic or something. 1 month later, Max came back with a video covering all the controversies he'd been in since high school, claiming that he'd simply been misunderstood in every single case. While this video is pretty superficial in the point that it makes, it's quite telling that he sees the cutie situation as just another instance of people unfairly targeting him.
People are just criticizing me unjustifiably. I don't understand. Why are people criticizing me?
A decade prior. Like an edgy
what?
Peter
I'm just
Pan,
a silly little guy who takes off
developmentally
all my
and
clothes
frozen
during
in
my
his excellent
videos.
phase. In December of 2020,
I just
Max
said that
got
kids
banned
were
from
hot,
YouTube, which
dude.
did very little to make him actually change his content.
What?
And so as a result, when his channel was eventually
I'm just so silly.
reinstated on YouTube, he went right back to usual. However, out of touch.
I gotta get up. I have to get up. I just need to walk away from it. I have to get up. It's so stupid. I have to get up. Turn the light on, dude. I'm hungry. I just had to get up and I had to walk away. I just need some distance. I just need a fair amount of distance between me and the monitor. I'm gonna be... No. God. No, I'm laughing. I'm so uncomfortable. Oh, I'm so uncomfortable. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm giving the bunnies some lettuce. Giving them some lettuce. Just there we go. They're getting it. They're getting it. Okay. I'm fine. Nasty. Nasty biz. Such nasty, disgusting biz all the time, every day, nasty biz. So nasty. Why? Why? So nasty. Why does it be like this? It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to be like this, dude. Tom, Steve, and this guy got married. Get out of my face right now. He got married. Pour myself some juice. I was literally just talking about how I can't get a guy to even answer the question of, hey, how you doing? And have a general conversation with me. But this fucker is had partners? Okay, sit back down. I'm fine. Just had to get up and think about my life. Just get up and think about my shit ass life, dude. What the fuck? Alright. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna paint for a little bit and then I'm gonna go into eating. Because I got 2 different sets of sesame sticks. And I will be muting while I do my crunchies. I promise. I promise I'll mute while I do my crunches. I promise. But I just want to paint just a tad bit more.
Touch he was with his own situation, it did give way to plenty of extremely entertaining moments, such as his Eminem parody song about his controversy. 'Cause I'm a pedophile! He was basking in the attention, negative or otherwise, just as he did in every other instance when he got into trouble. It was evident that Max was clinging to his 15 minutes of fame since he continued to make increasingly unhinged
Are you
rehashes
serious?
of it.
No. Stop it. I have to know. I have to see it. Yo, F what I was doing. F this. We're going into food right now. I have to see the... Like that. He didn't have to drop that sick verse on me. Okay, hold up. Hold up, dude. Hold the phone. Hold the phone right now. Let me just. Okay? Alright? Okay. I want to know. What the? I can fantasize about whatever I want? You can't. Why say that? Why say that? Why is he here? Is he naked? Is he naked? I kill pedos? What? What is this?
Hey guys, today we're gonna learn how to fit in. We're gonna learn how to take any bad thoughts or feelings or...
There's no school bus. There's no school bus in that one. I'm looking for the one with the school bus. I don't like this. I don't like what's coming up in the searches. I take it back. I don't want to find it. I'm unhappy.
You're playing Minecraft in a cave looking for diamonds. That's funny. I'm in the same cave looking for miners.
Albeit...
Oh my god, you're not telling me that this Mr. Girl is the source of those lines that people have been memeing for such a long time. That's it. I was like, I've been hearing about Mr. Girl and about whatever. This is the connection. It's the song. Looking for one. I heard that. First be dropped in multiple videos of people using. It's so funny. It's so funny. You can't tell me this dude came out with this banger. You can't. Shut up. Stop. Why did he do this? It's such a banger verse, dude. It's so stupid. The greater context is what's so upsetting. The greater context is so upsetting.
They did continue to be entertaining and successful, accruing millions of views and streams, and even attaining meme status when it got uploaded with this picture of Wapple. However, once you look beyond them, very little substance can be found in what Max is trying to push, leaving him permanently relegated to the outskirts of BreadTube. And make no mistake, they all hate him.
Can't even play hopscotch without popping a rager.
He was banned 2 more times, once for uploading a video that had Pornhub in the title, and another time for featuring a clip from a movie that depicted explicit violence, although his channel did come back in both cases. The last ban was a result of a mass flagging campaign from followers of Nick Fuentes after a series of debates between Max and Destiny about the latter's association with Nick, whom Max called a white supremacist. Throughout 2021 and 2022, Destiny and Max grew closer, which isn't surprising since in many ways they mirrored each other. Both were extremely invested in discussing controversial topics, even if it made them look bad to outsiders. Both found themselves in very left-leaning circles, despite retaining views that could be seen as offensive by that demographic. And lastly, both got into controversy over statements made on the topic of pedophilia.
Oh, so I don't think any sort of mental illness should be demonized. The demonization of violence in society is an incredibly negative thing, I would think. Pedophilia is very much a mental disorder. The more you stigmatize it, the less people seek treatment for it. So yeah, I absolutely think that shouldn't be demonized or stigmatized.
No,
All in all, they were a match made in heaven, and to some extent, their audiences recognized it. Unlike most people Destiny debated, Mr. Girl was the one person who shared his commitment to entertaining whatever opinions for the sake of argument. Whether that was a good thing or not, his audience definitely enjoyed watching it, to the point that whenever Mr. Girl got banned or suspended from a platform, many prominent figures in Destiny's fanbase ran to his rescue, defending him from ludicrous accusations and advocating for him to be reinstated. By all intents and purposes, Destiny was definitely responsible for giving Max a second wind to an online career that had been debilitated by suspension after suspension. For a brief period, this surge in popularity yielded a lot of golden moments.
I will slather diarrhea all over my face.
Children are slaves.
Don't you think the country
No!
would be a better place if we
No!
took every disabled person and just killed them all? No.
No!
I would hit my wife and then not apologize.
These weren't just of the funny variety either, as Max often succeeded in getting under people's skin.
I can't help but laugh because it's like, it's so much like it's said on purpose just to like instigate people. Dude, please, Mr. Girl, please do not show up at my door and put me down because I'm on this. Please, I need to procreate. I need to have a working autism.
And extracting unusual reactions from them, seemingly without even trying.
Left the door open and wide enough for you.
Brother needs to just stop talking.
To make room for how mad you are.
Ew.
But as it turned out, giving Max this second wind was a major mistake, as in late 2022, he turned against Destiny and his audience. As previously mentioned and reiterated by Destiny himself, the last ban Max suffered was on account of a mass flagging campaign coming from groypers. The thing is, these groypers only came into contact with Max because he started arguing with them over Destiny streams with Nick Fuentes. This, in turn, was recontextualized by Max as if his deplatforming was the fault of Destiny and his community. He proceeded to go to war with Destiny subreddit, to the point where he couldn't sleep for weeks.
A lot of that is because of your subreddit. You ban some criticism that you just don't like in your own subreddit because of how it makes you feel. Imagine how
I just went off on the worst thought process. Is that who Destiny was with in the video? I'm just curious. Because everybody knows what his thing looks like, right? So would they be able to compare it? Like, I was like, I went through this so quickly in my head of being like, I wonder if it was him. I wonder if the penises match up. Has anybody compared the like in my head? Like, boom, 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 boom. And like people are like, yeah, it's definitely Nick Fuentes, but like, is there proof of what his thing looks like? How would you know? Like, why are you saying that? Is it confirmed who it isn't? It should be confirmed who it isn't by the penis.
Make you feel if you and anyone who agreed with you was banned from responding, and for periods of time you are the main topic of the subreddit. It's a really terrible feeling watching this story be told about you.
Yeah, obviously I understand what this feels like, right? You certainly understand. I know what this feels like. I've had plenty of subreddits do this to me before. Yeah.
Okay.
The point Max is making here is that since they were friends, he was hurt that Destiny didn't orient his subreddit's moderation to be more favorable toward him so as not to impact his career negatively. Meanwhile, Destiny argued that no one's well-being should depend on how other people's communities behave. For a guy who spent years upon years bragging about how easily he could push other people's buttons and how little he cared for the backlash, Max was weirdly sensitive to how other people talked about him. Once again, something was fundamentally shifting underneath Max's surface, as being online for too long had made him increasingly deranged. Soon after his declaration of war, he got into a Twitter squabble with a couple of other people in the Destiny adjacent community. The reason why? They got mad at him for starting his stream with his pants hanging too low, which they said exposed his hair. Not the hair on his head. As much as it's a goofball move to get up in arms about this, there was already momentum and friction between him and the rest of Destiny's orbiters, meaning this just fanned the flames of the bridge burning between Mr. Girl and the rest of the Destiny extended universe. His next brilliant move was to do an hour-and-a-half long stream on Twitter, where he aimed to expose Destiny for being exploitative and disrespectful to those who came on his stream. In actuality, all that Max had was a screenshot of Destiny exchanging lewd messages with Anna, a girl who is known to be a liar and generally unstable person. As if if that was proof of, well, it's kind of hard to tell what this was supposed to prove. Max was grasping at anything he could do to squeeze every last drop of attention out of his association with Destiny. A small commentary channel named Nicholas Diorio butted into the drama, sharing new screenshots of Anna and Destiny talking, wherein she could be seen clearly stating she did not think she was being manipulated in any way. As a matter of fact, she claimed the opposite, that Max was the one being extremely manipulative, pressuring her into taking part in his expose. When responding to Nick, Max claimed he only ever said that they were exchanging lewd messages and nothing more, right before he once again claimed that Destiny exploited her. This wasn't an expose as much as a straightforward smear attempt that failed to launch since Max didn't really have anything. Still, despite his one and only potential witness coming out and claiming the exact opposite of what he was alleging, Max didn't give up. If anything, this made him even more staunch in his battle. His usual apathetic affect gave way to a bitter and resentful tone, and he became unable to talk about anything besides this drama, and his tactics got increasingly shady, from blaming Destiny for his community's actions, to contacting past girlfriends of Destiny from over 7 years prior to see if they had anything scathing to say, only to come up with nothing. If anything, doing this called into question his own history with women, which is checkered to say the least. Back in the middle of 2022, Mr. Girl released a video titled "You're My Real Doll," in which he talks to his girlfriend, Shaylin, about something he did that upset her.
Okay,
Oh my
so
God.
you've been pretty upset with me for the last few days.
Put a shirt on! And who's in the back? That's
because
a doll!
I said that you were my sex doll.
In this extremely bizarre setting, Shaylin goes on to explain that he jumped into bed with her and said she was his doll, and when she objected to it, he insisted, which made her feel uncomfortable, and like she couldn't have any boundaries. For context, this interview took place after Max bought a human-sized doll to experiment how that could potentially change the dynamic of his relationship with Shaylin. Max is laughing as she goes over the situation, and though Shaylin does smile, it's very stilted and awkward. He then explains his perspective on it.
The implication is that I don't get to have any boundaries or set any limits.
It's not that you don't get to have any limits, it's that there's a limit to your limits.
Well, yeah. Come here, bud.
You have to have sex with me. So you can have boundaries to a point. You can say no for a certain number of times.
From watching a lot of other Mr. Girl videos, it's possible to pick up that he's subtly framing the things he says as humorous by deliberately being over the top and creepy. However,
this is so horrifying. This is so horrifying. He's basically trying to create a situation of a kink situation to be like, I'm gonna use you like I use a doll. But the thing is, she's basically saying that she's uncomfortable with that. I get what he's trying to say. Like, if you're a doll, you can't really say no. You can't do all of this stuff because you're a doll. Like, you're not, like, sentient. But the thing is, she's basically, like, is uncomfortable with that. So why is she here? Is she okay? Is this woman okay?
as the video goes on, it becomes clear that he is completely serious.
You have to get me off.
Yeah, and that's fine, but...
No, you have to.
I know.
Okay.
But I just think that the implication of it is scary. Well, sex dolls get... They don't have any choice. They have no autonomy.
That's what I'm
they
saying.
just lie there.
Okay. I prefer it when you just lie there. Since you get upset when I tell you to just lie there and not move. And a doll's gonna do that
She doesn't
anyway.
like that, though. It's the fact that she's uncomfortable is what's making me uncomfortable. That he can have his own kinks and whatever, but she's weirded out by that. She doesn't want to participate in it, and he's really aggressive about it, and I'm so uncomfortable.
It would be interesting to see what it's like for me to just the doll. Because the doll always does what I want it to do.
Whatever aspects of this discussion that initially seem playful, like him cursing at her or telling her to shut up, begin showing themselves as not playful, but with intent. After minutes of Max repeatedly prodding her and insulting her, Shaylin begins reacting in the same measure.
You're gonna put this in a video, and I feel uncomfortable because I am already in a very uncomfortable position of like not wanting people to their relationship is abusive, but you're like berating me about asking you a question about you asking me to agree to sex on a regular basis and be a sex doll. I don't want to do this. I am quitting the interview.
Oh!
And I do not want any of this to
She
be in
looks like she's on the verge of
What do you mean by
crying the
pushing your
entire time.
boundaries? It's not pushing your boundaries to ask you for something sexual. That's not pushing.
Asking me for something sexual on camera is pushing my boundaries. If I had known you were going to do that, I probably would have addressed that before we got on camera, but I didn't know you were going to do that.
The video ends with her breaking down in tears and cutting the conversation short.
No!
The way you make people think I'm abusive without saying the word abusive.
You
or by
make
doing
people
anything
think I'm
explicit.
abusive?
It's a very subtle.
You make yourself
throwing
look abusive right now. You make yourself look abusive. It's not pushing. That's such a fucking BS thing. It's not pushing. Alright. Okay. It is pushing. I feel like a lot of people don't when pushing is pushing, it's pushing. You're pushing it. You're pushing it a lot, dude. You're really pushing it. I hate that. A lot of people don't think that asking questions is pushing. And I get that point, but like for you to ask and persist and insist again and again and again and just continue to ask over and over again and explain why you want something, that's pushing. It's pushing to be like, oh, well, I just want clarification, or oh, I just want to be like clear on this. Like, it's pushing. You're pushing and you're pushing and you're pushing to put her in this situation. You're pushing. That doesn't make any sense to be like, I'm not pushing you by asking. He's just repeatedly asking her the same thing to try to push her into this type of situation. Now she's panicking. She's panicking. I'm so unsettled by this. It's not pushing, dude. Fuck off. So dumb. There's literally pushing, and now she's crying. Now she's crying. She's like, I don't want to do this interview. Like, you make it look like we're an abusive relationship. Brother, you got her on the... You. He's the one who's talking. He's talking about things like it doesn't make him look bad. It makes him look disgusting.
under the bus, but it's happening, and I know it's happening.
I can't listen to you. I need to take a break.
Okay, do you want to play Smash?
No, I just want to be alone.
That's
this is
not
possibly
funny.
the most revealing thing that Max ever posted online. However much in his element he seems to be in his writing, videos, or music, it doesn't come close to painting as full a picture of who he actually is as when he's arguing with Shaylin, and that picture looks grim. Interestingly enough, they both acknowledge that the way the conversation is going makes him look like an emotional manipulator. Coincidentally, in an article on his Little Shame Lane blog from 2011, which was also an adult's toy review, Max wrote this: Hannah's mom freaked out. After reading my entire blog, she brought it to a battered women's shelter, where the workers looked over it and told her I am textbook abusive. Then she called all of Hannah's friends and told them to help her make Hannah break up with me. But enough about Hannah's mom. Let's talk about the Monique Alexander realistic fleshlight. I have to say here that they did not break up, as she eventually went on to marry this guy for reasons I cannot comprehend. Regardless, it is noteworthy that Max has been under suspicion of mistreating his partners.
How can this dude get married? How is this possible? This dude can get married? But I told the dude once that my end goal was to get married, and he was like, immediately, I never want to get married. But I still need to talk to you, and I want to pursue you so that I can have sex with you. But I never want to get married. I'm like, what? Like, get out of my face then. Get away from me.
Out with Shaylin. However, I need to note here that these kinds of interactions between them were so common that people made entire compilations out of Mr. Girl's mistreatment of Shaylin.
That's a stupid question and should tell you that what you need to do is talk about your feelings. Not ask more dumb. I understand that you have
I
some
cannot
other...
believe the similarities between the two women and the way their appearance looks. They just look so similar to me. That was so strange. They look so similar to me. It's supposed to be like they look nothing alike. They just look so similar. I'm shocked at how similar they looked. I'm just freaking out at her. Why? Yelling, why are you yelling at her? Dude, these poor women. These poor women.
half-hearted argument you want to make that has nothing to do with that. That's not why I'm screaming at you.
It's horrible for me because, like, I already feel bad about it. Like, why would you do that? I mean, I know why, because you
those glasses go hard.
I assume Shaylin eventually changed her mind about not wanting the interview to be part of this video, because if that's not the case, then he ultimately did violate her boundaries by posting it. Despite all of this, they're still together to this day, with Shaylin largely supporting
I thought they
crusade
were two
against
different women.
Destiny.
I thought he was talking about I thought they were two different women. Same woman. I'm sorry. I was like, wow, they're kind of soon.
Which a lot of people chalk up to some form of Stockholm Syndrome. After Max messaged every single girl Destiny followed on Instagram, and even resorted to reaching out to other orbiters he'd previously beefed with to try and scramble for any source of dirt he could get, in March of 2023, he released an article with over 100,000 words on Destiny. Unsurprisingly, it had no measurable effect, as it just rehashed things he'd previously said and were far from being secrets in the first place, or were simply gigantic stretches about how Destiny having people argue against each other on his stream was a kind of gladiatorial match. Regardless of whether Destiny and his community are overall good or bad entities, it's clear that this was motivated by an obsessive vendetta over their personal issues with each other. Fortunately, this effectively closed the chapter on their public spat, and only after this came out did Max move on, but not to better things. In the same month as his article came out, Max was interviewed about his latest online activity, and the topic of his ex-wife was brought up. Specifically, he was asked about having posted nude images of his ex-wife, Hannah, online, in the context of whether that constituted
No.
Which he had a very tough time answering. Given that they're now divorced, I'm not so sure she's okay with it, but then again, not that much is known about their relationship. Now that his war effort against Destiny had reached its uneventful end, Max could go back to talking about what he really finds interesting. In August of 2023, he posted an article titled, "People Shouldn't Go to Jail for Looking at CP." In it, he says, "I enjoy cranking it to Cardi B music videos, cartoons about and stories about men being violated by their mothers. I also used to watch real adult films, but 6 months ago, I stopped. I believe the financial incentives and pressures involved in it
All I
make
can
it so
say
the
is
performers
no!
can't truly consent.
No!
I say this as
All I
someone
can
who's
say
been
is
in front of
no!
the camera a few times myself. If we get
No!
universal basic income someday, and I know the performers are not choosing between homelessness or butt stuff, I'll start watching real stuff again. I do wonder, though, if I were a PDF file, would I look at CP? Oh yeah. I wouldn't be able to stop myself, partly because I'd have no other outlet for my urges, but also because merely looking at CP is ultimately a victimless crime. This may seem like just another thought experiment, but to Max, this isn't a hypothetical
A victimless crime?
as his
She also does
participation
victims!
in this stream heavily suggests.
Have you ever looked at
this man needs to be taken
honestly, or leave? Yeah.
Okay, so I should just leave.
Have you ever looked at?
I don't think I have.
I don't think he's gonna indulge that.
Mind you, a month before this article, he made a review of the movie Sound of Freedom, which is ostensibly about a US government agent who hunts down human traffickers. Despite being produced by a relatively small studio, the movie was highly successful at the box office and went on to be very well liked by audiences. Of course, Max saw it differently. In his review, he said, "The Sound of Freedom panders to our collective delusion that CSA can be stopped with violence, that you can out-violence the violence. I should disclose here that I strongly dislike Donald Trump. I find the QAnon, conspiratorial, anti-pedo, anti-Jew shit among his supporters very disconcerting, and it all looks to me like an excuse to join an insane cult so you don't have to deal with complex problems in the real world. I voted for Biden because I think Trump doesn't respect the rule of law and has no morals. However, Biden has sniffed, kissed, and fondled too many children in public to stay in my good graces. I think he is a creep who has, at best, been inappropriate with kids. In private, the truth is probably worse. Common things being common." While Max is just addressing how the movie became politicized, so it's not completely out of place, it's strange that he simultaneously says he voted for Biden and that he believes Biden is a creep. Usually those two things are mutually exclusive and cancel each other out. In another section of this article, he speaks about the personal experiences he had with people he knew who had suffered this kind of thing, noting that their families usually ignored or pretended it didn't happen, which he interprets as the default reaction, and even gives it some degree of justification. However, there is an alternative explanation that presents itself once you factor in that multiple of the examples Max gives are girls he dated. It could just be that girls who are neglected by their families are overrepresented in Max's dating history. This isn't to say that cases like that don't exist, but Max's perspective could definitely be skewed here. Before he closes the review, he says that the movie is homophobic and refers to one of the children who were trafficked as attractive. I'm obviously singling out the most inflammatory things he said here, but again, it's his intent to be inflammatory and say these things. I'm just documenting it. In September of 2023, he was banned from YouTube once again for violating the child child safety policy of the TOS. Whatever momentum he had built up from his songs and his association with Destiny that could establish him as a content creator was on his deathbed.
Can't believe I didn't know that this person. I didn't know what this person just did. I just heard about
Physics, where he supposedly was going to focus exclusively on subjects like astronomy and astrophysics. But he was apparently banned from r/physics for claiming to make grandiose discoveries in the field without backing his claims up whatsoever. Additionally, he claimed to have debunked a discovery made by Albert Einstein, which is just really funny. It was alleged that Max was trying to get legitimate academics to visit his live stream to discuss his ideas, but he couldn't contain himself, getting into fights with them in emails before the streams could happen. As of the writing of this video, there are only 2 uploads to his TikTok, and though they were successful, it seems he's abandoned this project. I hope it comes back though. I'm excited for Mr. Girl's Time Cube and Terry Davis arc. If he doesn't do it himself, one of his sycophantic followers who imitate him online, because yes, these people exist, will probably do it before he can. Besides his physics side project, in July 2024, Max dropped an EP titled The Blackface, where he raps alongside a black version of himself using an AI voice. The track list includes songs such as one of the
Yep. I mean, yep. Yep. Okay. I mean, yep. Yep. All right. So, yeah. Oh no. Words to describe this feeling that I have. It's just outright disappointment. It's just like, okay, yeah, all right. You upset that, like, you know, people are forgetting you exist? There's another thing that you can do. Yep, all right. Not enough attention, I see. Like, all right. You know, there's just a couple of things that are just like really untapped. They're like, all right, well, I guess I gotta go into doing this because nobody, you know, I need more attention on myself. We have a minute left, and this is the minute.
The good ones, some of my best friends are black, and most importantly, shake your flaps. One of the latest developments for Max is that he announced he was working on putting together a documentary. Care to guess what it's about?
Is about child sexual abuse.
What a topic to become a one-trick pony about. Also in July of 2024, he wrote a Substack article about Dr. K from the YouTube channel Healthy Gamer GG, whom he had been calling out for allegedly mishandling a therapy case in 2020 that's related to a person's death. However, due to how little this case has to do with Mr. Girl directly, besides the fact that it's extremely complicated and to some extent a legal issue to tackle, I'll refrain from going too deep here. Since this announcement, things became quiet as far as controversy went, but it's only a matter of time until he gets another 15 minutes for saying something creepy, or Shaylin leaves him and drops an hour-long video explaining how evil he is or something. Until then, I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
That's so disappointing. That's so disappointing and gross. How did this just didn't cross my radar of people like I feel like nobody, I don't know. Maybe it just wasn't like a primary focus. And I just glossed on by it, like whatever, Mr. Girl, like that's not the primary of what's happening in the universe right now. Irrelevant. Like I just avoided it. No, I knew about the Sneeko thing when it came. I knew about what was it? It was literally Moist Critical and Sneeko and Sneeko's like outside talking about cuties, like trying to defend the plot. Like I knew about that. Like this, no clue. No clue about this. I'm more just astounded I didn't know. I'm like, how how do I know? How did I know? I'll probably fucking forget. I'll probably forget so fast. I'll just end up forgetting. just need a breather. I just need a breather from that. That was a good video, though. I like that. Tom did a good job. Maybe it's because I didn't know more information. And that, like, when I don't know more information than Tom knows, I'm like, wow, that's so good. So good. Wow. That's so messed up. The music for like, I'm still thinking about the beat. I'm still thinking about the beat. When will I be free? When will I be free from this prison? When will when will I be free from people doing and acting like this? When will it end? It's never gonna stop. And then Buddha just the backtracking. I'm just so disappointed. I'm so disappointed still. Okay. Alright, we're making good progress though today. Okay. We watched that. What's next? Oh, finally. Oh, finally. We're on track today. We're on track today. We're making it out of this. We're making it out of this. Oh, I think one of the bunnies is going pee in the pee spot. In the actual pee spot. Now I need to see once they move to see if they actually peed in the pee corner. Did you pee in the pea corn? Did you pee? These honestly, they're two things of sesame sticks. These are honey roasted sesame sticks, and I'm pretty sure everybody's gonna see me awkwardly try to like pick them up badly with only 2 fingers. And then these ones are like regular, like different sesame sticks. To the bunny. Oh my gosh, I think the bunny actually peed in the pea corner. And drank some water.
He is a little sweetie. He is a cutie patootie.
Alright, the bunny is actually drinking water. Okay, I'm happy about this. I'm happy about this. Alright, I'm finally here. I'm finally here, alright? I have... Free who? Free who? I'm inclined to click. Free who? Who's being freed? Who is this? Luigi? Avenging their deaths free him? I don't know what's happening. Alright, okay. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. We're fine. We're fine. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos up on the top. Okay? We're gonna make it back to Tom, and then make it back to Tom. Oh, beautiful Tom, my constant in life. The only thing that keeps me from ending it all. It's Tom. Alright. Pegasus is a fraud. I'm excited. I honestly should have covered the other paint if I was gonna like sit here for a hot minute and snap. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I might have to like poke through into the realm, but it should be fine. Okay, I'm excited to see somebody talk about this because Tom and Nick have been talking about Pegasus. I have not watched any of Pegasus' videos, but I did look up, like, there were just, it was videos on top of videos of slop contest, you know, again and again. I can't say he wasn't an inspiration to me. An absolute hero. Inspiration to everyone. Alright. Yeah, so I'm excited to see somebody actually talk about it and form a video, because I've been hearing things about it and hearing people talk about the content of what's in the videos and how, like, you know, but I'm excited. And I don't remember watching any lyrics videos, so I'm excited to see whether or not I'm gonna have to speed it up, slow it down. What's the voice? What's the vibe? This is the vibe. I love flowers. I love flowers. So pretty. Excuse me? A mushroom? What is this? Oh!
Pegasus says that on his channel, what he does is just report the
feel so stupid. I feel so stupid that it actually scared me. I feel so so stupid and ashamed and embarrassed. I'm humiliated. I'm so ashamed that the foot stomping got me. It got me. Why did it get me? Oh my god, I feel so useless as a human being. Okay.
The news of the latest internet situation
And-
while jutting in with his opinion here and there.
Personally, I'm just
Yeah.
reporting the news and stating my opinion,
Yeah.
so...
Which that's fine. On
I'm
the face
liking
of
the
it,
vibes of
until
this.
you watch his videos and realize that
I'm
he's trying to
liking
pass off cutting context, omitting key details of stories, or
Damn!
just flat out lies.
He's
about
coming
his
in quick with
personal
it.
opinion. As much-
Whoa! He's here. Oh my god! I love this. I love this. The information is coming at me so fast within a timely manner. There was no. The buildup was quick. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. I'm subscribed. I'm loving this. I'm subscribed. Alex, I've been subscribed. That way I can watch this.
Most people have noticed in the last 3 months he's completely
Ooh.
turned his channel into Mr. Beast Watch
No,
with KSI and Logan
seriously.
Paul videos on the side.
Calm
Which it's a
down,
funny
brother.
meme to look at the state of his channel and see all these repeated titles and thumbnails.
Yelling
some
again
of them
and again and
literally just
again and
being
again and
flipped on
again.
the other side.
It's
But
funny.
at the core of it, I don't care if somebody makes a lot of videos on something. What is much more important to me is what they're saying in them. And that's where the real
Yeah.
problem is with this channel. Pegasus's coverage
Dude.
of the Mr. Beast
Okay, I'm gonna bring up Leafy. Leafy gets banned for harassment, and yet this man is like video after video after video after video after video about Mr. Beast, and how has he not been clocked yet? How has he not been clocked yet? But Leafy gets clocked. Like, what is this double standard? Am I crazy for thinking this? Like, why? How has nobody clocked him yet? Has been like, hey, you're kind of like I don't even know the content of the videos. Would it have mattered? Does the content of Leafy video matter?
Beast story has been entirely one-sided to
Oh,
fit the
sick.
agenda of fueling the fire to the social
I don't know
dogpile
any
on
other
Mr.
ones.
Beast. The first
Oh,
example
the
to show
face.
this is back in July when a Mr. Beast employee named Chucky, who was the guy who apparently made the decision to fire Dogpack for erratic behavior, when he came out speaking against some of Dogpack's allegations that he could personally testify for, since he was there for a lot of the stuff that Dogpack was trying to say was fake. This is how Pegasus reported on the situation.
No, actually, Chucky, you're just a paid shill for Mr. Beast. Can you stop glazing him for 1 second and open your eyes, Mr. Chuck? He only speaks one
Is this
language, and that's
Pegasus's
the ancient
voice?
dialect of Mr. Beast glazing 24/7.
This whole section is bad. Anytime Chucky speaks about something that he witnessed because he was on
Is
the
that
job,
Pegasus's
just
voice?
writes it off as who even cares about this part.
He acts like exposing us for using CGI to make backgrounds look cool.
Oh
when
God,
we have
and
done
it's
multiple
being
public
sped up.
behind-the-scenes
And it's being
videos
sped up
with
for
So
me.
Crispy showing this.
Oh
It's
my
clearly not a
goodness.
secret. On top of that,
I'm
we did drag buses
thriving.
in that pit,
I'm
and same with the
absolutely
train that
thriving.
you claim we didn't. Listen, Chucky, all right? You are dodging
I don't
all
like
the main
this.
accusations of Dogpack's video.
I
You're
don't
just
like-
addressing
I don't
the
like
dumb
it.
little stuff that nobody
I'm
cares
upset.
about.
That's not dodging. He's doing
I'm upset
exactly
by
what
it.
he
I
said
don't
he would
like
be
it.
doing. Trying to clear up things that he could personally
I just-
speak
I'm a-
on.
I'm-
You're asking him to address
I'm a
the-
lady for the voices. I like the voice, and I don't like the voice. I don't like the voice. That's just about who else's voice. I literally talked about June the King, how I used to speed up the videos because I thought he was talking too slow, and I just like couldn't. But I wanted to watch it because I liked the videos. I just didn't like the pace. It's the tone of the voice. Who else? There was somebody. There are a couple people with the tone of their voice I cannot get behind. I can't consume the content. Oh, I was just talking about this. Sunny V2. I was talking about Sunny V2. There was a time where I was like, when Sunny V2 hit the algorithm, like freaking truck. Hit the algorithm so hard, like I could not scroll through anything without being recommended a Sunny V2 video. I was watching them. His voice has like drastically changed from where it started. I can't listen to his voice anymore. I can't do it. The last one I watched was the Mr. Beast one about when he was talking about Ava Chris Tyson. That was the last one I watched. And even then that was like it was hard to get through for me personally. Like I couldn't. And I think that's why I like watching Tom and Nick the most, is because I like the sounds of their voice and I like the way that the content is being delivered to me. This is so important. If they had a fricked up voice, I would have never gotten this far in any of their content. Like, if they had a fricked up voice, I would have been gone so long ago. I wouldn't even be here right now. I wouldn't be here right now if they had a fricked up voice. Tom, I've seen, oh, dude. I don't even think I've talked to or like stated how much I used to watch Tom. So, when I first started watching like YouTube on a regular basis, I was watching it on the PS4. So I didn't have a YouTube account. I mean, like, if I had started making a YouTube account in like 2016 when I made the account, I mean, like, I was watching YouTube on the PS4 even after I had made my account in 2016, and that's how I would watch YouTube. I wouldn't watch it on the thing. I was not signed in. I was not signed in on the PS4. The PS4 had an entirely different algorithm for like my thing. Like, it would literally constantly recommend me videos. I would no joke, every time a drama alert video came out, I was on it. I was watching it immediately. But the thing is, on the TV's interface, right? It's not like you can go back and watch a certain level of category of somebody's content. So I could watch some new videos, but I would have to scroll an immense length to be able to go back and see somebody's older content. So for people like, let's say, Dream or Tom, I was actually able to get to the end when I started watching their content to be able to watch it all and then watch every single video that was then pushed into my algorithm. And then, because I never deleted the history, I didn't go back and look at the PS4, the history on the YouTube, guest whatever account, whatever it named the account. It would tell me what videos I had already seen. So it was recommending me videos that I had already seen. So I would then go in and use the scroll bar to try to find those videos. It would be like, I'm trying to explain it when I could literally just look up the picture. Like, here you can literally see the videos. I can hit popular, I can hit oldest. There was a time where I feel like you couldn't do that. I'm not sure if this was a thing. I didn't use it as a thing if it was a thing, but you couldn't hit oldest, you couldn't hit most popular, you couldn't hit latest. You were literally scrolling as if it was this. This is exactly the interface. So I would go in and I would see this and I would be like, I didn't see that video yet. And I would go like this. Look, and then it's over. But it would keep going. It would keep going. So at a certain point, I'm like, dude, I can't even scroll that far. But I have seen throughout my lifetime. Did I exit the video? Oh my god, I'm safe. How did I do this? Did I open the tab up? What did I get rid of? Am I okay? Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. So yeah, I have seen practically all of Turkey Tom's videos, if not multiple times. Because I would play it in the background. I would literally sit, because I'm a freaking loser shut-in. I would sit in front of the TV and just continually play it, and it would play the next recommended thing. So whether or not that was just another commentary video, or it was a video that I had already seen, or it was another Turkey Tom video, it would literally just keep playing like the next recommended video, and I would just sit there and I would watch Tom's video just over and over in the background as like background noise. I would watch it, and sometimes I would look up, sometimes I would be sewing, I would be drawing, I would be working on animations. Like, that's what I was doing. And that's partly why I'm doing this. I'm going back to my roots. I'm going back to who I am. Yeah, I miss that. I miss doing that, which is partly why I wanted to get back to this, because everything seemed to have gotten so complicated with the other stuff that I was doing. But yeah, I was basically doing what I'm doing now. What I'm doing now on these streams, with the content playing in the background, and I would, sit there and I would react, and I would just kind of like have fun and live my silly little sad life in the sick sad world. So, oh my god. But this was before I knew, like, whether or not somebody got to... I was so upset. I can't even explain to you the amount of just anger. Not being recommended a Turkey Tom video, and then going on the PS4 and being like, what? I'm so pissed off. I did not find out years until, like, years later. I did not find out why. But like, it's so funny looking back on that, about how upset I was that like it rustled the consistency of my life, that I like living my day in such a scheduled time frame that not being able to eat lunch and watch a Turkey Tom video at this certain time, like, had me setting off autistic moments of like, I don't like change. Where's my consistency? Where's my Turkey Tom? So fucking pissed. I was so pissed, having literal baby rage. Alone, mind you, alone. I'm having baby rage alone. No one's home. I was still living with my parents. No one was home. Everybody off to work, and I'm sitting in the living room trying to sew, trying to eat, and I'm like, why isn't Tom posted a video? Like, literally checking his channel on a daily basis, waiting for the next commentary thing, and I'm like, where is he? Where is he? Don't leave me! Don't leave me! I'll die without you. So, yeah, there are a couple people who I really have seen all of their content. I think it was also, Crank Gameplays. I scrolled so far. There's some people I really did go through the entire scroll to watch all of their content, but other people, like, when I go down the rabbit hole of, like, knowing what people posted in the past, like, I could literally just, I want to just blame it on the interface. Blame it on that interface of only seeing that amount and being like, well, I don't want to watch the first 10 videos that I just scrolled through if they posted every day and I'm watching other content, let's say. You know, okay, so let's say for somebody like PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, Craig Gameplays, like, I went through watching them. There was a time when PewDiePie was posting on a daily basis, like, I could not keep up with the amount of content that was coming out. So I would literally circle around and watch other stuff. And then I go back and I'm like, dude, where's the freaking Minecraft video? And I'm like, I only scrolling to find the Minecraft video. I'm sorry. I know I went off on a tangent. I just
things that he wasn't there for.
Nobody cares if Mr. Beast uses CGI in some of his videos, okay?
And I don't know what he means when he says no one cares about the CGI thing. Yeah, sure, I don't personally care about it. It sounds like you don't either. But Dogpack alleged that in his video. So just because you personally don't care about it, the guy isn't allowed to respond to it?
Some of the points in Dawson's video were to build a bigger picture for the more serious accusations. It's the first video on his channel. It's not going to be perfect, all right?
It's his first video, man, so even if he lied about something, come on, why do you gotta call him out on it? It's all about building the bigger picture, which is a great idea, mixing in a bunch of lies with the more serious allegations. You're gonna see a lot of this, Pegasus doing all these gymnastics to avoid criticizing Dogpack at all costs, and especially seeing the way he treats him versus Soggy Cereal later on. The double standard in his coverage becomes very transparent.
This wink was added in post. Bruh, he really did wink. This is a flat-out lie again.
Honestly,
Bro, put
the bigger picture for me, is I just want acknowledgement. I just want acknowledgement of it. And acknowledging it and being like, oh, well, yeah, I wasn't really, like, involved in it. Like, that's the hard part of where I'm like, yeah, I think you had a bigger part in this than you're kind of letting on, or you're admitting. You're kind of just explaining it away like it was, like, a nothing burger. Like, everybody has a nothing burger. Brother, you're literally in the room with the Shadowman poster. That is so funny. Come on. Come on. Come on, dude. Somebody has a freaking One Piece poster in it, and if I'm in the same proximity as them, I go, what's that? I go, what's that? And if they say One Piece, I go, what's One Piece? And then I look it up later. Like a heathen.
Imagine having allegations of conducting illegal lotteries, promoting gambling to kids, and all these other horrid things, right? And then you got Chucky on your team who responds with, but did this person really wink? I hate how Dawson has to respond to these absolutely tiny, inconsequential things that Chucky bought up.
That Chucky brought up?
They're important.
Chucky bought up.
You
hate that Dogpack has to respond to this?
I hate how Dawson has to respond to these absolutely tiny, inconsequential things.
He's the one who brought up the point to begin with.
If you made the allegation, that's a response. Okay, now I understand why people are so upset with it. Now I understand. Okay, I thought it was just a slop. I thought it was like that. Now I'm getting it. I'm on board. I see it. That doesn't make any sense. Of course he has to respond to that. He's the one who made the allegation. You made it. If somebody's poking holes in your story, then you need to tighten up the story and be like, no. And if you're not gonna clarify, then what's the point? Then it's just a fucking liar. Just a little dirty little liar.
Like, we should be focusing on all the major accusations here.
Yeah, I agree. We should focus on the major allegations. But who's the one who brought this up in the first place? So it's not a problem when Dogpack...
Hold on. The bunnies. Hold on. I ripped it so badly. I ripped my the headphone cord off of the thingy. Hold on. It's like plugged into an extender. That way I can traverse the lands with my long headphone cord. Because for some reason I can't do Bluetooth. I tried to do Bluetooth once, and I can only listen to it. The words do not match up. I have beef with Bluetooth. Oh, bless you, baby. The bunnies are good. The bunnies are good. I checked. I just want to make sure. Bruce is awake and he's on a tirade.
Brings up small shit as stupid as a wink in his video, but then when someone responds saying, hey, that was wrong, now it becomes a problem. If Dogpack didn't want anyone to disprove what he was saying, then he should have never just told as many lies as he did in his video in the first place. But Pegasus purposely finds a way to avoid critiquing Dogpack and wraps it around to still being about Mr. Beast because that's the narrative.
Way to deflect absolutely everything. And when I asked you in DMs for clarification regarding these allegations, what did you do? That's right, you didn't even respond. It's been over 2 days. I'm waiting for a response. I gave you a chance to respond, and clearly you had nothing to say about stuff like the illegal lottery.
Yeah, of course he didn't respond about the legal lotteries because, as he said, all he was making the post for was to talk about what he knew and was there for. Why did you expect anything different? The second main example against Pegasus's coverage on Mr. Beast is when Dogpack went forward to spread false allegations of domestic violence against James Warren in his third video, which all he had to do was wait a week to get the correct information to confirm this, but chose not to and spread these accusations baselessly. And Dogpack has even confirmed to me in DMs that he has hurt apparently the other real victim stories he's told by doing this. But when Pegasus made a video on this, he cut the context of Dogpack's video to make it seem like the reporting was far better and more legitimate than it actually was.
Dude, all these people are pieces of shit. You should audit them and see if they cover this. So Pegasus literally cuts this part out of the video so you don't see that the reporting was bad.
I heard that he's very aggressive. I've heard him referred to as a psychopath who screams at people and hits his girlfriends. There's allegedly domestic violence charges that were filed against him. James Warren also was an ex-drug addict.
Can you, dude, you see the fucking cut?
That was Pegasus's version in his video, and this is the part that he cut out immediately after.
Filed against him, and I say allegedly because it turns out there's a lot of people in North Carolina named James Warren who,
I can't believe he cut it.
Their girlfriends, I guess.
I still can't believe
I'm still
the
having
cut.
people look into these cases.
What cutting that context does is give the viewer a completely different perception of the seriousness of this allegation. The cutout part shows the irresponsibility of Dogpack that he's going to include a screenshot of State of North Carolina versus James Warren when he hasn't even figured out yet if it's the same James Warren he's accusing. That is next level, and was the point that destroyed Dogpack's credibility, showing he was just throwing anything against the wall to see what stuck, even at the cost of innocent people. So the problem isn't that just Pegasus cut this part out, but also that he had nothing to say about it, which continues to show this double standard and bias towards Dogpack. And weirdly enough, when Dogpack put out his tweet a week later admitting there weren't any domestic violence charges against James Warren, Pegasus takes down his video, which I think was the right call, but the way he went about doing it was pretty weird. He tries to discreetly take this down without anyone noticing and rearrange the numbers to his Mr. Beast series to act as if it never existed. If you look at his channel right now, the current number 11 in his series was actually number 12 because the video Mr. Beast's Empire is Crumbling was the original 11.
I can't even be like that sus because I would have done the same thing.
Organization's sake, but given
that way
everything
everything
else,
is
I think this was like purposeful.
in the
Very
order,
suspicious, you know, not making any accusations, but very interesting timing by the Beast team, you know, trying to sweep it under the rug, it seems.
And then when reporting on Dogpack's correction tweets, he made sure to do it in the last minute of his video, which will be important to remember later on. But if this was all and there wasn't anything else, I don't think I would make a video on it, but it's not. For the third main example, if you're just a Pegasus viewer, this will be the first time you hear of this, because if you look at his channel, he just chose not to cover this because of how bad it made Dogpack and Rosanna look. In a collab video, they both accused Mr. Beast of having CP in a company work chat, which they even advertised in their video by putting the alleged CP on their thumbnail, barely
and then
censored
blurring
with
it a
big
couple
bold
of
text
different
saying,
times.
She's 13. Chris would love
Blurring
this.
it
This is
multiple
deranged.
different times,
The only
like,
thing comparable is the She's 12 Zam meme. And it turned out that not not only was this not a company work chat like they were claiming it was when those messages were sent, but the girl was 18. And what was Rosanna and Dogpack's response when people justifiably called them out on this? To claim all their critics are either paid opposition or Keemstar attack dogs that are secretly conspiring against them. These two are unhinged, and already their credibility wasn't high before this point, but this is what brought it to ground zero.
I have never, I still can't believe this when people are like, wow, who's Rosanna Pants? I know who she is. I would consider to be old YouTube. It is so strange. This is what I don't want. This is why I did this. I don't want something like that. Literally, our content is making baking videos. She literally is mainstream media, had like a baking show at one point, has been on multiple baking contest things. And like to then do this swivel and to then have this, like your audience is not there for that. They're literally there for the baking videos. But the thing is those videos blew up so hard. It's so unsettling with like the rest of her content and like the person that she, or at least the person that I thought she was over the years with the baking content, like the nice and the sweetness. And then things got real aggressive. Things got so aggressive. That's so weird. Again, it would be like if Nicholas Diorio came out and was like, I'm going to start making cake baking videos. Like, just a random cake baking video. And it was like, seriously. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to put a Barbie in the middle of the cake. As like a serious video. Like, not even as like a parody. Like, this is a serious thing. Unsettling.
And Pegasus chose to not cover any of this because why? When going over
Honestly,
Soggy Cereal's video where he called this out, Pegasus gave this reasoning why he didn't cover it.
I know Tom was like, she should just shut up. Like, I think other people were, Tom and Nick were really upset that she like said anything about being, or that she was like seething so badly about the whole like Mr. Beast video and coming in first and not actually being acknowledged with that. Like, dude, I can understand that. I can totally understand that. In my opinion, she has every right to be super upset about that. But, like, the vengeance that she has ever since that I spit on the canvas again. The vengeance that she has is mesmerizing and so strange.
After this, he goes over the Dogpack and Rosanna Ivanka Trump thing, where basically they accuse like Ava and maybe Mr. Beast to be in like a work chat, and they were spreading these images that were illegal, but obviously it came out to be false. And obviously I did not cover this in length because, you know, I knew it was absolutely egregious.
Wait, you didn't cover it because you knew it was egregious?
I knew it was absolutely egregious.
So you apparently knew this was bad, but didn't think it was important enough to inform your viewers that the top source for your Mr. Beast coverage the last 3 months made a fuck up this big that killed his credibility entirely? I thought you were the news reporter guy.
And I'm simply reporting the news. Like, that's literally the job of the news, to report what's happening. And I'm simply reporting the news.
It's actually just an agenda to only cover the stuff that makes Mr. Beast look bad. Just choosing to only be one-sided because that's what the popular narrative is. And these guys are terrified of their comment section eating them alive for having a different opinion or something that's even a little bit more reasonable, because it's all just fuck Mr. Beast socially. And if you have any opinion that slightly deviates to the other side, they'll purity test you back into fucking form. For the fourth main example, though, where Pegasus's bias showed the hardest was when he covered Soggy Cereal's video on Dogpack. It's so transparent here. He poisons the well and primes his audience to already be so against Soggy Cereal by covering a different video entirely before he even goes on to his Mr. Beast video, where he tries to paint Soggy as a liar while simultaneously lying about him.
70% of the videos is just a replay of Dogpack's content that's already filled with lies and manipulation, and the remaining 30% is just you making the most slanderous and uninformed statements possible. Even add my own misinformation, defamatory statements on top, like more Pegasus.
Once again, complete lie. Of course, he gives 0 examples of this because I never did that.
Except he did give an example that you purposely cut out to lie to your audience. This was the full clip from Soggy's video that Pegasus didn't show.
Making the most slanderous and uninformed statements possible.
Now, the most damning allegation here has to be this guy called Mac, right? So Mac was made out to be this random person that is trying so hard to win these challenges, and everyone is emotionally invested in his success. Well, it turns turns out in
like a random contestant? What the fuck are you talking about? Jimmy even referred to him as a friend at the start of the video.
I have built the most deadly obstacle course in the world, and my friend back here is attempting to complete it.
Of course, he gives 0 examples of this because I never did that.
This wasn't framed as an opinion. This was just you making a definitive statement.
You just cut it
Mac
right
was
out.
made
You
out to
cut
be
it
this
right
random
out.
person, and that was wrong. Exactly what
That's
Soggy
shady.
said. Just own it. It's not even that big of a deal. But what makes it bigger is you lying on top of it and spinning a bullshit story to your audience. Now, Soggy Slop and Mr. Beast video have both had problems that I've had my fair share critiques of, going over both of them in their entirety on stream. But the difference that I see is that this is how Soggy responds when you critique him.
I'm gonna be real, man. Even if there was like an hypocrisy point, I think even if you had a point to bring up there, you should have definitely clarified that, like, hold on though, hey, by the way, here's some more context for this Cam Nuggets guy. He wasn't exposed for this. I think that context like needs to be added, or that section needs to be cut out.
Yeah, that also makes sense. It is, yeah. But yeah, dude, I'm not like Dawson. I'm not like gonna fucking try to put bandages on this. Like, I don't mind admitting that I was wrong there, and I'm just gonna cut it out.
Yeah, that's cool, and I appreciate you being able to like
That's nice.
own up to it or whatever, and wanted to like take it out and like edit that section. I appreciate that. I think that's good.
This was my conversation with him I had over his video, and he owns it and makes the moves to fix it. But how does Pegasus respond when he's critiqued? He lies about what the other person said and spreads it to his audience. His bias and double standard becomes even more transparent the more the video continues.
So in this video, I will be debunking close to every accusation.
Okay, spoilers, he debunks some of the stuff after getting insider info that we didn't have access to. But a lot of the stuff, he's like, well, Mr. Beast employee said this, therefore it is correct. When it's just a he said, she said. Like, people lie, obviously. Dogpack can lie, and the Mr. Beast employees can lie. So, you know, keep that in mind as we go through this.
Dude, it's like he's panicking as he lets Soggy's video play for just a few seconds and tries to so quickly go through it and brush it off, when this video completely dismantled Dogpack, aka the source that you've been reporting on for months. What you'll notice is that Pegasus has such different energy for Dogpack calling out Mr. Beast versus Soggy calling out Dogpack.
Being deceitful here because he's comparing a single serving sized 43 grams Hershey's bar to a 2 serving sized 60 grams Feastables bar, instead of comparing it to a 1 serving sized 35 grams Feastables bar.
Okay, he keeps addressing the most insignificant allegations that nobody cares about. This was such a minor point.
Suddenly, when Soggy points out a lie, no one cares about it anymore. I think if we look at your past videos, you'd get a different impression.
Where it has mostly the same ingredients as Hershey's and even more sugar and more calories per bar.
30 grams of sugar per bar. Dude, that's almost as much as a Coca-Cola can. What the freak? Do not buy this absolute dog shit that he's calling a health food. Even more unhealthy than the brand he's constantly shitting on, Hershey's. That is some sinister shit, okay?
Some sinister shit, huh?
Yeah.
What happened to no one caring?
You're gonna go
Pegasus
off on
when
a
Dogpack
spiel,
lies about
and
Mr.
it's not that
Beast.
important.
That is some sinister shit, okay?
Versus Pegasus when Soggy Cereal points out Dogpack lying.
He keeps addressing the most insignificant allegations that nobody cares about.
Listen to the way he calls out and treats Dogpack versus Soggy.
He basically says the banner on Mr. Beast's channel, the subscribe for a cookie, is manipulative, which it's a bit of a stretch. Okay, just gonna be fair here. That is a bit of a weak point, but it doesn't invalidate all the other points in this video like some people were saying. This guy has made a shit ton of good points in this video, right?
Quietly saying, hey man, you know, I don't think this was the best point, but don't worry, it doesn't discredit anything else you've said, and the rest of your video is really good. You made really good points, man. Can you at least try to hide the bias a little more? Not a third of this charity that you gave to Dogpack was given to Soggy.
Me and Dawson were cordial, but I will say it was a little uncomfortable with just me and him in the office. He seemed pretty disinterested. He gave weird vibes for sure. And
literally, what is the point of any of this? You've barely asked anything relevant at all. Okay, how did you feel about Dawson? Who cares if they hate him or like him? They're on Mr. Beast's side, and Dawson is not. Of course, they don't like him.
You see this crazy nitpicking when all Soggy is trying to do is set the scene of how the other employees' experiences were with the main accuser who's trying to take down the company. Where was this same nitpicking when it came to Jake Weddle's interview? You had nothing to say when this guy compared Mr. Beast to his dad who sexually assaulted kids.
My dad was like a soap coach, neighborhood someday. Everybody loved it. Behind closed doors, he's a real piece of shit. And so when stuff starts hitting the fan, what? Him? No, surely. But then the news broke, that he did what he did to one of the students of the team. And it's like when that comes out, you're not surprised. And it was just a consequence that's happened to somebody who was really good at avoiding them for a long time. And I don't know, everybody loves Jimmy. And behind closed doors, he is not super great.
Wow, that is absolutely horrific if that is true. That is absolutely awful to hear, so...
Nothing but positive things to say about that entire mess of an interview.
Bruce
but
really
God
wants my
forbid,
attention.
Soggy asks a
Bruce
couple like
is
base
circling
grounding
me.
questions to just set the scene. I don't even care if you think that both Soggy's and Dogpack's interviews both had irrelevant parts, but just be consistent. Pegasus is so quick to look for anything and everything to shit on this video.
But just as I will rip into Jimmy later in this video.
Spoilers, by later he means the absolute end of the video. He does like 4 minutes at the end of a 1.5 hour long video.
There's no way you're saying this when your correction to the domestic violence charges was in your last 60 seconds of this 24-minute video.
By later he means the absolute
God
end
is
of the
this.
video.
But lastly, in his video covering MrBeast's response, he just cuts context again, trying to frame MrBeast as if he said the external investigation found no wrongdoing, when he said the opposite just seconds prior from the clip he shows in his video. Pegasus plays the timestamp 9:31 to 9:52 in his video, and then says this about it.
The result of the third-party investigation said
What's
that they
wrong,
were
my sugar
hiring a
sweets?
new
Need my
CEO,
attention?
CFO, CPO, and general counsel, which is a very interesting result for an investigation that supposedly didn't find much wrong.
Not only did no one say this,
tiny,
but Jimmy
very
said the
sweet.
exact opposite seconds ago at 9:23.
A lot of people are saying, oh, of course, Jimmy did an internal investigation and found himself, they didn't find any wrongdoing, which is also not true, which I assume we'll go into that more later. They did find some wrongdoing, just not in regards to like the serious Ava allegation. So that's a, false truth. And then on top of that, it wasn't an internal investigation.
There's a 0% chance he just missed this. If you look at the transcript, it's literally the line above. He purposely cut this to frame a narrative to his audience and make
My
Mr.
cat
Beast
really
look
wants
worse. You can't watch this guy's
cats.
videos
He
and
really
rely on him
he's
for an
shoving
honest
me.
retelling or summary of the story. You gotta cross-reference
Seems
like
so
every
scummy.
clip that he shows.
So scummy.
Pegasus is far from the
I'm
only one who's
bummed.
like this, but he is the biggest.
about
And many
the
people go to him
scumminess.
in hopes to get an accurate summary of events of the latest drama, but you can't count on him for that. It's so funny how he boasts about how he's a real one, who doesn't bend to bigger YouTubers or the crowd, when he's just as audience captured and a slave to the public narrative as most of the other channels in this space.
The MrBeast team is panicking really hard. Apparently, he sent yet another warning to Dogpack 404. Cease and desist, final warning. Final warning before what, Jimmy? What exactly do you want to do to Dogpack here? Beast actually trying to be a cartoon anime villain here with this BS legal stuff.
Are you gonna sue Dogpack?
They're not done drafting it up, but once they're done,
Defamation.
more than likely, yeah. Every law firm I've talked to, they're like, this would be the easiest win they've ever seen in their life. I mean, it's like crazy.
Okay. Oh! Alright, well, now that I'm caught up on that and actually know a little bit more about, what's in the Pegasus videos, that's, wow, that's really disheartening. For a while, I thought it was just kind of funny that, you're just trying to get the slop, you're just trying to get that bag. You're just trying to get that bag, and then it's descended into not good things. We've descended into not good things. There we go. I don't know how I'm gonna do this with the tongue, brother. This tongue, this is gonna be so hard. The tongue, though, this is gonna be so friggin' difficult. I got the eyes. At least it's coming together. Slowly but surely coming together. It kind of looks like a giraffe, I guess.
Oh, bless you, baby. You alright, Snookums?
He's okay. This is sad. Stop. Don't recommend me this. I think Pegasus should just go to Mr. Beast's side and should just go to Mr. Beast's side and start making videos like Dogpack is done. The Dogpack situation is finally over. Remember when he was complaining about people milking stuff? I wonder. Huh. The end of personality-based YouTubers? What is that? How long ago was that? This is Slop. Tom! Not my Tom. Oh, God. Good Lord. Okay. We're back to Tom. We're safe. I'm starting to get tired, so I think... Hey. My cat's trying to eat my foot.
Stop it.
He's not trying to... He likes to rub his nose and his teeth on my feet.
What are you doing? Stop it, Snookums.
So yeah, I think we're gonna watch this video, and then I'm gonna go off into the night. Honestly, because now I'm tired.
I'm a little eepy.
I've got just gonna go to bed.
Freaking rock stars, all right?
I'm just gonna go to bed. What?
You guys are freaking rock stars,
Oh!
all right? You guys, the Tom Dark audience, the TGGers,
Me?
the Tiggers, as I call them, okay? You guys really don't need help or advice from anyone, let alone me, because you guys just rock that much. You can handle yourselves when times get tough. And I'm so proud of you all, okay? I just want to pinch those cute little cheeks of yours. But of course, there are outsiders that don't watch my content and are not as independent and cool as you strong-willed individuals. And let's be honest, sometimes even the strongest of men do need a little bit of advice when times get tough. Amidst the struggle of life, sometimes you really just need that one special guy you can turn to who's really going to help you out and make a big difference. Maybe it's your uncle who lives in a trailer and listens to Blady and Chapel Roan, or maybe it's your chill older brother who ate a lithium battery one time and now has...
I feel like I watched the intro to this. Did I watch the video? I didn't watch the video.
You know, a lot of health issues, but also a lot of wise, sage knowledge to pass on.
There he is.
Whoever it may be, it doesn't really matter as long as they can help you out when you're having a rough time. But ultimately, for the Zoomers,
Okay.
a lot of kids nowadays don't have that one special person to ask for advice. So they unfortunately turn to the fun-loving world of TikTok.
How to make your dick do the helicopter? How to fuck an ugly bitch? Why men should prepare their nails before a first date? How to fuck big girls and pregnant women? How to get a woman with the roommate game? The evil way to get a woman using the blackmail game. One of the best hobbies you can have as a cheater. How to ask a woman if you can hit her off. How to wash her ass before linking up. One thing you might be doing wrong in the bedroom as a man. How to deal with stagnant cooch.
Life in Scars,
I feel like I
also
didn't
known as
watch
the
this.
Game is Game
Why do I
guy,
feel like-
or sometimes referred
why
to
do I
as
feel like I've
Jaron.
seen
This guy
this?
was pretty popular on TikTok. He blew up back in 2022 for his diabolical
Imagine
way
I
of
watched
giving
this 2
advice
days
to
ago
his
and I
audience.
just didn't
A lot of
X
you
out the
guys have
tab.
probably recognized this individual before, but you may not know a lot about him. And the reason I'm talking about him today is because Jaron's advice is not like your usual everyday advice. In fact, more often than not, it's actually it's actually completely insane. This dude is somehow able to weave an entire storyline into his TikToks and create the most elaborate, devilish plan you could ever
Why
dream
about
of,
the butt?
usually
Why-
involving cock, balls, and sex. For example, one of his most
Oh.
infamous videos is titled How to Fuck Yo Cousin, and you may be thinking to yourself, wow, I mean, that seems pretty simple. Seems like a self-explanatory thing to want to do. You know, if you
No.
want to do it, there seems to be, you know, avenues to explore that possibility. But no, Jaron
No.
is a man with a plan.
How to fuck your cousin. Guys, look, I don't condone cousin fucking, but I don't knock it either. So listen up.
condone it,
Next
but I
time you
mean,
hang around your cousin, you need to drink some poison. But just a little bit. You're gonna get sick. And if you're not in a delusional state, you need to act like it. Then I want you to act like you're getting hot, and I want you to start taking off your pants. Get your dick hard. Once you got your dick hard, I want you to grab your cousin's hands, and I want you to put them around your dick. One or two things are gonna happen. Either one, she gonna start jacking your dick, or two, she gonna think that shit disgusting. Regardless, you in a delusional state, so whatever happens, ain't your fault. Now, start talking out of your head. Say something like, oh man, it's hard. She gonna be like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Why's your dick hard? You wanna fuck or something? Say, yes. And use a condom. I don't want you to have a dude, baby. Game is game.
You see, a big staple of Life in Scars is the extensive history of homemade sex moves that he's shared with the world. He's got a lot of really iconic ones. One of them is called the Steam Engine, which I really don't know how Steam is involved, but he did manage it. He's also got one called the Hamburger, which I won't go too deep into because of the contents of it. But my personal favorite of it is called the Buzz Lightyear. It's a very unique one. It features a fishbowl, a laser pointer, a set of stairs, and whoever you love most in life.
How to Buzz Lightyear, bitch. Hey, y'all, the Buzz Lightyear is a sex move. So as always, believe that you have consent. Now go like this. You're gonna need 4 items. You're gonna need a fishbowl, a laser pointer, a flight of stairs, and a bitch. Now,
A
you're gonna
flight
start
of
off fucking your bitch at the top of the
stairs.
stairs, front to back. While you fucking the front to back, right before you're about to nut, I want you to pull your dick out, slap the bitch in the back of the head. Assuming that you still have consent, right when she turn around, I want you to bust that nut in her eye. As soon as you bust a nut in her eye, grab the fishbowl, put that shit over her head, then push the bitch down the stairs. Go ahead and grab your laser pointer, point that shit at her, and scream to infinity and beyond. y'all just gonna do 3 things to the woman. 1, she's gonna be confused about what the hell just happened. Number 2, she's gonna be trying to stop herself from falling. And number 3, she's gonna be trying to get the net out her eye, but she can't because the fishbowl in the way. Women love this shit. Now, by the time she reaches the bottom of the stairs, if she ain't moving nothing, you get wrong. But we just be digging bitches. Game.
And he wouldn't only give advice. Sometimes he would upload videos where he just rants about problems in his life because, you know, he feels like it. He wants to share his perspective with the audience. And usually this would be equally as insane as his how-to guides.
Now listen, if we have to pay taxes to put retards in communities, then we should be able to fuck them.
Now, if it wasn't already obvious here, Life in Scars doesn't really hold back when it comes to the explicit nature of his content. He is a real one, as the fellas say. And he does not censor anything, okay? He's standing up to big tech. He's saying, hey, you will not censor me. I will describe how to do the Buzz Lightyear technique on your mother in 4K.
No.
You will not stop me. I will say, as insane as it is, it's kind of refreshing to see someone like this be able to blow up. Kind of reminds me of like pre-apocalypse YouTube. It's just from a different time, really. But obviously, the kind of content he makes didn't come without scrutiny. He began making some waves in a negative way, which is why he got a lot of flack for one particular video he made called Why the Age of Consent is Bullshit.
Why age of consent is some bullshit. Well, it's just a bunch of man-made laws that don't make no fucking sense.
Basically, he says that the age of consent is bad because different countries have different laws, therefore it's kind of irrelevant. And he adds on top of that that people who talk about the age of consent a lot sound like pedophiles. And after making some very salient, cogent, great arguments,
that
in
point,
the debating Reddit world, he goes on to give a very interesting reveal, which is that he apparently was touched as a child. And, you know, a lot of people, when that happens, they're obviously going to be traumatized by it. They're going to have a bad time. They're not going to like it. But Life in Scars is a very different perspective. In fact, he says he wishes it happened more.
I was molested as a child, and my only regret is that it didn't happen more often.
Literally in my head, the boom. In my head, I heard the boom.
Now, he then goes on to say that if it wasn't for those punk-ass age of consent laws, he could have gotten game from his teachers, his mom's friends, his friends' moms, etc.
My God.
A lot of different demographics of people he's exploring here that he sees opportunities with to get some gash. And he then goes on to say that the age of consent is when you hit puberty, which sounds a lot like something Sneeko would say. Honestly, if he's not lying about getting touched as a young child, then that would probably explain a lot of his beliefs nowadays around the age of consent. It probably destroyed his mental state a little bit, probably fried him a little bit, just a little bit, you know, as it does. Now, obviously, with this kind of content he was posting and the arguments he was making, you had some people who really liked Life in Scars and they liked the content he was making. They thought he was funny. They thought he was edgy. Then you had some people who didn't like him and really were just not on board with him at all. And then you had a third demographic of people that didn't think he was trolling. They just really liked what he was saying and they agreed with him because they are weird. But the defense that Life in Scars got from a lot of people was that he was playing a character and he was just being edgy to get more views. He was clip farming, essentially. People saying, you know, he was espousing these opinions. He doesn't actually believe in them, but he just wanted attention online. And that, you know, was definitely a possibility at the time. I mean, I would want that to be the case in regards to his arguments about age of consent, because I wouldn't want to believe that yet another person I talk about online has weird thoughts and feelings about that. But, you know, it's hard to say for sure what his motivations are and what he's doing here. There's a lot of speculation around that. But regardless of any backlash he was receiving, the views were still pouring in on TikTok. He was getting a very big audience, and he would continue to grow throughout 2022 and 2023, getting a pretty big following on TikTok. He would even get so big that a lot of other live streamers noticed who he was, and they saw he was entertaining, and they wanted to bring him on their streams to, you know, talk his shit, to give his worldview, to troll around and be entertaining, like what Aiden Ross did. You see, Aiden Ross had him on to rizz up some girls, and Jerron would also pose a very interesting hypothetical here to the ladies that I think a lot of you need to think about.
Would you rather have an 8-inch dick that lasts for 1 minute or a 3-inch dick that can go all night?
All night.
You take the all night 3-inch?
Yeah.
You too?
Yeah.
And you too?
Now ask the same
There you go.
ask the same question.
I think it's undeniable from this stream that although he may be a freak, he does have some massive rizz. He does know how to get the ladies, all right? It might be too much rizz. Frankly, I think people with this much rizz probably need some kind of government intervention so we can save some for the rest of us. But as we will soon see, it turns out he may have abused his rizz. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. It's very possible that he was using his rizz for the forces of evil. Now, I have no idea what brought this specific thing to light, but as it turns out, Jerron
one day we'll be done with this.
Didn't have an exactly clean and squeaky past, which I'm sure is not super surprising, you know, from the people who didn't think he was a troll. It's not super shocking to them. In 2016, it appears he was arrested for an incident that happened at Walmart, which in fact is the perfect place for incidents in general to occur. If I hear an incident happened at Walmart, I'm like, okay, if you're gonna have an incident, it's got to be Walmart. Okay, you don't do that at Costco. Costco is just too high grade. All right, you don't want to be having an incident in front of the double chunk chocolate cookie. You don't want the Rizzler to be seeing you have an incident. But at Walmart, I mean, that's where it's supposed to happen.
Dude, I've seen people have incidences at Sam's Club.
Jerron Colonel Gray, 28, now of West Fargo, changed his plea to guilty in North Central District Court in Minot. Judge Todd also ordered Gray to pay $1,000 in restitution and another $1,000 in court costs. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison, with all the time suspended except for the day he already spent in jail. If he continually completes the probation, the Class C felony theft charge will appear as a misdemeanor on his record. And so essentially what happened here is it looks like he stole a credit card from a woman in 2015, and he then used that credit card to rack up some serious expenses. He ended up purchasing an iPad Air and a PlayStation 4, which in fairness, you know what? You gotta play Black Ops 3 somehow, okay? You gotta run those maps with the boys. You gotta run the COD Zombies maps that they remastered on Black Ops 4, 3, whatever it is with the boys. I don't know. I played it once. You gotta do it, okay? You
Before
gotta
the
be on Nocturne
PS5
until
even
late at
came
night.
out,
You're
like
gonna
I
just let
was
someone
like
else stop you. You're gonna let the
I
law
thought
stop you
5.
from doing that? That doesn't seem fair to me. He was identified after Walmart officials viewed store surveillance video and recognized Gray as the man who made the purchases. He also got a meal at McDonald's using the stolen credit card. Frankly, I think this is like one of the funniest things you could have on your record, and to top it all off, this looks like, frankly, a piece of advice he would give on TikTok. Like, I guarantee he would title this video something like how to get free McDonald's and then be like, guys, all you need to do to get your new PS4 and some McDonald's is you gonna rizz up a hoe, you gonna give her that sleep serum I told you about, and then you gonna use that credit card to get that McChicken, go home and play Black Ops 4 all night. Game is game. And hey, game is game. Now, despite the small hiccup in his past, he would keep trucking in the TikTok algorithm in the Instagram world, and he would continue to grow in followers until about 6 months ago, as of me recording this video, when he would get arrested again. And obviously, because he's a big public figure now, a lot of people were interested in it, and they ended up getting a mugshot release, which is pretty funny. I feel like in this one photo, he aged like 10 years or something. I feel like I thought he was like 17, and now he looks like 48 years old. I don't know what happened. I don't know how that happened that quick. But unfortunately, this charge was a little more serious. You know, someone stealing a credit card, getting a PS4. I mean, it's not a good thing to do, but it is at least a funny crime. But this time around, we had a different situation where he was arrested for allegedly beating his girlfriend. Now, obviously, a lot of people had a lot of questions about this situation. They wanted to know what's going on. So they started going through his history, his back catalog of streams to see what happened, to see if they could get any more evidence. Now, keep in mind, all of these streams are lost to time, and the bits and pieces I did find are all from reposts. But from what Jerron has said on interviews, as well as everyone else's information about it, I think there are some important parts here that are known, but there may be a few minor details wrong. So just keep that in mind. This is to be taken with a bit of a grain of salt. So this is what allegedly happened here. So Jerron was streaming on Monkey, which is a service that a lot of streamers like to use, like Aiden Ross, like Cheezer. Okay, these guys go on Monkey. They meet random people, whether it's fans, whether it's tweakers, whether it's girls. They try to rizz them up. That's what Monkey is. And his girlfriend apparently attacked him with a bottle of alcohol while he was on Monkey.
Oh, damn. Oh my god.
So the situation here is that he allegedly retaliated and hit her back, which I can't show on video, but you can kind of see it a little bit on the previous clip I showed, you know, but obviously on YouTube I can't show too much of that. And after 5 minutes, he would come back and say that his girlfriend had apparently broken his car window. So there was an official huge battle, domestic dispute going on.
Chat, I swear to God, my right hand to motherfucking God, this just broke my car window, nigga.
And it turns out this is most likely the case because his girlfriend's mugshot would also be found as well. Now, it's still unclear exactly what happened in the legal world on the situation. We don't have all the documents released yet. But obviously, after seeing this very serious situation go down where he's accused of hitting his girlfriend, a lot of people would kind of speculate that based on the old videos, maybe he wasn't actually playing a character. Maybe he wasn't trolling as much as they thought. And in reality, this is just the genuine guy. Life in Scars is not playing a character whatsoever.
How to legally beat a bitch. Guys, you ever want to beat the shit out of a bitch, but you're afraid that the judge might not see it your way? Well, I got the solution. It's sports.
So at first, you know, because he had a big fan base, a good amount of people would defend him, saying that his response was fine because she did attack him first, and, you know, equal rights, equal lefts, and all of that. Feminism, right? If she hits you, you can clobber her in the head with a fucking hammer. You know, that's what they say. That's what they're saying. That's not what I'm saying, but that is what they're saying out there. But it became increasingly hard to defend him once he got out and he made a response to this situation on stream. Not only did he double down, not only did he say, you know what, I did it, but he also said he wanted to be the representative of dudes who hit their girl. I mean, that is, you know, an underrepresented group in social media for sure.
Come
on. Some kind of representation.
Man, it is what it is. It is what the fuck it is. I don't give a damn. And if I beat bitches, so what? So motherfucking what? Be glad it ain't your mama, bitch. Alright? Cause your sister could be next, motherfucker. You better be happy that the bitch I'm beating ain't your bitch, nigga. Fuck wrong with you. I'll do it again.
I'll fucking do it again.
For niggas who hit bitches.
bitches, I will be the motherfucking logo, nigga. I don't give
Oh
a fuck, nigga.
my
Now, Aiden
gosh.
Ross would even interview him about this, and
No.
he was like, all right, clearly there's some context missing here. Let me explain what's going on. And Jerron would just go off, taking it from 0 to 100, even when Aiden, who himself was a very edgy guy, was like, all right, bro, come on, calm down a little bit. Even when that was happening, Life in Scars just kept running. He kept going, okay? He was like, you know, Aiden is like trying to mow the lawn, essentially, here. He's just trying to, you know, do his job, go normal. And then the lawnmower just takes off, and his feet are in the air flying. He can't handle it.
Putting their fucking hands on you and you tell them to stop, and they keep doing it, you got the right to knock the shit out of them, even if it's a fucking baby.
No, all right, come on. A baby, a two-year-old baby.
We're throwing hands with babies out here, dude.
Sitting up here, hit you with a stick over and over again. And you're like, hey, stop, little nigga. And he's still hitting you. Stop, little nigga.
No.
You ain't got the right to grab the stick and knock the shit out of his ass.
No.
Come on, Aiden.
It's a baby.
Men,
Now, in fairness to Life in Scars, because I don't want to be, you know, slandering anyone here, he would always clarify in these clips that it was always after they had hit him and put him in a self-defense situation that he would retaliate. So maybe there is something to be said about, you know, maybe if the girl isn't like 100 pounds and she's, you know, 220 pounds actually, and she's pile driving you, maybe you can go back with the haymaker a little bit. But, you know, I don't know. I'm just a peace-loving guy out here, okay? I only fight women in the ring sanctioned during boxing matches, so that's my thing. We do fight naked, by the way. I'm just saying. But this self-defense strategy, this self-defense explanation, you know, she put me in the self-defense situation. That explanation kind of started to wear thin after people found a video of him where he tried to call a woman, and when she didn't answer, he told chat he was going to beat the shit out of her.
Oh!
you fucking bitch.
Oh
You
no.
fucking bitch.
Here we
Chat,
go.
I gotta go whoop a bitch ass. Nigga, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Chat, game is game. I swear to God.
Game is
Now, also
game. I
around this
have to
time,
go beat a
another clip of him
woman.
would drop where he talks about the origins of his name, Life in Scars.
game,
So
I
according to
gotta go
him,
beat a
he
woman.
actually has 4
What?
kids that were taken by his baby mama, and that's why he named himself Life in Scars. Life has scarred him. He's scarred by his children being taken, all right? He was just trying to be a responsible father. He was giving his children Captain Crunch every day so they would get big, strong bones like him, and this 304 just took him away. Now, initially, that seems pretty sad, and you might want to, like, you know, feel bad for him,
Still
because
don't
obviously
fully
it's
understand
sad
what
when a father
304
can't see their
means,
kids,
I'll
even
be
if
honest.
he's maybe somewhat of an unscrupulous guy, you know? But the unfortunate part is that he kind of ruins this explanation by saying he wants to kill his kid, and he then says that he wants to beat his baby mama up before punching the camera and very comically saying, "I was just cheating. That's it. She broke up with me because I was cheating."
Like, I wish death upon my baby mama, or sometimes I wish the kids were dead. You want to threaten me and put me on child support? I've been taking care of the kids. I was just cheating. I ain't do nothing more. I ain't put my hands on you, bitch. I didn't manipulate you. All I was a fucking cheater. Bitch, you wanted a good-looking man. You wanted a man with a long-ass dick.
Now, again, this isn't definitive proof of anything. You know, maybe he's playing a character. Do I think these clips make him look bad? Yes. Do I think there's a possibility that he's hit a woman when he's not been in a self-defense situation? After seeing this next clip, yeah, probably. I mean, he literally talks to this girl about how many times he's slapped her, and she confirms it. So, like, I don't really know what else I'm supposed to say unless
I don't
everybody here is an
understand.
actor and they're all in on it. It doesn't seem like a good situation.
You know if you said that shit to my face, I'd slap the fuck out you, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so why you acting like that? How many times have I slapped you? Okay, so like, why are you still testing the waters?
Now, with that out of the way, with the more unscrupulous aspects of his life out of the way, we can kind of get to the reason that this whole video is being made, the reason why most people even know about him right now. You see, the most infamous thing he's ever done is actually die. At least that's what everyone thought for a hot minute. This all started on October 17th, when one of his friends would post on their story saying they can't believe this shit. I hope you're resting in peace for real, for real. For real, for real. This would then be confirmed by his official Discord server, where one of the top admins, one of the top people in the Life in Scars business mafioso organization would say, "Listen, I also can't believe that this happened. All I know is that he passed away from an overdose." So obviously at this point in time, a lot of people were wondering, like, what could he have overdosed on? What's going on here? And then clips of his past stream would be revealed where he was showing off his galaxy gas, which for those who don't know is nitrous that you sniff on, and the nitrous is so powerful that it literally actively destroys your brain cells when you take it. There are people who have died from doing this, and he is hitting the galaxy gas as well as a little bit of meth and coke. Apparently, he's just showing it off. He's just chilling with it. He's having a really fun time, you know, to each their own or something.
Chat, listen. I don't know what the tonight's stream is gonna be about. It's gonna be a little bit of this,
Chat,
gonna be a little bit of that.
Listen.
If you
though.
want galaxy gas, you came to the right place. If you want alcohol, you came to the. If you want some meth mixed with crack in it, oh, we came to the right place. What the f is that? Chat, that was a gift today. I was like, oh, I want to try a new drug, so they brung over this meth mixed with crack. Check, I done meth and I done crack. I don't know if I should do this shit, but you know what?
Now this absolutely
Well,
set people
this
off
has,
and got a large number of fans to
escalated.
start making memorials for him because, you know, despite all the controversial stuff, they were fans of his content. They wanted to pay respects to the fact that, you know what, he provided a lot of entertainment for them. Even Aiden Ross would say on stream that he had actually died and expressed that, you know, he was a little bit sad about it.
Today was already just hard. I woke up the life of Scar's passing away, bro. Like that when I wake up and I see that, I'm like, this can't be fucking true. Rest in peace to him. And that guy, like, literally, like, for my birthday, this motherfucker writes me a very nice paragraph. And it's like, I felt bad about it. It's another one of these things, bro. Like, I opened that DM. I didn't see that DM, bro. I didn't see that DM. I opened it today. I'm like, holy f***. And I just, the first thing I did was I opened that DM. I'm like, please tell me this isn't true. Life is fucking scary, bro. It's so fucking scary. I felt, you know how fucking guilty I feel from not opening his DM and fucking interacting with that paragraph he wrote me for my birthday? I feel like
So yeah, I mean, everyone was sad
Oh
that they
my
had
God.
lost him, but then a day later, a little more info was revealed that kind of started changing the story. Life in Scars had an arrest warrant issued on September 20th and was supposed to appear in court today, but according to friends, he allegedly passed away at 37 due to an apparent overdose a few days ago. And this is what really got people's almonds activating when it came to the death allegations.
Yeah, what's
Thousands of
going
people
on?
started speculating that maybe he faked his death to get out of an arrest warrant so that the cops would stop looking for him or something, which in fairness is a very in-character thing for him to do. Like, it wouldn't be shocking. I don't know how successful that would be, but you know, that was one theory. Another theory was maybe he faked his death so that people wouldn't look into the arrest stuff from the public eye and he would just kind of go away quietly on the internet instead of having his life exposed for whatever this crime may have been. Now at this point, the internet investigators get involved, more people start digging in, and eventually a TikToker would actually call the jail he was supposed to be at and confirm that he was in fact not dead. He was alive. Even apart from the phone call, people had found some jail records showing that he was in custody at that moment because apparently he had violated his parole, probably due to the fact that he was smoking that galaxy gas as well as meth and, you know, some other stuff potentially. Now a lot of people were upset about this because they were like, oh, well, first of all, he lied, his friends lied, what's going on here? Like, you know, you made us scared that you died and in reality it was all fake. Some people thought it was a cool stunt that he pulled off, and on the other hand, some people were like, oh, well, this guy's still a fucking asshole, he's a piece of shit, right? Now Jerron would apparently post bail, at least that's what I presume, because on November 4th he would run into a fan that thought he was dead, and he would also post a picture of himself on his Discord laying on the counter with a bottle of alcohol. So Life in Scars is officially back, all right? The people could not be happier. They could not be happier. Little did they know, okay, even though they were glad their favorite TikToker was back, this would be the start of the true crash out, as the kids say these days. That's what they're saying, crash out. This is the start of the downfall, for real. So Life in Scars would start his first comeback stream by talking about how his friends made an oopsie, made a little slip up, and that he didn't even know what was happening online until his mom contacted him because it had gotten so big that she heard about it. He then apparently decided to just sit back and watch because he was very fascinated with what people's reactions would be if he died, which, I mean, that has to be a lie, right? Like, he was in custody or he was like in jail or something, so it doesn't really make sense to me that he would have been able to watch it. 'Cause wouldn't he have been in jail when that was happening? Did they let you watch TikTok? Did they give you iPads in jail so you can just mess around on Clash of Clans and watch Skibbity Toilet all day and check in on if people think you're dead on TikTok? I don't really know. Seems like maybe he's dodging the entire thing here. But regardless, after he explains himself and explains where he's been, he decides the next best bet, the next best thing to do to get his career back on track is to smoke Fent on stream. No, I'm not kidding. He just started lighting up some Fent in front of a live audience. I'm not going to play the clip because we are on YouTube, unfortunately, but I think that's what I would do after getting out of jail. I think that's a good thing to do. Like, you know, you got to celebrate somehow. Now, while some people still thought that he was dead, another streamer called Action Man would apparently laugh and rejoice on stream at the news and say that no one should mourn Life in Scars because he was an asshole and a pedophile.
People are like, R.I.P. This guy was a legend. How the f*** he what, bro? What? You guys got to admit, hate me or not, this guy was a fucking asshole, man. Yeah, all right, fine. Game over. Let's go ahead and ask Game is Game what the age of consent is. Oh, wait, he's fucking dead. Guess we'll never know, guys. All right, let's go ask Game of Game. Oh, yeah, he's fucking dead.
For those who don't know, Action Man is a kick streamer. He's kind of in the same vein as a lot of those other IP2 IRL guys where he basically goes to a bunch of random people in public. Sometimes he causes somewhat of a nuisance. I will say, you know, I don't know Action Man's whole history. Maybe it's a little ironic for him to call him an asshole. You know, maybe it's kind of an ironic criticism, but I will say on the other count of the other thing he said about Jerron, there could be something to it.
Let's see if you guys have any tits. No tits. No tits. Ugly as shit. Right now.
Oh, you're right. My bad. They're gonna call the police for being ugly. Hey, bye, guys. Flat as a board, easy to nail. Walk the plank walk. Yeah, call the police, man. What y'all gonna do, man?
But yeah, once it was revealed that Jerron wasn't actually
This
dead,
is just
he would
so
respond with probably
chaotic.
the craziest
And I
rant he's ever got on.
cannot
And that's, you know, saying
mix
something
these
for sure.
colors
Frankly, I
together.
think this
As they're
easily
drying,
tops
it
the
just
most
looks
insane stuff he's
disgusting.
ever said or done.
It's
And
just worse
honestly,
and
it
worse
was
as
so
time
funny to
goes
watch
on,
this
dude.
go down. It is a really dark situation, but it's
Oh,
like
it's
watching a
just getting worse
trash
as I
fire. It's like
paint.
watching a 14-car pileup. Do I enjoy watching people die? I mean, obviously I do. But at the same time, you know, for the average person who isn't a psychopath like me, you're just going to be, you know, morbidly curious. You're going to be like, I just can't look away. And that's really what Life in Scars is.
Action man, I know you can't hear this right. I know you can't respond because you bad and shit. Yeah, I know. But listen to me. That's really fucked up you said that, bro. Kind of broke my heart. However, I do want to tell you this. I am not a pedophile. I have never fucked anybody underage. But what I will tell you is that if you have a daughter, I will become a pedophile, you bitch ass nigga. I'ma fuck the shit out your daughter. I don't give a fuck how old she is. Your daughter will be the first shit I goddamn become a pedophile with. You motherfucker right. You and your 7 I'm gonna slap that bitch and bend over and fuck the shit out your goddamn bitch. Then you wanna say you want problems with that guy.
And that's pretty much it.
That's
Despite all the crazy shit that he
gross.
said, he's still on TikTok, he's on Instagram, he's on YouTube. I think he got banned from Kick for that last clip, but it is pretty incredible that he somehow manages to stay on a majority of platforms uncensored to this day, you know? Hey, game is game. Honestly, I'm not even gonna try to give some kind of crazy message at the end of this video. I don't think there's any real lesson to learn here. I mean, sometimes stuff doesn't have some moral message, sometimes it's just insanity, and sometimes you just gotta laugh and move on. Game is game, fellas. I'll see you tomorrow.
Game is game, no. That was so weird. Just the nothingness of that. That felt like nothingness. What a weird dude. It's so weird. I feel like he's just saying it to just say stuff. Like just saying stuff to say stuff, honestly. Just saying it to be a weirdo. Alright. Well, I am gonna go off into time and space now and hang out with the bunnies. I gotta go clean their other pen and move them over to the other pen, which is what I do. I just kind of shift them over from one pen to the other. So I move them, and then I clean out the pen that they were in, and then I, you know, move them to the nice clean pen, and I just keep moving them around every 5 seconds. No, it's over the half of the day. Okay, it's getting worse. I wanted to go over to this one so I could see if I could kind of finesse this. It's just getting worse. I'll be completely honest. It's just getting worse. The mixing of the rainbow colors, I can't believe it. It really is just getting worse and worse as time goes on. It's getting bad. It's getting really bad. I'm so far away. Hold up. If I were to like... Look at that. I just did that. It's getting so gross and muddy. I mean, it's becoming more opaque. I mean, you're starting to not see the lines underneath, but look, oh no. Okay, well, I think the bunnies are probably tired of listening to me. I'm tired of listening to myself. We are not escaping the big sad. I'm never gonna escape the big sad. I'm never gonna escape it, dude. I'm not gonna escape it. Who's the next person that's gonna drop off the face of the earth? I swear, if it's Tom, you know what I'm gonna say? You know what I'm gonna say immediately? I'm gonna be like, I just bought the merch. That's gonna be my biggest quarrel. I just bought the merch. Couldn't you have waited to be canceled further out not when I just bought the merch? Please, couldn't you have just waited just a little bit longer to be canceled? God. Okay. I need to speed up my production of finishing these freaking paintings, dude. Okay. Today's the 9th. I'm gonna be busy tomorrow, and I have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday, and I have another doctor's appointment on Thursday. I probably will not be back until Friday. Goodbye. Goodbye.